Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Neighborhood Watch 5, After the EMP, by E. Isherwood, narrated by Kyle Tate. 1. "Let's get back in the truck," I said as we stood in front of the tractor-trailer-sized cargo container that had come down from the deck of the giant ship. I picked up one small item from inside. Then we trudged through the mud back to the Unimog. I ordered my chauffeur to get us home as fast as she felt comfortable driving. We didn't say a word for a long time. Carmen drove the Unimog along Poseidon Pier, while I surveyed the storm surge devastation from the passenger seat. Dante, Marco, and Zen filled the back row. "What the heck was in there?" Dante asked. "Not now," I answered, unsure if a real answer would scare them. Carmen wheeled over some long boards, probably from a broken boat. "I've got to make a little detour," the driver remarked, already out of the street and in someone's soggy lawn. Her diversion took us around the worst of the debris on that part of the block. She struggled with the gears, typical for a person still learning how to drive a stick. But trial by fire was the name of the game after the EMP. Manual transmissions were more common in older vehicles, and by putting her into the driver's seat now, I was ensuring she could get people to safety no matter what she drove. The jump-in-and-learn mentality applied to almost every person I trained in our neighborhood watch. Teenagers now carried guns. Women did men's work. Everyone had a responsibility to the group. I'd been lucky to buy a house on a block of suburbia that had some decent people on it. Folks who woke up to the dangers of the EMP almost as fast as I'd done. But every street leading away from ours had fewer and fewer people awake. Fewer I knew well enough to trust my life with. Barracuda had Marco and his wife, and maybe Amanda, the old HOA president. I barely knew the names of the rest of them. On Albacore, I knew Dante, the man who constantly wore the Florida Panthers jersey, and his wife Tara, plus Elmer, the kindly old veteran who lived in the first house. But the rest of the street was a blur to me. Across Bayside Road, the only person I knew well enough to trust was Zen, the young hippie dude who was terrible with guns, but had proven himself loyal. Beyond my core team, there was a sea of everyday Joe and Jill averages surrounding us. Almost every person out there was looking for someone to tell them what to do, someone to say everything would be taken care of by Papa Government, someone to smack down that nosy neighbor who, of course, was asking for the very same petty things. And in the middle of it all was me, Frank Douglas. The guy who had lived his whole life in shitty apartments, crappy neighborhoods, or on the open road. A guy who had finally made enough money to retire to a beautiful Florida street, put his feet on some wet sand, and do nothing but read books until sunset. We'd all taken turns looking inside the derelict shipping container. My friends knew nothing in there was good news for us, and they rightfully expected me to come up with an answer for what to do about it. I'd taken my notepad from its waterproof seal and started to write some notes. We drove by the roof where I'd spent the night adrift. Ben's boat was still tied to the warped gutter. We passed the house ravaged by fire. We passed by Zen's roadblock, where the blue Honda was still smoldering. The intersection looked like a war zone. Dead bodies remained on the pavement, shot by the poncho freaks. The fire-gutted Prius looked like a carcass of a wildebeest on the Serengeti. The roof had melted and fallen into the compartment. The stanchions for the windshield and rear windows still stood upright, lending the appearance of ribs. Every abandoned car at both roadblocks had been peppered by gunfire. "Guys, we need to stop here." I pointed to Albacore, where people from Zen's neighborhood waited in the new morning. Carmen mechanically put the old truck in park, turned off the motor, then handed me the keys. I was going to take them in my palm, but she didn't drop them in as I'd expected.
Frank, we need to talk about what was inside that shipping container. We all do.
I noted she'd put on a clean white top in the new day. I acknowledged her, the keys finally falling. I know, and we will. But as you can see, we have other problems that demand attention. I looked at my notepad. I want to assign a fire chief. I want someone on the chainsaw. I want to use those walkies. And I want scouts sweeping the woods so we control that ground, not some dipshits in ponchos. I want to meet and get to know people in our own neighborhood. I want batteries hooked up to inverters so we can get some power back on. There needs to be... After a deep breath, I probably spoke for another minute of all the things I wanted to do. Survival tips and tricks that I'd read in dozens of books over the years, including the big 2-volume tome I kept on the desk of the Neighborhood Watch, a civil defense manual by Jack Lawson. Somehow, in between the constant running, riding, and driving, time had shot by, and it was the morning of day 6. I needed to be farther along in our preps if we wanted to ride this disaster to the end. Carmen's manicured eyebrows creased together.
Frank, you are insane. You can't possibly do all that stuff. Not in one day. Yeah, man. You're not Superman, dude.
Only Zen could call me man and dude in the same sentence.
And you didn't even mention what you took out of that container on your list, Carmen added. I think...
I held up a hand to cut her off. Hold that thought, please. Let's get out, deal with these people to clear this problem off our deck. Then we'll have a meeting back at the watch office. I still need time to process what we saw in there.
We're chill,
Dante remarked. I turned in my seat to look at the trio of guys behind me. To a man, they'd risked their lives to work with me and protect our turf. In my head, I had a speech where I'd gush about all the ways they'd stepped up and provided for everyone. But I wasn't one for big speeches. Thanks, guys, I finally said. I couldn't do this without you. I wasn't sure if it was that I'd gotten too much sleep while inside that floating roof, the fact I'd been going nonstop for almost a week and was now sitting still, or the simple relief of seeing the sunrise on day 6. But I got a little choked up while we all sat there together. Rather than let myself get emotional, I spun to grab the door handle and climbed down from the truck. When I slammed the door, I couldn't miss the bullet hole in the yellow paint. I wondered where Margaret and Sally were at that moment. 20 gallons of fuel wouldn't have gotten them far. Maybe 10 miles, if I had to guess. So they would have had to scavenge again. Did they now have new enemies chasing them? I couldn't remember if I'd warned them about the guys at the trailer park, but I thought I did. I rubbed the tip of my finger around the edge of the hole, noting how the metal bent in at the penetration, with a slight divot around the edges. Almost anywhere else on the door, and the bullet would have severely injured one of us. I knew it from the moment I'd walked out of my house on day 1. But there were no second chances in the apocalypse. Every move on the chessboard took us to one inevitable conclusion. Taking your mind out of the game, even for a second, could cost lives. Pushing off from the door, I hurried around the front of the truck to meet everyone else. Since they were Zen's people, he ran ahead and met up with them. The evacuated vehicles were parked in a row, as if they'd all gone down to the cul-de-sac and turned around. A black Ford Econoline van was at the front. A cleavage-heavy image of Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, had been painted on the side. A beat-up International Harvester Travelall 4-door truck was next. It looked similar to the Jeep Wagoneers and Chevy Suburbans from roughly the same era. One man on a motorcycle was next. A few more cars were lined up farther back. The big RV was in the back. People crowded around Zen for a moment, but he pushed them on toward me. "You're the leader, Frank," I mumbled to myself in an effort to get my head on straight.
"Ladies and gentlemen, Zen and I have taken a tour of your street, and I think the water has gone down enough you can safely return home." I pointed to the sky. "As you can see, we've been blessed with clear weather today. With a little luck, that will hold, and we can start to dry out our lives."
No one moved. Other than some voices from way in the back, the audience sat in rapt attention. I didn't know why until Zen came out of the crowd, walked over, and whispered to me.
"They want to know if they're going to be shot by the guys in the woods."
I patted him on the shoulder, and he stepped aside. It was then I really took a look at the new people, the people I'd been working in the background to save over the past 24 hours. There were retirees, far older than me, with gray hair, spectacles, and doing that shuffle they did when they'd been standing for too long. Those were probably a third of the group. Then there were the middle-aged and younger men and women, business owners, school teachers, truck drivers, government employees. They filled out most of the rest of the group. Finally, there were a few children of all ages, some running around, and others held under the watchful eye of parents or cradled as infants. At least one woman was 8 or 9 months pregnant. Many were white, but maybe 1 in 3 were darker-skinned, a celebration of the unique ethnic flavor of this part of Florida.
"I'm sorry it has taken me this long to get some information to you, but last night, with the cooperation of you folks on this side of the roadblock, Zen and I walked into the woods to confirm all the bad men threatening us from over there are now dead."
Audible sighs of relief came from the crowd of about 100.
"At this point, I want to have Zen here."
I was interrupted by a foreign sound in the distance. A horn blared for a short time. Then it went off again, longer.
"A truck horn?"
Carmen asked.
"I think so,"
I said, knowing in my heart that's what it was, but not at all certain how it was possible. My brain instantly went to FEMA or the U.S. Army bringing in big rigs full of supplies. That was how more than a few of those EMP books ended. The horn went off again. From far away, it sounded like what you might expect from the 300-pound drunk after pounding away a case of beers at the local Slop and Suds. It was a burp from way deep down in the lungs. And it was coming closer.
"Shit! Is he heading this way?"
I asked, already backpedaling toward Bayside Road. When it went off again, it confirmed it for me. I sprinted past the roadblock, went under the subdivision sign with the big orange fish, then strode onto the debris-littered 2-lane highway. There was no way to miss the bright red 1970 Mack RS 700 heading in our direction. The shiny bulldog ornament at the end of the hood looked right at me. Residents behind me threw out questions.
"What is it doing here? Who's driving? Are we saved?"
The rig wasn't doing highway speeds. It cruised at about 35 as it ran over the bits of branches and trash in its path. It was still maybe 20 or 30 seconds out. I walked into the middle of the road, not sure what I intended to do. We could roll a car into its path. We could face them down with guns. We could line up on the side of the road and pray. The last one was an off-the-wall solution to a real-world problem. What driver would feel threatened by people who were praying? However, I shelved it for lack of being realistic. As much as I respected the spiritual and religious, and I counted myself among those, the apocalypse wasn't the place where you could make prayer an active tactic to get what you wanted.
"Want me to flash him?"
Carmen joked from next to me. She'd arrived before most of the others. and no one would have heard our private conversation. "What if it's a woman?" I snarked. The truck wasn't slowing. It was now about half as far as when I first saw it.
"Are there many women truck drivers?"
she asked. "More than you'd think," I answered, watching the truck and not my beautiful friend. From a few hundred yards away, I saw the driver, and it wasn't a woman. Or to be accurate, I saw his white trucker's hat. The guy was already waving me to get out of the way. In fact, 2 other passengers in the front seat also waved me aside, as if they'd all agreed they weren't stopping. I turned around. Most of my neighbors had fanned around me, filling the intersection.
"Shit! Guys! Get out of the road!"
I yelled. For a frantic few seconds, I ran around like a cattle dog yapping at the wayward sheep to get them in line. My bones shook with the sound of the truck's motor, the friction of 18 rubber tires on the ground, and the deep resonance of a giant block of metal cutting through the morning air. I didn't need to turn around and watch to know it wasn't slowing. Most people were sensible and immediately cleared the lanes. But not all. My heart missed a beat when I observed 2 young boys standing on top of the powder blue Chevy on the left side of the road. There was probably enough room for the big rig to blow on through, for a professional driver. But if he missed, the Chevy would take the brunt of a collision.
"Get off that car!"
I boomed. The kids were Brendan and his brother, a pair of preteens who only wanted to get a better view of the action over the heads of the adults. I looked back to the truck. It was close. The horn went off. Brendan and his brother, true boys, hooted and clapped as they watched the truck come in, totally ignoring me.
"Brendan!"
I bellowed in a voice I imagined would be a pissed-off father seeing his boy getting into real, actual trouble. The boy's head whipped my way, while he froze. I easily sprinted to him and held out my arms.
"Jump!"
I panted. His eyes went to the truck now, and I knew he was confused.
"Do it!"
I dad-voiced him. Blood surged through my veins. Either he was going to jump, or we were both going to get an up-close tour of a Mack radiator. The kid jumped. In fact, both kids jumped on me at the same time. For the next couple of seconds, it was a deafening mix of screaming boys, a sideways tumble, a blast of air horns, and the hissing whoosh of air brakes. 2. My heart punched against my ribs with the urgency of saving those boys. I'd fallen to the shoulder of the road, with both clinging to me for their lives. It only took fractions of seconds for them to realize the danger they were in as the truck arrived, and once committed to jumping to me, they'd screamed every second afterward. My shoulder slammed on the hard pavement, and I shoved the kids as far off the road as I could. It should have been far enough out of the way of the truck, unless the driver was intentionally trying to kill them. To kill us all. While the boys cried out, I elbow-walked to push them even further. "Move!" I shouted, heart now pushing its red line. An inrush of diesel fumes wafted over me. The odor took me back to a lifetime on the road. The fumes might make other people sick, but to me, they were the lifeblood of our industry. A symbol of long days behind the wheel, endless miles on the odometer, and more freight slinging than I could ever remember. The ribbon of highway held many dangers, and I always knew there was a chance I'd buy the farm while up in the cab. But I never suspected my end would come while underneath one. The kids shrieked some more, and I bulldozed them even harder. Metal struck metal behind us. For a moment, the whole world seemed to have gone silent, as if every person watching was holding their breath. Then the air brakes hissed in relief, and I turned around, pleased I was next to the big Michelin tires, not a pancake under them. The truck idled with its bumper against the light blue paint of the Chevy. It had only pushed the old classic a few inches, but it was exactly where I had been standing a few seconds earlier. The adrenaline drained out of me. I was alive. I hopped to my feet, thankful I had them.
Frank? Oh my God!
Carmen rushed over to me. For the next little bit, there was a scrum of chaos near the front of the truck. My girlfriend ran over. Wait, was she my girlfriend? Why was I thinking of her after almost getting cut in two? Whatever the reason, I soon realized how nice it was to have someone care about me. I looked around as I held her close. The two boys had taken off due east, along the bank of the canal, hopping over tufts of weeds and alternately hitting each other. "Looks like they'll be okay," I said with relief.
The boys?
She said, stunned.
Yeah, they're fine thanks to you, but, wow, Frank, that was dangerous.
It sucked the boys didn't have any family to care for them. Their parents weren't around, but it did seem like they were already on to other things. I hoped they might have learned a lesson about playing in the street, but I wasn't banking on it. Those kids shouldn't have been there, and I thought the truck was going to plow through the cars to avoid stopping. I turned to the side of the Mack sleeper cab. The red paint of the old beast was faded and chipped. The Mack RS 700 was a relic from well before my time behind the wheel, so it had been a long time since I'd seen one hauling freight. The feds liked to spank contractors and shipping companies that used vehicles that didn't conform to certain fuel economy standards. Our industry's lifeblood was the cost per mile, and driving ancient fuel-guzzling trucks wouldn't pay the bills. The man in the driver's seat looked down over the edge of his doorframe, with his window open. "Thanks for stopping," I said. When he saw I was alive, he tipped his cap. "Mind if I step up there to talk?" I asked. I was aware the man could put the truck into gear and roll away, but he didn't seem in any rush to go, so I figured it was time to chat. I'd wanted to stop him, and he was stopped. Never mind how I got it done. "Sure," he murmured. Behind me, to my shock, many people in the gathered crowd aimed weapons at the truck driver, as if defending me from a terrorist. "Whoa!" I yelled. "Please put your guns away. We're all on the same team." Some lowered them. Carmen held her hands up as she met some of the closest of them.
Please listen to him. Everyone is okay. Frank is fine.
For some reason, her plea seemed to make the guns come down faster, as if the two of us put enough pressure to make it socially acceptable for the rest of them. Once I was sure no one would accidentally shoot me in the back, I climbed the side step and used the hand grip to pull myself next to the open window. I spoke into the cab as if I was next to a drive-through window at the local McDonald's. "Thanks again. I mean it." The driver didn't look at me while he monotoned, "I'm not here to kill another kid." Another one, I thought. The driver finally turned to me. "Did you know some parents were so desperate to get out of the city that they threw their kids into the street in front of me so I would take them? Do you know how long it takes to stop a truck this large? Actually, I used to drive these things for a living." "Really?" he said with mild excitement, before shifting back to an expressionless stare. "Then you know what happened." I didn't need to ask if he'd struck one of those kids. "Anyway, I thought that's what you were doing here with those kids on the roof. I was going to speed right through your little blockade until I saw those little whippersnappers jump in your arms." "Yeah, they don't have parents watching after them," I explained. Well, ain't that the irony, he remarked with his dry tone. It helped I wasn't going that fast, and was also deadheading. The van is empty? I asked. Drivers hated pulling empty trailers, as it meant they weren't getting paid for shipping anything. Yep. You a driver too? I guessed. Yeah, but this isn't my truck. He looked out on the crowd, which made me do the same. Most of the people had heeded my instructions, but a few on the edges seemed ill at ease with my meeting. However, most had crowded around to hear what the guy had to say. My rig turned off on day one, same as everyone else on the interstate. I was on I-75 in the middle of the Glades when the balloon went up. Had to walk half a day before I found people again. The route across the Everglades was about 70 miles of wetlands between Miami on the east and Naples on the west coast. Known as Alligator Alley, it was almost a straight shot from one end to the other, with a few rest stops as the only signs of civilization on the route. How far did you walk? I asked. Not sure. Probably 30 miles at least. Luckily, I had a get-home bag with food, water, and my personal firearm. I made it as far as Bonita Springs, between Naples and Fort Myers, before it got too dangerous to be on the highway. I had to pull my gun twice, as deterrents for small groups of men who were picking through the dead vehicles. Yeah, we've seen something similar, I added. By then, I knew what we were dealing with, of course. An EMP went off somewhere above us. It meant the world was about to flush the toilet, and I had some serious decisions to make about where I was going to be when it finally went down. I bet you wanted to get back home, I guessed. Yeah, but you have no idea how bad it is to the south of here. Lots of snowbird homes are empty along the coast, this being the hot season. So there are gangs working together to sack long blocks of well-stocked houses. I decided to hide in one of those homes while I tried to scope out a vehicle to, commandeer. I knew his dilemma. Any working vehicle would be a hot commodity, and no one with half a brain would give it up willingly. We'd been lucky to start our fleet of vehicles with Drummond's El Camino, which still belonged to him, and the Charger, which was true salvage, since the owners had been shot while inside it. I made my way on foot for a few days, running and hiding here and there, avoiding the hot rods and classic junk that were driven by those criminals. When the storm came in and distracted those guys, I got brave enough to try to leave their turf. I started looking for an abandoned vehicle I had some confidence would actually run. Happened upon this old Mack truck, which had been parked along the entrance ramp. The driver wasn't in it for some reason, but it started right up. Not many people would be looking for a semi-tractor to lift, I clarified. You understand, he answered. I didn't want to bring it up, but we had a million uses for a large truck like his. The driver had bailed, but once I was on the road, I discovered the cabin wasn't empty like I'd thought. He leaned back so I could see the two people in the other seat. This is Chris and Andy. I found them zonked out in the sleeper. Hey, the man said. Nice to meet you, Andy, I said to him. I'm Chris. This is Andy, my life partner. Oh, sorry. It's okay. The man was my age, probably a bit older, with a receding hairline and a minor comb-over. He was on the heavier side, round face, average height, but not fat. If I had to assign a word to him, it was comfortable. He seemed like he had never worked a hard day in life. Probably a professor at a low-tier college. Nice to meet you both, I finished. His life partner was much younger, probably breaking the rule of dating younger women. Half your age plus 7 was the guide. If she was over 25, I would have been shocked. She was maybe half his age minus 7. She wasn't unattractive, but her features were severe. Her eyes were sunken and dark, with high cheekbones and a sharp chin. And she didn't smile when she said, "Hi," to me. I trained my focus back on the man behind the wheel. "Oh, my name is Red," the driver mentioned. "Nice to meet you too, Red. I'm Frank. My partner down there is Carmen." I pointed to the Cuban woman keeping guard on me from next to the truck. "And this is everyone else." Red gave a nervous wave. "Red, didn't I see you drive north last night?" I asked. "Yeah, probably. We had no intention of returning this way, but—" The guy took a deep breath as he leaned his head back on his headrest. "After what we saw in Port Charlotte, I decided to loop back toward Miami, where I have distant family. But the highway is blocked by debris from the storm, and ain't no one to clean it up, so we've been weaving through the suburbs to get around it." "What did you see in Port Charlotte?" I zeroed in. Intel from beyond our borders was almost as good as gold, since there was no way to acquire it these days, short of going out and looking around. He turned to me, almost ghost white. "I saw the end of the world." Red was in his 40s, average build, leaning toward the tall side, with a narrow face, a patchy beard, and a ball cap for Monster Energy drinks. His curly black hair and swarthy skin suggested he might have come from overseas, but his English was perfect, so he was probably born here. There were quite a few non-native truck drivers on American roads, Pakistanis, for instance, so he was in good company. "What did he say?" a man asked from behind me. "I'm not sure," I said over my shoulder. To the guy, I continued, "Red, we haven't had news of the outside world for almost a week. Anything you can tell us about what you saw would really help." He drew in a breath before taking off his cap, as if to prepare himself for bad news. "After passing you last night, we made it north from here, but I lost count of the number of times people shot at us as we passed by. North Point, I don't know if you've been there, but they had a bunch of people taking shots at us." "I've been there," I volunteered. "Yeah, well, those assholes shot at us until we crashed through a blockade on the north side of their town. If they ever track me down, I'm going to sue their asses for physical distress, because my neck hasn't been right since we did that." "Or mine," Chris added. So we were glad to make it out there and head on open road toward Port Charlotte. Of course, with the storm coming in and us pulling the empty van, I decided to wait out the worst of the wind, so we hung out in a big warehouse until it went by, which was very early this morning. From there, I got us back to I-75 and went north. But once we got across the bridge into the city, it was terrible. "What did he say?" the annoying man in the crowd asked again. "Just a second," I called back. Red thanked me with his eyes before continuing at his own pace. "The cars are stopped, like they are here, but there are still burned people in them, as if they were killed when the EMP went off." A ripple of panic went through the crowd gathered around the truck. "Did he say burned?" one woman asked. "Burned how?" a guy called to us. Red looked at me. "I guess I better tell him." I wasn't sure it was the best idea, as I still didn't know if this man was off his meds and talking crazy, or if he was telling the truth. But he'd started his story in front of my people, so I couldn't stop him now. Red opened the door, and I hopped down to stand with the leaders of the crowd, including Carmen, my girlfriend. Thinking it a second time made me feel good, so I put my arm over her shoulders, which made her lean into me. I took a second to enjoy the remaining hints of her vanilla-scented perfume before getting back to Red. He shut down his engine, which made the big truck grumble and bounce a little before coming to a halt. With the engine noise gone, it was simple to hear him. "The people in the cars up there are toast, and I mean that literally. We checked on a dozen cars on the interstate. They were all toast, burnt to a crisp."
"They'd been dead for 5 days yesterday,"
a man's voice yelled from inside the crowd.
"They could have been decomposing."
"I'm sure they were breaking down. The swarms of flies were beyond your imagination. But I know what extra crispy bacon looks like, and those people's skin had burned to extra crispy." The crowd became antsy, as if they too might spontaneously catch fire. "We went about a mile before we saw massive fires in and around Port Charlotte. I'm not sure how they started, but entire blocks were burning, even after the storm had come through. Between the charred bodies and the rest of the city rising on plumes of black smoke, we decided the only logical play was to come back this way. Believe it or not, this neighborhood actually looks pretty damned good compared to up there." He pointed to Zen's side of the street, which ironically also had one house that had nearly burned to the foundation. I couldn't see it from where I stood, since his truck obstructed my view, but I knew what he meant. "How'd you get through the North Point roadblock?" I inquired. "I'm surprised they didn't shoot to kill the second time." "We blew through a different one on the east side of town," he said with some pride. "This old truck eats up abuse, let me tell you." While I couldn't deny I was happy someone was sticking it to the jerks in North Point, his story raised red flags. We were already on North Point's shit list. If Red destroyed 2 of their roadblocks, then came south, it stood to reason someone would eventually come looking for him.
"Oh,"
I said without emotion.
"So, is it a virus, do you think?"
Carmen conjectured.
"Would that cause bodies to look like they were burned?"
"They were burned," Red snapped. "How many times do I have to tell you?"
"Sorry I asked,"
Carmen said under her breath. I knew the guy was tired from the way he looked, but it would serve no one for him to rile up Carmen, who was known to have an A+ rating and attitude when attacked. "Please, Red, we're not here to argue with you. We appreciate every detail you can share with us about the outside. Would you consider parking your rig and coming back to my street? We can give you some food and water." He thought about it for 10 or 15 seconds. In that time, he looked over to the odd couple sitting with him, and he must have gotten a signal from them. "No, we've got most of the day ahead of us, so we want to get back to the interstate and avoid those gang-controlled neighborhoods. As long as the storm hasn't thrown up any more roadblocks for us, we should make it to Miami by the end of the day." "I guess that's smart," I allowed. "If you change your mind, we'll be here." "Thanks, I guess," he said. I picked up a hint of regret, as if maybe he'd been outvoted in his cab. "I'll back away from your car and get moving." "Please do," I answered. We all stepped back.
"I hope you get home safe,"
Carmen said to the guy. "Thank you, ma'am." He started the truck. The sound of the motor rolling over, the belts running through the pulleys, and the belches of black smoke from the stacks made me wonder, if only for a few seconds, if I'd made a mistake retiring when I did. Maybe I should have gone back on the road for a few years, wind down my career the same way I'd started it. "See you on the other side," Red announced. "You too," I answered. In seconds, the big rig rolled around the cars in the intersection, crunched over the debris brought in by the storm, and headed toward the south. The driver worked through the gears in a smooth, professional progression, and was soon far down the road. Good luck, I said to no one. Our source of news had gone. We were on our own again. 3.
Frank stood on the edge of the long road, anxious to know how the strangers in the truck would fare in this apocalyptic wasteland. Where would they go? Would they bring back trouble? What was really in the back of the quote-unquote empty truck? Twinkies? Probably Twinkies. Tyler spoke in a dramatic fashion as I turned to face him. Carmen stood next to the snickering kid, shaking her head, amused with his antics. Please don't narrate my life, I said under my breath, a little less amused. Zen's people had watched the truck drive away too, and they now crowded around me as if to see how I would react. Having a teenager make a joke out of it might not sit well with the folks who'd lost everything in the flood. Sorry, Uncle Frank, he replied, sounding properly chided. Besides, I smiled, you're the one who likes Twinkies, right? Twinkies and Kit Kats, if I recall. The teen boy had pulled those two items out of the broken vending machine in his school on the day I met him. How did you remember that? He turned serious. I break the Twinkies in half and jam one stick of the Kit Kat in there to get it covered in the filling. There is nothing better tasting out there. Sounds like sugar overload, Carmen scoffed. Oh yeah, it is for sure. But to really do it right, you have to chase it with a Mountain Dew. He popped his hands on each side of his head, as if exploding his brain. No way I could survive that level of sugar rush, I admitted. You get used to it, he said with great pride. To the others, I waved them in. I guess we know what's out there, but it doesn't change a single thing for us. I need you all to get back to your houses, take inventory of your food, water, and guns, and be prepared to defend it. A few residents shimmied out of the crowd and went home, needing nothing more to motivate them. Most people, however, stayed where they were. Who will clean the streets? Someone asked. My carpets are ruined, a woman's raspy voice called out. More questions came at me in a rush, and the crowd members became anxious, always trying to outdo each other in volume. Suddenly, it was a mob. I put 2 fingers between my lips and released an ear-piercing whistle. Some of those in the front rows put their hands over their ears, as I kept it going for many seconds. Listen up, I yelled. There is no one coming today. There probably won't be anyone coming tomorrow. There may never be anyone coming ever. I saw on their faces they didn't want to hear those words. Other than a few people I trusted, I'd been holding back on telling my unvarnished opinion of our long-term prospects since the moment I walked out of my garage on day 1. However, the time had finally come to talk worst case, or these neighbors might never wake up to our new reality. I continued, but that doesn't change anything either. You have 2 choices. You can either go home and sit in your bathtub sucking your thumbs, or you can be a part of this community. I won't stop you if you choose the first one, but I will be at your side if you choose the second, and so will many of your neighbors up and down these streets. I saw some heads bobbing in agreement. Look, I'm not one for motivational speeches, but everything that has happened over the last 6 days tells me we're going to be on our own for a good long time. What does that mean? A week? A month? Years? We can't possibly know. All we can do is prepare our community as best we can to survive this. Step 1 of that process is getting to your homes, figuring out what's salvageable, and then helping each other with repairs, street cleaning, sanitation, security, whatever. The ongoing fire in the first house sent smoke into the intersection, reminding me of an aspect of survival I'd been putting off. Does anyone work for the fire department by chance?
We could really use someone to take command of our fire response team. As you can see by that place, fire is going to be a problem, even after a flood." A few guys and gals raised their hands. "Do any of you have leadership experience?" I asked. Most of the hands went down, but a tall guy kept his up so I could call on him. "Yeah, I was a captain before I retired. I could set some of these kids up." The man was about my age, maybe 6'3", with chiseled features, tanned skin, and a pair of black sunglasses wedged backward above his slightly receding hairline. I wasn't taking resumes or doing background checks, but he sure looked the part of a buff firefighter who'd gone into management. He even wore a sporty navy blue shirt, stamped with a firehouse logo. "My plans for fire prevention come from books," I said to him. "I've read we'll need to get piles of sand close to each house. We'll need buckets for bucket brigades. And we'll need to be more diligent about keeping an eye out for illegal fires." "That's a great start, sir," the man answered. "In disasters like this, where the power is out, the big risk is from people cooking and heating inside their homes. Heating certainly won't be a problem in summertime Florida, but they'll try to light gas or propane stoves to warm their coffee or boil water." "Understood," I said. The man went on. "I would also recommend putting a small fire prevention team on each street, so we have coverage everywhere. We already have block captains on this side of the highway. Marco and Dante are right here." I pointed to them. "They can give you names of volunteers to take care of fire. I'm the block captain for my street, but I'm going to have to think about who to assign to fire on mine." "Roger that." "I'm Frank, by the way. What's your name?" "William," he answered. "Okay, William, get started." To the others, I added, "Everyone get back home. There is a good chance looters will be out there, so go in groups back to your streets. If you aren't carrying guns right now, make sure those are the first things you secure when you get back. And for the sake of us all, start carrying them wherever you go from now on." I half-turned to show off my rifle, proving I wasn't joking. I didn't expect people to run back home waving their arms and screaming with excitement after my speech, but I was hoping for a little enthusiasm. Those on foot headed toward the muddy road that would lead them home, while the drivers of the vehicles, and those traveling with them, headed the other way to go get their rides. Dante and Marco went with the group heading back to Albacore. Zen started to head toward home with the others. "Zen, if you have a few minutes, we're going to have a meeting back at my place. Just the street leaders. We need to talk about what we saw in the shipping container." I pointed past him to the beached ship and the containers lying next to it. "Can you scare up some leaders to represent the streets on your side?" The tired-looking man made a wide U-turn and went after the residents going toward the vehicles. "And then there were two," Tyler said, again narrating. "Uncle Frank and Carmen. He was the noble leader of the group of survivors, and she was—" "Don't finish that sentence," I ordered. Knowing the kid, he was going to blurt out that she was my lover or concubine, or whatever crazy thing flew into his brain. "I was going to say she's your neighbor," he laughed. Carmen bumped my hip, as she often did when in a sassy mood. "What were you afraid he'd say, Frank?" "Have you met him? He could have said anything." She grinned like the Cheshire Cat. "Don't say it," I cautioned her. The woman turned to Tyler. "When you narrate next time, put me down as Frank's badass Latina bodyguard." The youngster pretended to put pen to paper. "Got it." It was funny to see the two in action, but it struck me Tyler wasn't supposed to be up at the roadblock. He and most of my clownfish crew should have been back on the street, doing chores. "Tyler, shouldn't you be somewhere else right now?" I asked in a voice fit for a professor.
Oh, right. My mom sent me up here on a bike to make sure you didn't need anything.
I sighed. Communication was still a weak link for us. We'd found the pair of walkie-talkies at the trailer park, and the CB we'd taken out of the Cherokee, but I hadn't been able to assign them to anyone. On the one hand, I thought it would be good to save them for teams going out on the road, so they could radio back if there was trouble. But on the other, maybe it was more useful for the daily back and forth between the neighborhood watch desk and the guards manning the roadblock at the distant intersection. Tell your mother we're about to drive home. I need to gather the leadership team to discuss a few things. Plus, I could use a change of clothes and some food. I'd been out and about for almost 24 hours straight, most of it hurricane weather. My shirt was stained. My trousers were stiff where the mud had dried. I noticed the first hints of blisters inside my damp boots. On the way back home, I paid attention to changes going on. The residents on Albacore were preoccupied with the refugees from Zen's side of the road, but the people of Barracuda had begun to move their dead vehicles from their garages and driveways to place them along Poseidon Pier, as the soldiers had suggested we do. When we reached Clownfish, a pair of teens from the high school waved me through once they'd done a walk-around of our truck. After seeing the kids play in the dangerous rainstorm the previous day, I was pleased to see them taking things more seriously. I changed into a fresh Hawaiian shirt while we waited for Zen to arrive, and I came through my door to find a good-sized crowd loitering in my garage. This was supposed to only be the leadership team, I remarked. Nice shirt, one of the women, either Carmen or Penny, sassed me from the driveway. Hey, come on, this one is fine. I gestured to the black button-down short-sleeved shirt. It wasn't covered with AK-47s or grenades, which I admit had some shock value. This one had truck logos plastered all over it. It was the first one I'd thought of after almost being smashed by the distinctive Mac Bulldog hood decoration. The girls laughed together. I set my Bravo Company AR-15 on the table. Someone had built a crude gun rack out of scrap wood and placed it under the map of our streets. A few rifles and shotguns had been placed there, buttstock down. But most people preferred to stand in my garage while their weapons remained slung over their shoulders. We have some extra people here, but that is fine. LeVar, Penny, and Luke were inside the garage, while Tyler and Zoe mingled with a few other teens on the driveway. Mr. Puppers ran from kid to kid, excited to have so many new friends. Most of them weren't leadership, but since they were from my street, I knew they wouldn't cause trouble. Let me go around the room and do introductions, so we can keep this moving. Marco, you're the block captain for Barracuda. Dante, you are for Albacore. Zen, who do you have for your streets? I could only find 3, he said with disappointment. Everyone else said they didn't want to get into politics by being a leader. It was tempting to roll my eyes at the statement, but I knew the sentiment they were expressing. Being a part of any subdivision homeowners association was a position with almost no upside, unless you were the type of person who enjoyed lording petty infractions over your neighbors. People constantly complained to you. You got calls at all hours. Then, when you actually did act, the residents ignored you. Every person I'd ever asked who'd served on one said it was a waste of time. When you go back, make sure you tell them this isn't a normal homeowners association duty. We need people who want a job keeping their families alive, not controlling what type of paint people put on their garage door handles. I will, he agreed, before introducing a Charlie, a Mick, and a Helen. Great, I said, and I see Will is here too. The big fire chief stood near the exit, as if unsure if he really wanted to be with us. He did give me a manly nod when I said his name. I rolled my fingers over the edge of the table as I stood next to it, deciding if I wanted to dive right in or take my time. In the end, I didn't want to drag it out. Everyone, let's take a walk. I'm going to show you what we found in the shipping container, but I want you to beware. You aren't going to like it. Mr. Puppers trotted up to me as I came into the sunlight from inside the garage. When he saw that everyone was walking somewhere, he wanted to get in on the action. The Chewini came out of nowhere to join us too. The little blonde-haired doggo was equally excited to be there. We're heading over there, I motioned to the Unimog. While my guests headed for the tailgate, I climbed the side step and went into the back seat to unzip the rear window. From there, I crouched into the passenger area in the bed of the old truck. I'd used the tarp on Ben's boat, so it had been open to the elements all night, and the seats were still shiny from being wet. I opened the rear tailgate. Mr. Puppers got excited, like he was going for another ride, but I waved him off. Not this time. While there was some laughing and chuckling, I shoved the object to the rear edge of the gate until it fell to the pavement behind the truck. My neighbors gathered around. What the hell is it? Luke asked. What does it look like? I answered. A technical manual? One of Zen's new guys answered. Bingo, I called down. What's the big deal? Tyler asked, clearly not impressed with my overblown build-up. I got to the end of the truck and sat so my legs hung off the back. The truck was lifted and had large tires, so I was still a foot or two taller than any of them. When we opened the door of that shipping container, we found a modified living space. Chairs bolted to the metal, bunks welded to the walls, a curtain with a chemical shitter way in the back. When we found the bulk freight carrier, we assumed anything inside was going to be broken to bits, since it had fallen from the top of the stack on the ship. However, the people who had been inside the container weren't there, and there wasn't much evidence about who had been in there, except for that book. The mustard yellow tome was about 2 inches thick, with a cover about 10 by 14 inches. There was a line drawing of a backpack with 2 canisters attached, a bit like scuba tanks. A hose ran out from those cylinders and linked to a handheld nozzle. It would have been tempting to think it was a bug or paint sprayer, except there was a burst of fire drawn onto the end. It was clearly a portable flamethrower. Luke picked up the book and showed it to the others. What language is this? He asked. That's what makes it even worse, I answered. It looks like it could be Chinese or Japanese, maybe. That's Chinese, a young woman from Zen's team reported matter-of-factly. Can you read it? I asked her. Charlie, right? Zen had introduced her earlier as one of the leaders from across the way, and it was easy to remember her name, since it reminded me of a boy's. She was even a bit on the manly side, with a thick frame and a homely face. She was dressed in boots, jeans, and a dirty white t-shirt, as if she'd been checking fence on the back 40. Yeah, that's right. Thanks for having me here. I can't read it, but I recognize the style from a tattoo one of my friends got back in the day. She told the artist to write peace and love in Chinese characters on the back of her neck, but the dumbass ended up writing the Chinese equivalent of slut machine. I know, because she'd ask every Chinese person she met, hoping they'd tell her something different. I think she ended up getting another artist to make it into a tree trunk or barcode. Thanks, Charlie. Don't mention it. So what does it mean, Frank? Luke asked me. If there were guys in that box at one time, but they weren't there when you found it, is it possible they were responsible for burning people up in Port Charlotte, like the truck driver suggested? I have no idea, I admitted. But this opens us to a new world of problems. Who were these guys? Where did they go? Were they a one-off? Or are there more boxes full of infiltrators on the ship? I'd peeked in some of the other containers that had fallen over the side, relieved to find that they weren't also filled with chairs and technical manuals for foreign weapons. But that didn't mean there weren't more. Those ships were designed to handle thousands of containers in their giant cargo holds. I'd been given a tour of one of these bulk liners years ago, when I'd been doing business at the port of Long Beach. Those vessels were wonders of the world, each one.
You brought us here, so what do you want us to do? Charlie asked. I've got to get back and see what's left of my mom's place.
You don't live there? I asked.
No, I came in from Tennessee 2 weeks ago. I was here to clean out her place and sell it, on account of her dying and all.
Sorry to hear that, I consoled. Several people chimed in and said nice things to her.
It's fine. She was kind of a horse's ass anyway. Still, she was my mom.
The woman clenched her jaw, as if deep down there were some feelings of sadness. You all should get back home, especially you guys dealing with flooding. But you might be interested to know there is a second reason I brought you all here. I want to let you in on another piece of intel we picked up last night. I glanced to Carmen, who had been in touch with Margaret after the tank had smashed the Poncho Squad to bits.
I hope it's good news,
Charlie remarked. It is, I think. The soldier informed us that she and her friends had been hiding in the woods near a crashed plane. She also said the wreckage had a certain valuable resource we would kill to have right now.
Better shirts?
Carmen said under her breath, but clearly loud enough for everyone to hear. I chuckled, appreciating how she was keeping the anxiety at a minimum. No, I'm sorry. There aren't shirts on the plane. However, if we get what we need, we might soon have sewing machines operational, so you could make me a shirt that is good enough for your delicate sensibilities.
Really? What are they, Frank?
Carmen was now all business. Solar panels. 4.
Solar panels?
Zen wondered aloud.
But the power is out. What good will they do us?
I stared at him for a second.
Oh, right, he exclaimed. We can make power.
Right again, I congratulated him.
Will they even work?
Carmen asked. That's what we're going to find out, I answered.
But what about the ship down at the end of my street? Zen continued. If there are dudes with flamethrowers, I'm going to need help keeping them away from our houses.
I slid off the back of the truck, careful to let myself down slow enough I didn't sprain an ankle. I'd put on fresh socks and boots while I was inside, but I still couldn't risk a sprain while in front of my own house. Yes, Zen, you are correct. There could be a threat coming from that ship. There could also be a threat coming from Port Charlotte. There are threats one street over in every direction. Another storm could come out of nowhere. Given our menu list of dangers, would you prefer to screw around with a ship that might be run by members of the Chinese military? Or do you want to drive out into the wide open woods to find some solar panels? He blinked in surprise.
You think we should ignore the ship?
No, not ignore. We'll keep watch on it from one of the houses down that way, so if anything happens, we'll have early warning.
We'll do 2 things at once?
My hippie pal asked. Yeah. In fact, we'll do 10 things at once. That's why we needed all you block captains to be here. While I'm out collecting some power for us, you guys can focus on locking down the houses on your side, seeing who's armed and who still needs weapons. And now you must keep an eye on the container boat. We should be back in a couple of hours to see where things stand.
I gotcha,
Zen said while giving me finger guns. I pulled out my notepad and faced my second-in-command. Luke, here are some things we need to get done today. Put a bucket under the well spigot so we don't lose water. See if anyone in our area of operations can teach us self-defense, like karate or Krav Maga. After we almost lost Zoe, I want our people better able to defend themselves. This would include handheld weapons, ideally. Shit, that reminds me. Let's see if we can train one of the teenagers to be our weapons specialist. After the rain last night, my firearms could use a good cleaning, you know? Nods from all around. And if we can get more volunteers helping us, I'd like to install the wells on Albacore and Barracuda. And my street, Zen needled. Yeah, we'll get to it as soon as we can. I told him I would help him dig his well, but it may have been a premature suggestion, as time and duty on the outside was keeping me away from my own people, to say nothing of his. And mechanics, I said, though it wasn't on my list. We have that orange pickup truck that needs repairs. I might be able to give it a crack, but there hasn't been time. The leaders all acknowledged the point. I turned to the ex-firefighter. William, you'll work on getting us set up to fight fires. You can take a truck down to the shore in order to load free sand. Just be sure you steer clear of the ship and get the sand from elsewhere near the water. I'll get it done, he reported. No nonsense in his tone or posture. I was about to disperse the crowd, but a pair of young men raced up on bicycles. It was Pax, the guy permanently etched on my bad side, and Thomas, the youngster who'd done a decent job being in charge of Zen's roadblock. What's up? Zen said to his two assistants, nonchalant, as if interrupted while out for a pleasant walk. Zen, you have to come back, one panted. Everybody up and down the coast is rushing back into their homes, and some are helping themselves to shit in our houses. Shots have been fired. You have to take charge. Shit. I have to go, Zen stuttered. I need to check it out. Zen, my dude, you got this. I shook his hand, holding it an extra long time to make him calm down. You do. Thanks, man. I'll give it my best. I'd done all I could to instill some leadership in him. It was time to set him off on his own and see how he did. I'll go with him, William said by way of goodbye. Both men took off on foot with the bikers. I met Luke's eyes. Okay if they use your rides? Sure, he answered. We have plenty now. I'd forgotten we'd picked up extra bikes from those who attacked us with Trevor. They were stacked in the front yard of Luke's place, near the pink flamingos. Hey, Zen, take 2 of our bikes, I called to his back. When he turned around, I pointed to Luke's house with the salvaged bicycles on the overgrown lawn. They'd survived the huge storm, but we needed to get them into a garage before they were ruined. Thanks, he shouted back. The pair of guys picked the first 2 bikes in the lot. They knocked over one of the flamingo lawn decorations as they hopped on the seats. With effort, they pedaled across the lawn, then out onto the street. When they were safely through the roadblock and on their way home, I turned back to the remaining people. Well, that was exciting. For the rest of us, let's reconvene with a watch meeting about an hour before sunset and see where we are, okay? Can I be on your away team? Tyler asked the second I'd stopped talking. Is that what we're calling it now? I laughed. It's accurate, right? The team you put together to help you on your mission? It changes depending on where you're going and who you have around to help. In this case, you might require a Giga Chad and his baller shotgun. What if I need someone for cheeky comic relief? I joked. He shrugged. I could do that, too. I figured the kid could give clinics on comedy, funny or otherwise. Why do you want to go? Zoe is back. Her parents are back. It should all be good with you, right? He seemed a bit hurt. I thought you would want my help. Don't pull that with Frank, his dad warned. If he doesn't need you, he doesn't need you. Don't make him feel bad about it. I wasn't, Dad. I just really want to go this time. I'm sorry, bud. but I don't need you on this one." I was glad Luke had stepped in. "It's nothing personal, but I've already got my away team picked out."
"Cool,"
he smirked. He'd gotten me to call it the away team. He'd earned it. Minutes later, after loading my pack, extra ammo, and gathering the necessary people, I drove us across the empty lot while heading for the woods. The tank had come through twice, and several trees were down in the area behind Trevor's old place. To my surprise, we ran into a group of about 10 teenagers picking up broken sticks and fallen branches. I had to stop. M, the blue-haired, ghost-white Bulgarian exchange student, was closest, but Rainey wasn't far away. Both came over to the truck as soon as I'd stopped.
"Hello, Mr. Frank,"
M greeted me.
"We call him Uncle Frank,"
Rainey reminded the other girl as she waved to us.
"Hi, Uncle Frank,"
M corrected. "Howdy. Have any of you seen a big plane?" I joked in a loud voice. The girls came closer, shaking their heads. "Seriously, are you guys doing okay out here?" To my relief, Rainey carried a tactical shotgun, and a teen boy on the far side of the group patted a pistol on his hip as he picked up a few sticks. Rainey spoke up.
"We're almost done getting more firewood. After the bonfire yesterday, I figured we should collect some more. It's pretty wet from the rain, but there are so many new fallen branches it makes it super easy to collect."
"And I found this," M bragged, half turning to show me the wooden bow on her back. I'd not noticed it, since it matched colors with the rest of the thin sticks in her arms. It probably belonged to the people who tried to kill us the other night. Who knows what else you'll find out here." My team had come out to clean up the bodies, and I hope we got them all, but we didn't look under every leaf for extra booty. If M found a weapon that belonged to the attackers, more power to her for keeping it. "Well, we'll let you go," I said to the girls. Then to Rainey, "We miss you back at the house. Your brother is off the charts with goofiness since he started dating Zoe." It was then I noticed Alex out picking up firewood too. Her .22 rifle was slung over her shoulder, as always.
"Bah, he's been no fun since those two started hooking up. He has a lifetime of material to try out on her, to make her laugh. But I've already heard all his lame jokes, so I don't want to listen to them in reruns."
She laughed it off. I had nothing but love for the teen boy, but I'd learned over the past week he was the type of kid who sucked all the oxygen from the room, since he was always cracking jokes and inserting himself into conversations. A side effect of that was I had been given little time to get to know his sister, Rainey, besides the away mission going to and from her high school. That recollection made me dream up a side project for her. "You said it was your idea to come out here and get firewood?" I asked.
"Yes?"
I nodded to her weapon. "What would you think about you and Alex training all these kids on her plinking rifle? We've got plenty of ammo. It's quieter than other rifles. And I have a need to find more people to watch our borders." Her eyes lit up.
"Are you sure?"
"Yeah, of course." I'd known from first meeting them that Tyler was the goofball, and Rainey was the serious and older sibling. But both had come through for me when the going got tough. Rainey had proven herself at the school when she helped those girls escape from the gym, and she continued to show initiative by coming out to gather wood, so I knew she was ready to take on more. "When you are done here, go back to your dad and tell him I give you permission to take a few of the teens over to the firing range for training." Firing range was an overstatement. We'd been shooting in the clearing where the canal was supposed to be built, the open space behind the houses on Trevor's side of the road, in between the yards and the start of the woods. We'd been using some empty cans as targets, but after the storm those were probably in the next county, while some new targets had undoubtedly blown in on the wind. .22 ammo was plentiful, easy to fire, and less deadly in the event of mistakes. It was perfect for newcomers to the sport. "I'm counting on you," I said, as I gave the Unimog some gas.
"Bye,"
Em shouted, along with Rainey. "You like kids, huh?" LeVar said from the back seat.
"He does,"
Carmen laughed. She'd taken up her perch as my co-pilot. "I do," I admitted. "What about you? You and Kyra got any plans for kids?" He didn't answer right away.
"Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I joke about it from time to time, but she doesn't always take it the right way."
We rocked in the cab as the truck went over uneven ground where the Abrams tank had gone through. It gave me enough time to think of a question generated by his odd statement. "What do you say that makes her like that?" I asked.
"Well, one evening after dinner, she was sitting at the table, and I went to put the dirty dishes in the dishwasher. I grabbed her plate and carried it over to the sink, saying, 'Get yo' dish on.'"
He chuckled.
"And then I said, 'Hey, that would be a great name for a baby boy.'"
"What name is that?" I asked.
"Dishon. Dish and on makes Dishon." I thought it was hilarious. And of course I wouldn't name our kid after doing the dishes, but she got up and walked out.
"Was she already pregnant?" Carmen asked expectantly.
"Why would you say that?" he answered from the back seat. "I don't have kids, but if I was preggers and my guy was making light of kids' names, I might take it the wrong way too." I guess I never thought of it like that."
"Yeah, I started.
"Holy shit. What if she is pregnant?" he gushed. "I could have little Deshawn inside of 9 months."
He laughed after a few seconds of holding it in.
"I'm sorry," he snickered. "I can't stop thinking how hilarious that would be."
I'd brought the young black man due to his background installing security systems. In our brief pre-trip meeting, he'd explained how he'd dealt with solar arrays many times as a means of powering cameras, motion lights, and surveillance computer systems. In his case, most of those were used as backups to normal power, but he was required to test that they worked on solar too. The guy was good enough to own his company and buy into our expensive neighborhood at a young age, so I didn't question his technical competence, though I did wonder about his empathy for his wife. After a minute or so of quiet reflection, he snapped his fingers.
"Hell's bells, guys. Do you think that's why she didn't want to come with me today?"
LeVar and Kyra were attached at the hip, even more than Tyler and Zoe, and those two were never apart. However, Kyra had opted to stay back at the roadblock and keep watch rather than ride along with her husband. I'd been seeing more of that healthy distance over the last few days, but this was even bigger. And I had to admit, LeVar's theory did make sense. "I have no idea, LeVar, but don't let it bother you. I know the world has gone to shit, but you can't let that stop you from starting a family. We're going to need a world full of newborn babies if we have any hope of a brighter tomorrow."
"You sound like a commercial,"
Carmen giggled, eyeing me in a funny way. "Well," I spoke defensively to play it up, "he has a kid named Deshawn." We all laughed. I kept the wheel turning and the rectangles moving under my feet as I followed the unmistakable path of the heavy tank. The ground in the forest was rocky, but soft, a bit like driving on a gravel road, which made it easy to see the two immense ruts kicked up by the treads. Margaret wasn't able to pass along the exact location of the downed plane, but she'd told Carmen it was where their out-of-fuel tank had been hiding, and I knew that general area from an earlier visit. 20 minutes later, after seeing nothing but trees and empty forest, along with some shallow ponds remaining from the rains, we came to a place where it looked like the tracks of the tank had done some tight turns. This must be where Margaret was talking about. There, you can even see where the Unimog turned around. The tracks go back that way, too.
Should we get out?
Carmen asked. We scanned in all directions for a minute or two. See anything? I asked.
There might be something over there.
Carmen pointed out her window. Let's mosey on over there, I said, moving the truck. As we broke through the thick undergrowth, it became clear we were approaching a man-made object. At first, I thought it was a downed plane, since Margaret had sent us to find one. But then I wasn't sure. The shiny structure was so large, it didn't seem possible that it could be an aircraft. And no sheet of metal from a plane would look like that while on the forest floor, as any plane would have broken into bits. A moment later, I went back to imagining it as a plane, but dismissed it a second time as wishful thinking. Was it a tower? A wind turbine blade from a wind farm? Who knew what could have blown in on those strong winds? Whatever it was, we were at a crash site. Wow, this is a disaster, I commented. I drove the truck around a choking grove of trees, intending to come at the wreck from the side, and when I emerged in the clearing where the plane had come to a rest, my perspective shifted again. It almost made my brain fuzzy, as it was hard to imagine the scale of the huge machine. Nothing looked right.
Is that really a plane?
Carmen asked. Not a whole one, LeVar suggested. It's just one wing, I finished. 5.
Is that really one wing?
Carmen asked as we pulled up.
What kind of plane is it from?
The wing was about 50 yards in length, with 3 spindly engines spaced evenly along the front edge. The propellers were gone, possibly sheared off when it fell through the canopy of the forest, from whatever height the large plane had been flying. The thicker, wider part was far away and angled up into a tree, creating the appearance of a giant ramp. A large crease had formed in the middle, so we could go directly onto the wing, walk about 30 yards at a gentle angle, then go up the last 20 at a much steeper one. How should I know? I razzed her. I'm a truck driver, not a pilot.
But you're also a man. Aren't guys supposed to know stuff like this? Like us women can identify every type of pump shoe?
There are more than one? LeVar and I said at the same time.
Sure there are. Mary Janes, T-straps, peep-toes. Want more?
No, I begged. I don't know what any of those are.
That's how I feel about planes, she said.
I hopped out of the truck. Well, if I ever get curious about types of pumps, I'll know where to go.
I bet you're going to start looking for new kinds to throw me off.
Nah, I'm comfortable letting you have this one. We met in front of the grill. Hey, are you one of those women who collects shoes? Is that how you know? She laughed.
Do I look like the type of crazy lady who would collect shoes?
I had my rifle at the ready, pointed at the ground as I cradled it, and I spoke as if there was nothing more obvious in the world. Well, you do have a house full of cat collectibles. Snickering, I moved toward the plane.
Hey, that's different. You know why I have all those.
I do, but I haven't seen them go in your trash lately, I said with a teasing shrug. LeVar came after us. We'd taken several steps and were close to the tip of the wing, but I halted us in place when I saw movement.
I've been a little busy,
Carmen said before bumping into me. A black rectangle seemed to come out of the wing near the crease, as if spit out the side. It tumbled once and then made a sickening crunch on a tree trunk that had been sheared off during the plane crash.
Oops,
she exclaimed. My chest constricted. Who was up there? I searched around for another vehicle. It would mean someone had beat us there to salvage the solar panels. Looking around, I spotted tank treads going under the other end of the wing. Margaret had been there. High-pitched laughter echoed in the clearing.
"It sounds like kids,"
Carmen whispered. There was no one else around, unless they were hiding. No vehicles, no people on the ground. Let's go up the wing. We're here and the panels are here, so we're not giving up. I walked onto the wing as if it had dipped all the way to the surface to allow me to board. It wasn't aerodynamic and curved as you might normally see on aircraft. Instead, it was angular and boxy, with about 10 feet of edge poking into the weeds. Carmen and LeVar followed. My shoes stuck to the tacky surface of the metallic shell. The coating could have been weatherproofing, insulation, or a fancy type of white paint. I hadn't been lying to Carmen when I said I didn't know the model of plane. I was a road guy, with no experience whatsoever with planes above us. "This is the jackpot," LeVar said in a low voice. Ahead of us, black solar panels clung to the wing, starting with 2 rows of 5-foot panels along the edge. Additional rows were added as the wing grew wider, and there were 7 or 8 at the other end. They weren't like traditional ones you see on rooftops. Instead, they were built into the wing, almost as if they were painted onto the surface. However, based on the broken and separated ones spread on the ground, they came out in sections, meaning we could probably take them. "There is enough power potential here to light up our whole subdivision," LeVar finished. Another panel flew through the air, missing the tree in front of the wing. Instead of cheers, there were groans and cursing from those kid-like voices. "Come on, let's see what's going on here," I advised. I wasn't surprised to see broken panels as we started up the incline. The plane had been through trauma. Slamming into the woods would have damaged anything sensitive on the wing. However, as we crossed by the first engine, it became clear the cracks appearing in the panels weren't there as part of the crash. More laughing from ahead. It was impossible to tiptoe on the wide field of solar panels, but I tried to avoid stopping. My companions soon did the same, so we were almost silent as we approached the sunken crease in the middle of the wing, a bit short of the second engine. I came to the lip with my heart thumping in my eardrums. Whoever was down there was interfering with our salvage, and a conflict was inevitable. A black panel soared to my right, smashing against the target tree. Much laughter and cheering. It seemed like the perfect time, so I leaned over the edge, rifle pointed into the gap. 4 youngsters, maybe around 18, were sitting or standing in the wreckage. "Yo!" I yelled. A white kid glanced up at me, looked at my rifle, then reached for an aluminum baseball bat sitting against a metal bulkhead that sagged out of the engine compartment. "Don't," I commanded. A bit embarrassed I even had to say it, given the differences in our weapons. 2 white girls squealed, as if shocked out of their sneakers. Another boy, a Latino kid with a bandana over his hair, looked up at me too, but he proceeded to slide on a metal sheet and roll over the 5-foot drop toward the ground. "We aren't going to hurt you," I added, lifting my weapon to dial back the threat. My intention was only to get the drop on them and see if they were armed, not kill them where they stood. Bat Guy held the grip, seemed to think about lifting it in defense, but then he seemed to realize he was beaten. He kept his eyes on me, but shifted his stance away from the bat. To the kids' apparent surprise, the girls launched themselves and practically dug their claws into his arms, so they could put him between them and my gun. The gap was only 10 feet wide, so there wasn't much room to hide. "We are only here for the solar panels," I clarified.
They're donezo, dude, the boy said.
The size of the wing and the distortions from being bent on the ground made it difficult to put measurements to distance, but I guessed he was also about 10 feet below me. By comparison, the engine of the plane seemed to be as large as a box truck, and it hung off the far chunk of wing like a lurking vampire.
No, there's a whole wing of 'em,
LeVar complained. Many of the panels had fallen into the gap where the wing split in two, and the brackets came off the metal superstructure. The kids had found a cache of them intact, and I even saw a perfect specimen near the kid's bat. The boy who'd fallen to the ground now walked out by the shattered tree, so he could see his mates talking to us.
"Are there more of you?"
I asked.
"No,"
Bat Guy answered.
"Did you guys break the panels up here?"
LeVar asked with an edge in his tone. The kid shrugged.
"They're dead like everything else, so what does it matter if we have a little fun?" "They aren't dead," LeVar snapped. "They'll work fine if we get them wired to a battery system."
"Really?" the kid said with a bit of what I thought was regret in his voice.
"Yes,"
LeVar answered. The boy shrugged again.
"Still fun to break 'em."
One of the girls tittered. I stepped back from the edge and spoke quietly to my friends. "LeVar, if we get one of these panels, can you test it back on the street?"
"Sure thing, but if these idiots break all the rest, we're going to be wasting our time."
He rubbed his chin.
"I mean, the cracked panels will probably still work, but their efficiency is going to be way down. Of course, if they throw them against the tree and shatter them into a billion pieces, they won't work at all."
"So how do we get these vandals to stop breaking the damned things, so we can get back here with tools to take them off this wing, along with extra vehicles to carry them all?"
"Put them to work for us?"
Carmen suggested. I peeked over the edge. The girls had come out from behind their protector, but they weren't going far. To my surprise, the kid on the ground had taken off the second we left his sight. He was now well into the woods, not looking back.
"Shit, that may be our only play. We can't trust them not to break more once we drive away, and I sure as hell ain't taking them with us."
I tried to imagine what damage could be done if Baseball Bat Guy was let loose on our street. He wasn't an ugly kid. Blondish hair, blue eyes, solid build, and the girls below obviously liked him. It wasn't unreasonable to think those good looks and that bad attitude would inspire our teens towards similar trouble.
"We could shoot them,"
LeVar whispered.
"LeVar,"
Carmen hissed.
"I'm not serious," he said, putting his hands up. "But it isn't a joke to say we put ourselves at risk of losing a huge find here. I don't know where this thing came from, but these panels are probably good. Top of the line, too. All we have to do is get them home."
"Fine. We won't kill them." I chuckled under my breath.
"So we'll put them to work for us."
I caught the attention of the remaining boy.
"Hey, what's your name?"
"I'm Frank."
I'm, Homer Simpson."
The girls cackled in support. They didn't seem to be involved in decision-making, nor did they have weapons visible in their scant attire, so I only noted them by their blonde and brunette hair colors. The brunette wore a crocheted halter top, and the other flaunted her chest in a red bikini top.
"You can't call my pop, dude," he sniped, "so don't bother tricking me into giving out my name."
"Son of a..." I started to say.
"I don't care what you're doing here. Frankly, I've got 1,000 bigger problems to deal with today. I wanted your name because I have to call you something besides Guy with the Bat. You get it?"
He shrugged, indifferent to me.
"So," I continued, "I want to give you a job protecting these solar panels until we get back with more people and a few more trucks."
At hearing the word, he got excited.
"You have a vehicle that works?" he asked. You didn't hear us drive in? Nope. I guess we were having too much fun in here.
He pretended to hold someone in front of him while thrusting his hips. To my surprise, the girls laughed at the motion.
Ew,
Carmen whispered. Forcing myself not to make a comment on his boorish behavior, I tried another tact.
We want to go in business with you. If you watch these panels until we get back, what do you want in return?
Without missing a beat, he made the same motion with his hips. The blonde girl slapped him, but in a playful way, not in the lights-out way I would have recommended.
No, I was thinking more like food. I think we could get you a couple of boxes of Twinkies or other goodies. We found them at a gas station the other day. That would hit the spot.
Ask for something bigger, the blonde girl prodded him. He made a production of pacing in the tight space, as if considering whether to ask for half or all of the moon.
We want one of your vehicles, he finally declared. Then we could have fun all over the city.
I wanted to wring the kid's neck. I wasn't too proud to admit it.
Homer, have you been out there? Did you know a storm came through last night, and people lost their homes in the flooding? The EMP has set us all back 100 years. No one is out there having fun right now. Nothing has changed for me, he declared. We broke down on the interstate a week ago. My grandma was bringing us back to my dad's place, but she had a heart attack on the spot. Some dude said her pacemaker turned off, but whatever. My older brother saw it as his opportunity to do his thing, so he ditched me. I never had no phone, no computer, no nothing back before the lights went off, so this is my everyday.
It was evident he was basking in the fact he was used to destroying things, hanging out with questionable girls, and other tough guy bullshit. I also paid attention to where he'd come from. It was the opposite direction from my street, and roughly the same way the other kid had gone running. I assumed they were from the eastern side of the forest, or maybe the south. It also explained why he had no idea about the storm surge, as he would have been safe from it.
How about 4 bikes? I bargained. We could do that for you. Motorbikes? He countered. No, we don't even have motorbikes.
I'd seen one guy on a motorcycle from Zen's neighborhood, and a few while out on the road, but we hadn't found any to salvage.
Bikes are the most expensive things we can offer you.
He huddled with his 2 ladies, then broke with them and looked up at me.
We'll take 3 bikes and 3 boxes of Twinkies. We also want a case of tampons and a box of at least 12 vape pens, 3 for each of us.
I couldn't tell if he was bad at math or intended to give 3 vapes to the kid who had run away. He didn't ask for a bike for the runner, however, so I leaned toward him not being a straight-A student.
Wow, you drive a hard bargain, I said, sounding impressed. Let me talk it over with my associates.
Carmen and LeVar moved back with me to get away from the big crack in the wing.
Well, I asked. If we get what's here, it will be worth 4 bikes easy, LeVar commented. If he says so, I'm good with it, Carmen said.
We had the bikes, but it burned me to offer them to these losers. It just seemed the least violent way to handle the man-child with the bat. Over the course of our discussion, I'd been thinking of alternate ways we could have done it, but I never came to a positive outcome. Tying them up would risk them being found and harmed by third parties. Plus, the kid that ran off could bring back reinforcements, making it a battle when we returned. We could use guns to threaten them and chase them off, but we again risked them coming back with an armed posse looking for revenge. There were only 3 of us in the truck, so it wasn't safe to leave someone at the plane wreck until the others could return. And killing them outright couldn't possibly have a happy outcome. The only answer was to buy them out. Much as I'd been doing while negotiating with other parties in my life, I had to make the reward for their support so obvious and beneficial to them, it would work against their self-interest to pass it up. I walked back to the edge. "Okay," I said. "We agree to your terms, as long as you hand over any loose solar panels you have down there. We'll take them to our truck, go home to make sure it still works. Then we'll be back with more people and more vehicles." "And our bikes," he insisted. "And your bikes," I confirmed. "Plus the other stuff you asked for." Homer clapped with excitement, and he got a few back pats from his girls. But then he turned serious. "Dude, we'll watch your shit, but I can't be held responsible if any of those people come back, though." My stomach hardened. "What people?" "This plane is the happening place," he said. "Me and these ladies have been coming here on and off since day one. First we came here to be alone. Then the soldiers came and chased us out. Then last night, Hicks with guns told us to beat it. Then they went chasing the soldiers. I guess you're the only ones who didn't tell us to get lost. So maybe that's also why I'm gonna help you." We'd spotted the Hicks and the soldiers in the woods. That was how I knew where to send Margaret to get back to her tank. I was only now putting together how they all fit with the site of the plane crash. "Frank," Carmen whispered, "can you imagine what's going to happen to this place if those Hicks come back? It will be the Poncho Squad all over again, since anyone willing to shoot at these soldiers guarding their tank isn't going to stand aside while we strip parts off this thing." I sighed with the weight of the decision. "We'll have to make this quick." 6. While LeVar and Carmen worked as a team to get a few of the intact panels from the vandals, I walked to the backside of the wing so I could cross the collapsed region and get to the other side. From there, I walked the incline of solar panels all the way to the top. Looking back, it suddenly seemed as if I was too high. Carmen, near the Mog, waved up to me. "Hey," I said into the breeze. The day was beautiful. It was incredible how fast the storm had moved out, but I was thankful to have sunlight above me, rather than more clouds. The inside edge of the wing was thicker and heavier than the rest of the blocky airframe sprawled below me, but it wasn't as thick as I would have imagined. Since it didn't have to carry fuel inside the wings, as I assumed normal planes did, it was relatively compact. However, it was a jagged mess where it had split from the fuselage of the aircraft, leading me to wonder how it came apart and where the rest of the plane came down. And where are the batteries? I wondered. Did the solar plane carry passengers? If so, were they now dead, like the plane that crashed in North Point? Was there a crew? Could they have made it out with parachutes? I was filled with questions as I went back down. At the truck, Homer and the two girls stood against a nearby tree, like they wanted to be paid for carrying the panels with LeVar. He'd set 3 of the panels in the seating area at the back of the Unimog. The 5-by-2-foot rectangles were about 3 inches thick and light enough to be carried by one person, so I was pleased we'd gotten 3 of them. "We good?" I asked LeVar. He nodded. To Homer, "Hey, do you know when this crashed?" He returned a carefree shrug. "Like I said, we've been coming here all week, but not that first day. I wish we would have, though, since it might have given us exclusive dibs to use this place for important business." "What kind of business?" I asked. Homer did a little dance move, then pointed between the hips of the blonde girl he was with. "Hacha!" I should have seen that coming. "Uh-huh," I said, calmer. I checked the tailgate and made the signal for my friends to hop in the truck. I climbed the high step and opened the door, but I turned toward Homer and his companions. Remember, your job is to make sure the panels are safe and secure and unbroken, so when we get back we can pay you. I've been up to the top. None of the panels up there are damaged, at least not by people." Not all the panels were intact, but I had to make him think I'd done an inventory so he wouldn't try to break a few extras for fun. It seemed like the type of thing a cagey guy like him would do. "Make sure you bring what we asked for, or we might have one more crack at these. You feel me?" He flexed his arms as he pretended to swing a bat. "I get it," I said, by way of goodbye. I backed the truck from a nearby tree, then started us down the same path we'd used to get there. As soon as we'd made it 50 yards into the trees, the tight grip around my chest finally let go. "Anyone want to take bets on whether the panels will all be broken when we get back?" I asked my traveling companions. "They'll be fine," Carmen declared. "What makes you think that?" I wanted to know. "It's like you said. They'll get more out of it if they wait for us." "They'll break every one," LeVar interjected. "That kid would have said anything to get us out of there, but when our engine fades into the distance, I can guarantee he's going to want to impress those two honeys, especially while the other dude is off running in the woods." I'd wondered where their friend had gone. Did he go in the woods to wait us out? Or was he running even farther? Did he go to get help? "I hope you're wrong, LeVar," I said with a glance over my shoulder. "So I'm going to say they'll guard the plane, like we asked." "Write these bets in your book," Carmen suggested, reaching for my pocket. "Whoa," I laughed. "Not while I'm driving." She held my eyes for a 3 count, then backed off. Driving in the woods during the apocalypse was not the time to be screwing around behind the wheel. As she readjusted in her seat, Carmen pointed to the tank tracks. "There they are. We follow them home, right?" "Yeah, those will be a nice guide for us whenever we are in this part of the forest." I followed the treads to the west. The rain had taken the edge off the loose dirt and gravel, but it would take a bulldozer to smooth it to nothing again. Even where the tracks themselves weren't obvious, saplings and brush were damaged or run over, keeping us on the trail. We soon arrived at an area of forest floor that looked as if several tanks had linked up and done wild dance moves with each other. Some bigger trees were knocked over, and everything with green on it seemed stripped and trampled. Some of the dirt piles were so high, I didn't think the Mog would get over them. "It looks like she was driving blind in here," I remarked. It was a mud bog of destruction. "Why didn't we see this before?" LeVar asked from his position at the window behind my seat. "I think we caught the trail after this," I answered. "Or maybe we skirted the edge and didn't notice the tracks got all nuts like this." Several offshoots of the bog went into the woods, creating the illusion there were more tanks coming and going. I had to cross a couple in order to get one that was headed for our subdivision. It took a couple minutes before I saw the row of houses. The teens were no longer on our route. If they were still collecting firewood, they were doing it elsewhere. I soon drove us by the burned tow truck and VW bus, relics of Trevor's final attack. When I drove through the empty lot, the grass seemed greener than on the outgoing trip. There was a special quality to returning to Clownfish, like coming back to a girlfriend you hadn't seen in a while, after spending a month chained to your semi-truck and driving freight to every state in the Union but hers. "You okay, Frank?" Carmen said in an empathetic way. "Sure. Why do you ask?" She pointed at the ancient speedometer. "Because we're not moving." "Oh, right. I'm fine. I was just—" My attention was drawn to Luke's house, 2 doors down on the other side of the lane. "What am I looking at?" Carmen turned where I indicated. LeVar scooted to see as well. Tyler was behaving odd on his driveway, which wasn't terribly unusual, but this time he had a crowd of other teenagers watching him. "That kid always finds a way, doesn't he?" I said with a mix of frustration and respect. I rolled us forward and crept next to Luke's mailbox. Mr. Puppers was on me in seconds. He put his paws on the side step, desperate for me to get out and pet him. Some of the teenagers closest to the street moved out of my way. "Hey, Ty, what you doing?" I asked with bemused curiosity. The teen sat in one of those jump-arounds that infants use to sit upright before they could even stand. The yellow plastic bezel surrounded the boy at about waist level, and it had colorful oversized buttons, levers, and binkies attached to it, as if a giant baby was about to play with them. "Hey, Uncle Frank. I was showing Zoe and my other friends an old Halloween costume of mine." The costume was more of a ride than a piece of clothing. When he squatted in the hanging mesh seat, his feet came off the ground, and the baby toy rolled across the driveway on 4 giant casters. The kid would push off, drive up to Zoe, then she would spin him around and push him the other way toward another teen. Rainey appeared on the lawn beside the truck. "We came back from firewood collecting when my dumb brother said he would get out something that would make carrying wood a lot easier. Then he came out with that dumb thing." She laughed with an aura of frustration behind it, but she was also a little impressed. I was sure of it. Tyler zipped across the driveway like someone had put a lot of oomph behind the shove. He held up his hands like he was in a roller coaster. "Did you find the plane?" Rainey asked, watching her brother. "Yes." "That's great." We all watched Tyler zip around in his chair for a few moments, and I repressed the instinct to immediately get them moving to more important tasks. The look on his face was pure joy, and I was happy the teens could entertain themselves with an activity that wasn't on their phone or computer. If we were going to survive as a group, we needed more of this type of outdoor activity. "LeVar, if I drop you at your place, do you think you could work on the panels?" "Yeah, my good tools were in my truck, but I have replacements to use. I'll definitely have what I need to test one of them." I was about to put the vehicle in reverse to back into LeVar's driveway when Tyler hopped out of the baby bouncer. I assumed it meant he was going to put it away, but he invited one of the new girls to get in, as everyone chanted her name. "If they're still doing this after we unload, I'll say something," I said with reluctance, before backing away from Mr. Puppers and the teens. The dog didn't stay away for long. He was there when I hopped out while parked in LeVar's drive. Whether he came over to me to get away from the boisterous teens, or he really wanted to be with me, I would never know. "Good watchdog," I said to the golden retriever. The 3 of us unloaded the panels and the broken drone from the back of the El Camino, putting them inside LeVar's garage. The interior was immaculate, as if the owner had come through and wiped it all down in the last half hour. Every shelf and rake hanging from the wall was in perfect alignment with those next to them. A gray epoxy on the floor made it difficult to see dirt, and I couldn't say for sure if any cars had ever been parked inside. His workbench was also spotless. Instead of typical tools of the mechanic, however, his work area was surrounded by spools of wire, stacks of electrical tape, and clear drawers and organizers marked with computer terms such as Cat6, coax, and 10-1000. One shelf of canned goods stood high above his workbench, well out of the way of possible flooding. "I take it you have everything you need?" I asked. "Yeah. I'll be able to test one of these panels and tell you if it can still give us some juice, but I'm not sure what we'll do when we want to deploy it for real. Each install of these is going to need a bank of batteries and an inverter to be useful to us, and ideally a power controller between the panels and the battery." "Nothing comes at us easy," I joked, Facts. We'll unload the other 2 vehicles later, I announced.
Hey, Frank,
Carmen said with alarm from the threshold of the garage. I hurried her way. Did Tyler fall out of his baby bumper buggy?
No, listen.
It was hard to hear anything with the kids hooting and cheering at Luke's place, but I did start to hear a familiar droning in the distance. I turned to the kids and whistled. They responded to me with impressive speed. I put my finger to my mouth in the shush symbol. Rainey and Tyler ran around to anyone still making noise. I experienced pride at how they backed me up. Despite the goofy antics, Tyler and his sister were in it to win it with me. Now, listen, I said to Carmen. After a few seconds, I heard it. Oddly, Mr. Puppers rubbed against my leg as he settled into a seated position at my side. He heard it too. Those are truck horns, I announced. The horns got louder. LeVar came out of his garage. Trouble? Seems that way. 7. I switched over to emergency mode. LeVar, I need you to get that solar panel hooked up. Tell me if it's working, then we'll know if we need to hustle back to the wing. Yep, he answered. After patting the Golden's head, I hustled to the MOG and climbed in. Carmen was already inside, but I didn't want to leave without a third, so I looked over to Luke's driveway. The new group of teens from the school was large enough I'd not had time to learn their names, which, as a person in charge of their lives, wasn't how I like to run things. However, I'd come in contact with well over 100 new people in the last 6 days, so it was inevitable some would fall through the cracks. Em, you're coming with us, I yelled over to the kids standing around. The blue-haired girl did the, "Who? Me?" gesture, pointing to herself with surprise. Yeah, and bring one other person with you from the school. Em shuffled with some of the others, hopefully doing as I'd asked and picking someone. I added, Rainey, you're in charge of getting the rest of your teen friends back to work. I'd picked Rainey on purpose, as she seemed to be in charge while out collecting firewood. Playtime with Tyler was over. Em and another girl hurried over to LeVar's driveway. A minute later, I drove the Unimog onto Poseidon, jamming the gears as I took my team to the front gate roadblock. Hi, I'm Frank, I said to the young lady in the back seat. The Bulgarian exchange student had picked one of those girls who had been stuck in the gym with Pax and Talon, rather than any of the kids she'd been hanging out with in the cafeteria. We met back at the school, but only briefly. I'm Lena, she said with uncertainty in her tone. Lena McCall, I said with feigned surprise, as if I'd been introduced to a rock star. There hadn't been time for a long list of introductions at the high school, since we'd rescued almost 20 kids. Besides Em, Lena was the only name I knew for certain, thanks to Rainey calling her out. So I was lucky she'd been the one to get in the truck. The girl sat up. You know me? I chuckled. You're Rainey's friend from the school. Oh, she said with mild disappointment. There was no reason to rehash that trip. I wanted you and Em to come with us so I could get to know you. I like to avoid saying, hey you, when I need help with watch duties, you know? I guess, she replied. The young woman dressed a lot like Rainey. A comfortable short-sleeved running shirt, a sporty pair of shorts, and running sneakers that looked expensive. She had long blonde hair held in place by a thin black headband, but her roots and brows were brown. You and Em are headed to the front gate with Carmen and me. This will be good experience, so you have an idea what goes on beyond our street. Saying those words reminded me of doing the same thing for my nephew Joey when he took over my trucking company. He shadowed me the last few weeks before I retired and moved to Florida, so he knew how to run the company once I was out of the picture. Much as I was doing with my friends on Clownfish, I explained my daily routines, the tricks and traps of my ongoing projects, and where I was trying to take the company in the future. In a different life, maybe I could have been a teacher. I shuddered at the thought of having a class full of Tylers.
"Why us, though?" Em chimed in. "I barely can speak English."
Carmen flipped around.
"Are you kidding, girl? Your English is bussin'."
No reply came from the back.
"It means awesome," she finished. "I heard some of you kids using that word."
I glanced over at her and snickered. It was one of the few times I'd heard her put her foot in her mouth, and it was glorious. Luke had made it clear to me that no adult was cool when trying to speak to teens using their jargon unironically. "Ignore my friend here. Your English is nothing to be ashamed about, Em," I said over my shoulder. "I'm sure my English teacher would be horrified at how I speak sometimes."
"Thank you muchly," she answered.
We passed rows of cars that had been rearranged on the roadway as part of our initiative to form a wall along our southern border. Numerous makes and models were lined up for most of the quarter mile between Clownfish and the front gate, though they were thickest on the bridges over the canals. When we arrived at the gate, I had mixed feelings about the source of the horn blowing. It was the same truck that had passed us earlier going south. A group of Albacore residents mingled among the cars of the roadblock, maybe 10 of them. Dante was there, as was Regis, the nice elderly gentleman with his rolling caddy of golf clubs. "Carmen, will you watch over the girls?" I asked as I climbed out. I heard her give orders to the girls as she also exited our ride. Regis was close, and I hadn't seen him since before the storm, so I walked over to him. "Howdy, sir. Everything good with you and your wife, Francine?" I'd taken to his wife since she and I shared similar names.
"Oh, yes. Thanks for asking. We stayed inside while that miserable storm went by. Were you able to keep dry?"
"I made it," I said without adding context, before nodding toward the parked semi. "What's this all about?"
"Haven't been able to find out yet."
"Any threats?" I asked, to be sure, as I headed for the truck.
"Not that I've seen," he called to me. "But be careful."
Always good advice. More residents had gathered around the truck. If I remembered, I was going to address the need to get people more involved in the protocols of security. There were a lot of worst-case scenarios I could dream up at a post-apocalyptic checkpoint, but one of them was having a vehicle blow up and losing every person who was out there gawking at it. Red and the odd couple traveling with them were out of the cab and standing next to it. Their lack of urgency was both a relief and a worry. "Hey guys, what brings you back here?" I asked upon arrival.
"Frank, right?"
"You're Red," I confirmed.
"Yeah, nice to see you again. But sorry we had to come back and bug you."
I glanced left and right on the lonely stretch of two-lane. "Did trouble follow you here?"
"What? No, I don't think so," he said defensively.
"I didn't say anything earlier, but you said you've kicked the hornet's nest up in North Point twice, and we've had some issues with them too." We lived in tight quarters with 100,000 other residents, so it was impossible to not get tangled up in other people's problems every once in a while. But I did have a choice in this case. If he was another person trying to drag dog shit onto our new carpets, I was going to tell him to jump in the ocean, semi or no semi. "There's no one following us, honest." He peeked to the north. "At least, not that I'm aware. I'm sure we can't go back that way." It sounded like a sincere answer. "So why are you here?" I asked the three of them. Red took off his white cap, then ran both hands through his curly hair, front to back, as if amping himself to make a big presentation.
Look, I made a mistake earlier. I should have taken you up on your offer to stay and talk a while. I've been on the run since the beginning, and seeing those bodies, it messed me up.
My eyes drifted to the balding guy and the pretty young thing attached to his arm like a blind woman going to the bank. Neither showed much emotion at what Red was saying, suggesting they were either already totally messed up, or they didn't find dead bodies nearly as unsettling.
What stopped you down there?
I asked Red, motioning to the south this time.
Trouble made you turn around, didn't it?
His shoulders slumped.
That city is on fire too, but I don't mean with flames. The flooding storm surge destroyed Sanibel, Pine, and a bunch of other islands. People are fighting over everything now. I drove into that mess, did a few loops while being shot at, chased, and cursed by everyone.
The snake of anxiety coiled around my spine took the opportunity to tighten its grip a little more. If things were falling apart to the south, did that mean a fresh wave of refugees were heading our way? Or worse, did Red's drive-by turn him into another Pied Piper, much the same way Margaret and Sally had brought trouble to us?
He chickened out,
Chris, the round man, interrupted.
He what? I asked. We were well on our way to Miami when this man decided he couldn't run through any more cars. We had one more roadblock before we were on the interstate again. There could have been 10 roadblocks, Red complained. There was one, Chris responded, with no sympathy in his tone.
It was unfair of me to think it, but my bad first impressions of the older guy made it hard to give any weight to his claims. Red had mentioned he carried a get-home bag, concealed a sidearm, and he knew how to drive a rig. Based on professional courtesy alone, I was inclined to believe him over the other guy. I took a mental note, however, that my biases for the two men could get me killed. I had to assume both were psychotic killers, intent to say anything necessary to get into my neighborhood and do us harm, until proven otherwise. The girl did not seem interested in adding her opinion to the conversation. Curious, I stepped out into the middle of Bayside Road. There were a few people walking on the shoulder, coming out of the south. One cyclist was there too, headed the opposite way. There wasn't a fleet of cars heading our way in search of Red's truck, so it gave me some assurance I could deal with them on my own terms. A distant gunshot came in on the light breeze from the west. "Red, take a walk with me, please." He came my way, and we strode down the yellow dashes toward the north. "I'll be honest with you. I want to let you in and give you refuge, and I definitely would like to add your semi to our fleet of working vehicles. But I'm in a precarious position right now. You're driving the one operational tractor-trailer in Fort Myers. If I let you and the truck in, we risk getting into fights with the people who own those roadblocks you ran over, as well as anyone who learns we have the truck from this day forward. Would you let me in without the truck? I know how to shoot. I can man the line for you." He patted his hip where his sidearm was tucked. My thought process was muddied by that truck. There were a lot of keys to surviving this grid-down nightmare, but having the ability to bring large quantities of food back home was one of the most underrated. How many rigs were parked on the interstate, waiting for someone to claim them? Sure, many would be sacked by hungry locals searching for food, but there would be thousands of trucks on the empty miles of highway. Scoring a single one, a van filled with canned chili or beefaroni, for instance, would provide the whole subdivision with months of nutrition. There could be entire trains loaded with mac and cheese hidden in the swamplands. The concept wasn't much different than why I'd been hot to gather working cars and trucks, and the small flatbed trailer we'd used for the well supplies. It was, however, a lot more efficient to gather supplies in one massive container van. Any ideas for where we could hide a semi? We'd walked about 50 yards on the roadway, far enough to take us out of earshot of any of the others, but not so far away that we'd be in trouble if threats appeared. He looked around. Anybody around here have 14-foot garage doors? No, we'd need a barn to hide the whole tractor, even if we dumped the trailer. Well, can we stick it in the woods? Maybe, but then we'd have to guard it. I could do that, he offered. I could guard it for you. We did have a chainsaw. That could make it easier to build a blind, so it wouldn't be spotted by those people using the forest as their superhighway out of the city. His presence would stop kids like Homer from breaking the truck for entertainment. Having the truck in the woods could take the pressure off our streets, though it was like the Wild West out there, so he would likely see trouble. I didn't bring you over here to make you live in a shanty in the woods, but if you want to be responsible for the truck while here, it does make it easy for me to say yes. We'll look at hiding it, maybe on Barracuda. The middle street would be the most shielded from the outside. Thank you so much. I've been out there. I've seen what's coming. Your street has some sort of protection on it, a shield hiding it from violence. I wish I would have figured it out before I drove to the south, but once I did, I'll never doubt it again. That's what brought me back to your roadblock. Everyone needs to find a chair before the music stops playing. You're golden, I assured him. But what can you tell me about that professor dude traveling with a girl almost young enough to be his granddaughter? We both turned back toward the people gathered around the truck. I couldn't see the man or the lady in the mix, but I figured they were still standing where we left them. Yeah, they're odd to say the least. The guy likes to brag about how many companies he's started over the years, or how many wives he's had. To be honest, he acts like a horse's ass, but he seems harmless. And the girl? He rubbed his neck. She makes me uncomfortable, not going to lie. You can see how she dresses, and, well, he calls her his life partner to anyone who walks by, but I don't know anything else about it. She mostly broods, uses one-syllable words, and always stays within 3 feet of Chris. Do they have any skills? We might one day reach a point where I could kick people out for not having marketable skills, but I didn't believe we were there yet. As long as they weren't serial killers, I could put them to work doing tasks for our group. He shrugged. I hope so. I headed back. Are you going to let us stay? He asked with a voice full of hope. Yeah, of course. The truck adds some problems for us, but we specialize in overcoming complications. The house on the corner still had smoke billowing from the fire, but most of the interior had been torched, since the amount of smoke was far less than even an hour ago. A good portion of the roof was gutted, as was the garage facing Poseidon Pier, but it gave me an idea for where we could eventually park the truck. We're going to unhook the trailer and leave it here on Bayside Road, so anyone looking for it will assume you left it there to lighten your load. I'll instruct the guards at the roadblock to tell people it appeared there overnight, and the owner took off, direction unknown. That's brilliant. Thanks, I got the idea from you. Between going north twice and coming south once, even I had no idea which way you were going next, so it seems sensible to tell everyone else the same thing. Sorry, I'm usually more decisive, he pleaded. Don't worry about it. This EMP has everyone messed up. Yeah, but still, I don't want to bring trouble into your sanctuary. We walked back together, plan in the can. All we had to do was unhook the trailer somewhere along the roadway, then hide a giant truck so it wouldn't be found by the endless waves of South Floridians looking for vehicles, supplies, and everything else from the modern world. Easy mode. That was sarcasm. Multiple shots ripped through the air from Zen's neighborhood. After a brief interlude, a few more sounded from close by, maybe the next street in his area. "Shit! Run!" I commanded. We didn't have far to go. Some people scurried back toward the Albacore roadblock, the front gate, but Carmen had pressed the pair of teens against the side of the semi-truck near the front axle. All three had their weapons drawn, ready for action, though Em and Lena didn't look too excited about being in a gunfight. Chris and Andy hid next to the cabin, though their feet would be visible to anyone shooting from the other side of the truck. We panted as we arrived next to them. "Hey guys, stand here." I moved them behind the dual axles at the rear of the tractor. No one would be able to see their legs, and most of their bodies were blocked by the front edge of the trailer van. They moved where I instructed. "More people, more problems," Carmen snarked, looking at all of us huddled next to the truck. "Ain't that the truth?" I agreed. While I was chuckling at Carmen's glib comment on the state of our growing community, Zen ran by the front of the truck, heading for my side of the road. "Hey, Zen," I called out. He diverted his run and swooped in a second later. "Hey, dude, I need some help," he said, out of breath. "More people," Carmen whispered from close by. "Let me guess," I said to Zen while simultaneously ignoring Carmen's setup for me to say more problems to her. "There are some people shooting at you." "Yeah, that's what's happening. We got most everyone back to their homes, like you told me to do the last time I saw you, and everything was going fine, until we discovered some of the homes have had shit stolen, and a few still have people who don't belong in them." I'd sent him and Will on bikes back to his neighborhood to protect their residents, but perhaps it was unrealistic to expect him to finish the entire job without needing a little help. He did have the larger portion of homes in our combined area of operations. "So most of your people are good?" I clarified. "Yeah, sure, man. We're mostly in. It's only those last few homes pissing people off." A girl spoke up. "You've got to go in those houses and take it all back. Don't let those inverted dickweeds take what belongs to you." To my shock, those words came out of Lena's mouth. Though, as I thought it through, she would likely feel that way after being stuck in the gym with Pax and Talon. Two guys who played it off as a prank, but probably made Lena and the other girls feel like they were about to be robbed of a very personal item. It hit me in the moment she probably wouldn't be so concerned about Zen's residence if she knew he was essentially the boss of the two dumbasses who trapped her in that gym. Emotion aside, she was right. We'd prepared Zen's people as best we could, and their food should have survived the flooding, at least in the homes farther away from the shoreline. To let other people come in and take it would be catastrophic. As I stood next to the truck considering the young woman's words, a host of competing worries vied for action. Looters. Hiding a truck. Going back to get the solar panels. Where was I most needed? And how serious should I take Red's statement that our streets seemed to be the safest he'd seen while out on the road? Decision time. "All right, everyone. Gather round." 8. "Zen, tell me everything you know," I said to my fellow leader. As much as I wanted to hide the truck on Barracuda myself, or go get those juicy solar panels, the demands of our alliance suggested the only viable course of action was to support Zen. If I lost streets over there, my position would be far worse for everyone, no matter how many trucks or solar panels we owned. "It's a zoo, Frank, dude. Most of the people on the first 3 streets are back home and checking out the damage, but those who live farther from me are having a tougher time of it, since their houses are farther apart, and they aren't as well organized. You get it? Yeah, I answered.
Where are the outsiders coming from?
He shrugged.
Around, I guess.
How many? I needled. The thing that drove me crazy about Zen was even when he was standing in serious shit, he never seemed to appreciate it until after the fact. I'd hoped that we'd come to an understanding when he shot that guy at the last second yesterday, but apparently he was a bit slow on the uptake.
Come on, you have to know this. Sorry, man, I'm thinking. I'd guess 5 or 6 houses have families that can't go back. Some of them went in shooting, as you heard.
That's what those gunshots were from? I asked.
Yeah, but you know me and guns, my man. When we mix, we don't taste good at all.
At least he knew his limits. I had to give him that.
All right, we'll saddle up a posse and go ride down some rustlers,
I stated for those present.
Carmen, would you do me a favor and go back to Clownfish and grab Luke? If LeVar is done with the solar panel already, he should come too.
I waved Dante over.
And then stop off at Marco's place and have him round up 3 or 4 men too.
Dante arrived as I finished with Carmen.
Dante, we're going to provide security for Zen's people so they can move back into their homes. Would you mind rounding up 3 or 4 men and women with guns and bringing them over here?
On bikes? He asked.
No, the mud is drying, but it will still be too slippery to ride. We're going to hoof it.
There were only 2 miles to cover, and much of it ran along the canal next to Poseidon, so I didn't expect it to take us a long time. However, it wasn't lost on me Dante wasn't in top shape, so he might see that as a much bigger number than I did.
Don't worry, I continued. I'll put you on the closer homes.
Thanks, he said, a little embarrassed.
Go, I said to him.
I found myself with a few minutes while my people rallied to my location.
You mind if I drive this?
I asked Red, pointing at the old Mack rig. He tossed the keys.
Be my guest.
I was about to hop in when I reconsidered.
Zen, would you mind if I park this trailer a few yards behind your roadblock? As you can see from what we're doing on this side of the road, I think you would be well served by having vehicles doing the same thing, so you have some shielding from the people across the canal. Sure, whatever, man. Well, I should tell you, some bad guys might take it the wrong way that you have a trailer parked there. They might think you also have the semi-truck hidden in your homes.
I could have left that part out, but he was my ally.
Whoa! How sure are you they'll come around here?
It was my turn to give him a Zen shrug.
I can't tell you, other than if you say no, I'm going to put it on my side. We can't afford to lose sight of this, and we might as well put it to work on our defensive wall. If someone comes looking for it, I'm going to have our guards say the owner left it there and took off. Okay, that works for me, he said after a little more thought.
While the clock ticked on my call to action with my team, I worked with Zen's guards to open his roadblock and then zip the van into position along the canal. In the end, I decided to move it half a block into that subdivision, so it sat directly on the bridge to the first intersecting canal. This ensured the underside was hidden from view by the concrete railing, and bad guys would only see the plain white side of the long trailer. Red came over and promised to park it on Barracuda, hiding it as best he could until we could get a proper crew on the job. By the time I handed the semi to him, my team had arrived. Carmen had brought back LeVar and Luke, but also Rainey. Marco and a few of his Barracuda guys rode in the back of the Mog. Dante, his wife Tara, and another woman were the people drawn from Albacore. We huddled by the messy pile of metal that was once the Prius.
All right, all. Thanks for coming. This is what we're going to do.
I'd learned a few things since I had to dig Trevor out of his own home. First, the longer someone had to prepare, the harder it would be to get them out. Second, A person defending his home would be a lot more stubborn than a crook trying to rob it. And third, numbers mattered. Zen, I know your people are probably consumed with cleaning up after the surge, but we need to gather as many armed people as we can. We are then going to go house to house, like we're trick-or-treating on Halloween. It struck me how Tyler's Halloween costume bled over into my planning session. Halloween was almost 5 months away, if it ever came again. I can do that. Go. We'll meet you at Street 4. Despite having the map on the wall of my garage, I hadn't had time to stand in front of it and memorize street names. Now that I thought about it, I didn't even know the names of the first 3 streets over there. Zen took off to organize his people. To our left, 100 yards into the shredded woods, I saw a man in a red shirt run into view, then disappear behind a mass of trees. Em and Lena, I called to the youngsters who had never left. I need you two to take up positions somewhere along the wall of vehicles back there. I pointed behind us. There are strangers out in the woods, and we need to keep them from getting too close to us. Do we? Em started. You don't have to shoot them, unless they shoot at you. Always shoot at someone who is shooting at you, right? You don't have to ask for permission. The girls nodded enthusiastically. But if you see people out there, I want you to signal your leader, who will be Rainey. I pointed to the young woman who always looked like she was about to go on a long jog. Why me? She asked. This is a trial by fire. You did a good job leading those kids out on firewood duty, so this is the next step up. But all I did was walk with them, she argued. And all you have to do this time is hang around by the cars and watch the woods. If you see anyone, run over to the roadblock, where we'll have more people. That was mostly true. The people we were leaving at the roadblock were going to be Regis and a couple of older guys. The younger folk would be marching through mud holding pitchforks and torches, so to speak. Still, there had to be an order to things, and Regis seemed like he had his head on straight, so he would know whether to shoot at strangers or let them continue on their way. I guess I can do that, she finally admitted. The 3 of them took off. I turned to those who were left. Let's march. We headed as a group across the roadway, avoiding the torched blue Honda SUV, which was mostly intact but covered in soot. Once beyond the 1st and 2nd streets, my group spread out. They talked among themselves. Carmen and Luke hung close to me, but LeVar marched with Marco several yards ahead of us. Luke, will you walk a few paces behind me? I suggested to my friend. Afraid we'll all step on a landmine? He joked. Actually, you aren't far off. Louder, I continued. Try to space yourselves out whenever you are walking as a group. The dangerous homes are down the street, but we shouldn't risk someone tossing a Molotov cocktail and burning us all to a crisp, because we'd been walking in a tight mob formation. By the time we'd gone to the 4th Street, we arrived in a loose net of people, with no one closer than a few yards to the next person. I knew it wasn't military doctrine, but I couldn't recall reading about the exact way you should move around. All I knew for sure about survival was what I'd seen in the movies. Always keep space between you and the next person. We linked up with Zen, who had rounded up about twice as many people as I'd brought. Made sense, as his side of the subdivision was several times larger than mine. It also made sense that many of his guys, not all of them, had ditched the fancy gold chains. Maybe they were getting the hang of living in a lawless society. Tell us what to do, dude, Zen said loudly. I briefly wished he and I would have spoken first, as I didn't want to take charge of the whole operation, and he'd just made himself look weak. However, once given, I couldn't hand the leadership back to him, or we'd both look like wishy-washy weaklings. There are only 2 goals here, I said without preamble. 1, Stay alive. The second goal is stay alive. Some of the residents groaned, as if I'd told a bad joke. I'm serious. Whatever else we do here, nothing in those homes is worth your life. Not the food, not the water, not the weapons. If you have an option to stay alive, you take it. That seemed to change minds. I saw several nodding. We're going to chant, "Out of our houses," as we march, so the crooks know we're coming. It's a calm, sunny day, and there are no radios, TVs, or earbuds, so these guys will hear us coming. Zen will guide you down the street to the end of the cul-de-sac, as he knows what houses are giving us trouble. Me and my team will walk behind the homes, so we can make sure the idiots don't try to cart off your stuff. That made people happy. Keep it simple, I added. If they don't come out, note the address but skip the house and move on. On the off chance some of the criminals tried to squat in one of our houses, we would come back later and deal with them in a more hands-on way. Zen told me what houses were occupied on this street. Luke, Carmen, and I went around behind the row of houses on the right side. Marco, Dante, and Tara went behind the homes on the other side. Once I heard the chanting, I knew they were on the move. The first house with issues was the third one down. It had a pool, a huge screened-in patio, and a manicured lawn with decorative bushes and trees planted all the way to the canal. Many of them had been sucked out of the ground, and all of them now had a layer of mud on them. The point important to me was that none of them were large enough to shield anyone fleeing the home. And here we go, I said as soon as the back door slid open. 2 men ran out, one slipping on the muddy patio as his first act of escape. The second one didn't stop to help. He made a run for the canal, where he was going to turn away from us and go toward the end of the street. Shit, we kind of did this backward, I remarked. We should have started at the end of the cul-de-sac and walked back this way, so they would run away, not toward a dead end where they would be trapped. Hey guys, this way, I yelled to the 2 men. The first one stopped before he got out of the yard. The second one went half a yard away, but seemed to think twice when he saw the canals would trap him. He moved a lot slower toward the first one. Together, they came toward us with their hands up. I was thrust into one more moral dilemma of the apocalypse. The 2 men had been looting. The slow one even had a half-full black trash bag over his shoulder, and I could probably shoot them and be within my rights. However, if other criminals were hiding nearby, they might see me shoot these men and decide they would rather die in a shootout with us than be killed on the back lawn. Maybe it would scare other criminals into leaving before we got there, but that wishful thought was built on a lot of ifs. Over here, I ordered. Drop the bag. Don't hurt us, the slow one pleaded. I'm only getting food for my daughter and wife. We lost it all in the flooding. I kept in mind what I'd told my neighbors about having a plan when you meet someone while clearing houses. I'd already determined I wasn't going to shoot anyone dead unless they were a direct threat to us. You didn't put it up above the water level, I asked. No one told us it was coming, he explained. No one told us either. I used my AR to indicate where he should place the bag. He set it there, sighing dramatically. Carmen, cover me, okay? I slung my rifle over my shoulder. She held a shotgun at the ready. I pulled out the giant knife I'd taken off the bearded poncho dude. F me, the guy blurted. Don't worry, we're letting you guys go. You might see this as an opportunity to come back and... We won't come back, the running guy interrupted. Yeah, what he said, the other one added. I held up my hand. What I was going to say is that I live a few streets over, and my job is to protect these fine people. We're having Amnesty Day today, since we're all shook up from the storm. but this is your one warning. Got it?"
What's the knife for?"
the closest man asked. Now I held up the blade to admire it. "I want you to remember this conversation. A week ago, we were walking dogs by each other's houses. Probably waved at each other. Maybe shared a joke. Who knows? I still have one foot back in that time. And if you do too, you'll try to stick to making your own homes a little bit better, rather than make ours a little bit worse."
"We will,"
they said in unison. "If we meet again under similar circumstances, I'll have to put this bad boy to work." I let my words trail off as I pretended to admire the military knife with the razor-sharp edge. I let them go. Talking to the men up close brought home the reality of how stone-cold I'd have to be to kill men like that. They weren't hardened criminals recently released from some prison. These were family guys, not much different than Luke or Marco. But they'd gotten caught screwing around, and were now finding out what awaited them should they choose poorly again.
"Phew,"
Carmen breathed out as the men ran away. "Yeah, this is nasty business," I allowed. We walked 10 or 12 yards down, rolled around the backside of the homes on the cul-de-sac, then met with the others, signaling we'd done one street. "Any problems?" I asked Marco as he came up to us. "Nope. We had one home with a guy in it, but he dropped everything and hightailed it out of there before we even had to say anything." "About the same for us," I replied as I pulled my knife halfway out of its holster. "Just had a little talk between them and my knife." "I bet that went well," Marco laughed.
"They know who not to mess with,"
Carmen snickered while glancing my way. On the next street, we all marched silently to the end of the cul-de-sac, and then started chanting once we'd reached the end. The two flanking teams broke off between the homes, and we all started walking toward the entrance of the street. When 3 guys ran out of a house, we made them drop their loot, and they ran in the opposite direction. This made it safer for everyone, especially us, so we didn't have to confront them up close.
"And don't ever come back,"
Carmen taunted as the 3 men hopped a fence and ran for Poseidon.
"We won't,"
one of them yelled back. The next couple of streets weren't dead ends. They were straight north-south roads cutting through Zen's homes. We walked a bit up and down each one until we'd cleared the homes where the criminals refused to leave. I'd suggested Zen peel off a few guys at each intersection, as those would be new places where we'd need to set up checkpoints. So once we'd cleared a street and made it secure, we could have some assurance it would stay that way. None of us had the time to repeat our trick-or-treat tactics day after day. The last big intersection we'd made it to was 40th Street. From there, we marched up a long row of homes a street over from Poseidon. I recognized it as the same one where Pax had been having his pool party the day before. "Isn't that Pax's place?" I asked Zen.
"Yeah, man. I was heading over there. I haven't seen the dude since Will and I scouted the houses with him and Thomas, before everyone came back. He said he wasn't feeling too tight, so he went home to chill out. I assumed he came back out here with us, but I don't see him."
Zen stood there for a bit, milling on the corner with the others. I could tell by the way he craned his neck in multiple directions that he was searching for his teammate. I moved closer to Zen, who stood a bit away from the others.
"Hey, buddy, you in there? He's one of my main bros, you know? I know that dude has been acting mid lately, and I hate being pissed at him, but he should be out here."
I kept my opinions to myself about the guy, but Carmen and I passed a knowing look. "Don't make a rash decision. We're almost to his house. Then you'll know."
"You're right,"
he said with some resolve, before being interrupted by gunshots. People ducked as the nearest stop sign dinged from a bullet strike.
"Down!"
I commanded, adrenaline mainlining my skull. We were all out in the open.
Get to cover,
I added, knowing someone would get hit if we stayed in the open, even lying flat. The crowd scattered toward houses on both sides of the street. I was about to run with them, but I noticed an armed stranger crouching by the back corner of Pax's house, aiming and firing at my friends walking the backyards. When I saw him, I took a knee. Dante and his wife ducked behind the wall of a back patio. LeVar was there too. Tried to slow my breathing. Lined up a shot on his bright red shirt. The man saw me. I was the one guy 3 houses away who wasn't running for cover. My stomach hardened, while my brain ran tactical scenarios, best practices, and gun handling notes. Everything to keep myself distracted from how exposed I was. I fired several times before the man could raise his rifle again. Pieces of blue stucco chipped off the back of the home, inches from his head, showering the guy with debris and forcing him to flinch as it went in his eyes. Rather than fire back, he retreated a bit, hurried next to the pool, then took off across Pax's backyard, straight out from the house.
"He's running!"
I yelled. I looked for Zen. He was pushing some of his residents behind a house on the right side of the street, doing solid service as a sheepdog. Residents got the idea it was open season on the guy. Several bursts of semi-auto gunfire erupted from my allies. For a couple of seconds, I noted how effective it was to have everyone armed and dangerous. It was proof that my unscientific idea of stacking all our people in one mob was enough to push out the casual criminals. But there was a reason Pax's home made this guy think he needed to take a few shots at us. Whatever spooked him, he was running for it now. The man headed south, toward the house of the guy who'd driven the Triumph. From there, he could cross Poseidon Pier and disappear into the endless rows of houses to the south. There were no canals close by, so he could potentially escape in any direction without getting wet.
"Zen," I called out. "Check on Pax."
I had to know if the guy had been crazy, or worse. He was definitely trouble. 9. While Zen went to see about Pax, I got to safety at the edge of the house on the corner of 40th and Poseidon.
"Follow your own rules much?"
Carmen mused, relief in her voice. He was going to shoot Dante or his wife, so I had to act first.
"I know,"
she allowed.
"You just scared me."
My pretty Cuban friend put her hand on my shoulder as I crouched and checked for the gunman. Our position gave us a clear view of Pax's home, the people checking houses elsewhere on his street, and a wide swath of the recaptured neighborhood behind us. If I was lucky, I would see the guy cross 40th and would know where he was. It took about 60 seconds for Zen to get to Pax's front door. I'd expected a big production of trying to get inside, but the door must have been open since he walked right in. LeVar, Dante, and Tara got up, but did not advance yet. Zen appeared at the back door, on the run. He slipped on the mud, almost fell, then steadied himself on a wrought iron table standing next to the pool. Almost without aiming, he set his AK-47 on the tabletop and fired to the south.
"Come back here!"
he screamed. I stood up, not sure what to do. Zen continued to pop off rounds and yell. Could he see the gunman from his position? Was the guy firing back? Zen was standing full frontal in that yard, so I was worried he was about to eat a round. When he ran out of ammo, Zen appeared to turn off. His shoulders collapsed, and he fell into a nearby lounge chair.
"Zen, man, you all right?"
I called over from 3 yards away. He looked up at me.
"That asshole tried to kill Pax."
"Did you get the guy?" I pointed in the direction he'd been shooting.
Nah, I saw him way down there, but he got away.
I saved the lecture about shooting into crowded subdivisions for another time.
Does Pax need medical attention?
He grunted a word I took as yes. The only person who could help was back on my street.
Should I go get Agnes?
Carmen asked.
A good thought, but I need you here.
I faced Pax's place again.
Hey, Bud, get 2 runners to go to my street and get Agnes, okay? She's a nurse.
Zen didn't look up.
Zen,
I called out. I didn't want to go over there, since I was still keeping an eye out for the shooter if he appeared down 40th Street. He finally glanced toward me.
Get 2 runners,
I barked, hoping to wake him from his stupor. After another brief pause, he got up and went inside. In a moment, a teen boy and girl took off at a run from Pax's back door. They cut through the backyards, past Dante's group, then jogged by me and Carmen. From there, they went to Poseidon and backtracked the way we'd come. While watching them go, I saw our quarry. The man in the red shirt came out from between some homes about 200 yards down the road. He wasn't moving fast because he had to take high steps to drop the mud caked on his shoes.
There he is,
I exclaimed. Carmen saw him too. She raised her shotgun, but only to point to the guy.
Can you shoot him?
I got the man in my scope as a test, but his backdrop was more houses and a roadblock far down the way. One bullet might tag a killer or start another turf war.
Shit. We can't risk it,
I sighed, lowering my weapon. Zen arrived as we watched the guy. I heard the sloppy footfalls as he came over to us through the yards.
Zen,
I said, flashing a brief salute.
How's your friend? All chopped up,
he said, still red-faced angry.
I wanted to kill that guy so bad.
As soon as Zen noticed the distant man's red shirt, he raised his AK like he was going to take him out.
That's him!
Whoa, I said.
You can't risk hitting other people.
The AK platform might be capable of hitting a moving target at 200-plus yards, but the shooter in front of me had no chance of hitting a barn at that moment. The hippie guy sighed heavily, lowering it again.
I'm out of ammo anyway.
How is Pax right now? Carmen asked him in a change-the-topic way.
Is someone looking after him?
That got Zen back in the moment. He blinked with recognition.
Yeah. There's a couple of us looking after him. He's been knifed about 20 times, though.
Is he awake? I asked.
He's hating life right now, but he's still kicking.
I murmured, needing to broach a delicate topic. Did you know the shooter? Do you know why anyone would want to hurt your buddy Pax? I could see the inner workings of Zen's brain right on his face. He wiped sweat from his forehead, thinking. There was information he didn't want to share. It's all right, Zen, I said with all the sympathy I could muster. Your friend got hurt for a reason. I don't really care what he was involved in. I only want to know how serious to take that asshole running away from us. Was it random, or was Pax involved with people he shouldn't? It was understood that Zen trafficked in narcotics. He was like Trevor, but without the bad attitude.
Well, after you put me in charge, I made sure to stop dealing. I swear. I knew by how serious you were that you wanted me to stay on the up and up, at least long enough to get my neighbors through this. But
you let Pax keep at it, I guessed.
No, he exclaimed. You have to believe me, dude. I had no idea what Pax was doing. I even came over here a few times to make sure he was keeping it real. But now, after seeing blood all over his kitchen and a bunch of blows spread there, he was making side deals without my knowledge. I'm so sorry, dude.
It was a rare thing when I could tell the guy was telling the truth, but this was one of those times. "Welcome to my world," I said with an encouraging chuck on his arm. "I didn't know what Trevor was up to on my street either. We're never going to get away from this as leaders, you know. People are always going to do illegal shit behind our back. Hell, I would have thought you'd be the first person to know about that." He brightened a little.
"I guess you're right. But I really did try to keep that shit out of here, and I laid down the law with my buds, since we're facing a ton of other problems. I didn't want to spend my days and nights always looking over my shoulders for this type of shit to happen."
"You said you didn't know that guy?" I asked.
"I don't."
"Then we can't know where he lives, unless we follow his mud tracks."
"Is that smart, Frank?"
Carmen asked. I kept coming back to the fact it was only the 6th day after the EMP. If the disaster went on for years, I'd probably look back on these days as the roots of all future conflicts and dangers. While I'd let those first 2 crooks go, since they didn't come across as actual bad guys, I believed it was necessary to track down this new one, as he was already willing to murder. In a month, he could be a serial killer. A year, he might be conducting genocide. "I think so."
"Why?"
she asked right away. "Because of all the people we've chased out of these homes, this one is a real threat. Those other guys and gals dumped and ran when we confronted them, like any normal but desperate person would do. This guy, however, is a different breed. He's a hardened criminal."
"Or a crackhead,"
Zen added. "Either way, he's a clear threat to our people. And we have a clear path to zero in on where he lives, so we should take the opportunity to take him out."
"If we're going after him, should we get Dante or Luke or any of the others, Frank?"
Carmen asked. I'd come to appreciate how she always looked out for me. I never thought an important qualification for a girlfriend was how easy or difficult it was to take her on run-and-gun expeditions. Fortunately, she had proven her worth multiple times over. "I don't think so. Zen's folks need to get their houses in order, with the help of our volunteers. The 2 of us are extras right now, so I think we should do this together."
"You don't want me?"
Zen asked, a bit of hurt in his voice.
"I want to mess that guy up."
"That's why you can't go," I explained. "Your emotions could get you into trouble, since we don't know anything about where he's going or what to expect. It may require a lot of patience. Besides, you are in the middle of a critical mission to clear your homes, and you can't disappear after shots have been fired, or your neighbors are going to reach conclusions you don't want reached."
"Are you sure?"
"Positive," I answered.
"I guess I'll get back to them and push through to the end of this street, then finish up near the ship."
"Yeah, don't linger down there." I didn't trust the boat or whatever crew was left up there. Finding guns and seating inside the containers made it a place to avoid. "Get people home, make sure Pax is taken care of, then get yourself back to your street, so everyone knows where to find you for the next problem." His sigh was epic.
"Is that all we're doing from now on? Fix problems?"
"What, you thought we'd be in the pool with Pax and his girls?" I laughed at the thought. It might have been nice to hang out with bikini babes without Pax, but I already had my hands full with Carmen, so the whole fantasy held no weight for me.
"No, well, I hoped it would settle down."
I didn't have time to explain how wrong he was. When the power shut off, we were sent time-traveling back to the 1800s. Every second of every day would be spent closing the gap back to 21st century living. Any group that slacked off and coasted would soon be overwhelmed by the next group that kept working. It was the ultimate social game of dog-eat-dog. "We'll talk later. For right now, go lead your people." He nodded, then ran off, ponytail swinging behind him.
Did you send him off so we could have some quality time together? Carmen asked quietly.
Let's walk, I suggested, without addressing her question. It was understood that we lived in a dangerous world now, so doing boyfriend and girlfriend things, especially while beyond our own territory, was a no-go. We departed from the corner house and crossed the intersection of Poseidon and 40th. The man had cut across the muddy field on the far right corner, so we soon crossed his tracks. Ahead of us, he was no longer visible, but his path lit the way as if we were on a treasure map with a dotted line to the X. Well, this is going to be easy, I suggested, pointing to the 2-inch deep divots surrounded by clumps of caked mud. They went one after the next on the roadway, where the guy had come through. We followed at a fast pace, hoping to catch up. Carmen seemed to do the best in the mud, since her boots were narrower than mine. I had to work harder, as my boots acted like magnets, attracting ever more mud to them. Every 10 yards or so, I had to kick off the excess. A couple 100 yards in, the first intersection gave us a chance to see a new neighborhood. As expected, it appeared almost identical to Poseidon Pier behind us. It was a straight shot from Bayside a mile to our left, and the shoreline a mile to our right. The huge ship loomed over this street too, though we were now closer to the pointy front section. The prince kept going along 40th, so we followed as fast as we could. It got a little easier when I started to use the same prints as the other guy, so less mud accumulated on my soles. When we reached the next intersection, the tracks went to the left onto the cross street. Ahead of us, another 100 yards south on 40th, a group had sealed the road with their own blockade of abandoned cars and trucks. It was a possible ally, or enemy.
There he is,
Carmen exclaimed, calling my attention to our current situation. The man was cruising now, since the mud in that direction was a lot thinner. I figured he was about 2 football fields away, but he made a left turn onto a street that was familiar to me. Shit. I know where he's going. I looked at Carmen. You do too.
I do?
She said with surprise. Look down that way, I suggested. We've both been here. She looked up and down the street a couple of times. For a moment, it looked as if she wouldn't see where we were, but her eyes soon lit up with recognition.
He turned on Torval Street.
The one and only. There weren't many houses facing 40th Street, so we hadn't encountered any people. But as soon as we turned onto the new block, there were residents on their front porches in some of the homes, many throwing junk onto their lawns. Since they'd been swamped by the storm surge, like all the houses in Zen's area, I recognized why they were tossing crap into the front yards. Let's take it easy through here, I suggested, stowing my rifle over my shoulder. She did the same. I reached over and took her hand as we strode up the lane.
I thought this wasn't the time or place, she mused.
Survival and intimacy do occasionally align. By holding hands, we carry the look of a couple out for an innocent walk. If we go in front of all these people with rifles drawn, we might get some pushback.
We already have a little.
She used her hand to push mine gently in the direction she wanted me to look. Ahead of us, on the left, a bearded guy leaned against a pillar supporting a shaded porch. Howdy, I said in a friendly voice as we passed in front of his yard. A good number of trash bags were arranged in a stack at the end of his driveway. One of the bags was longer than the others, cinched with silver duct tape and about 6 feet long. I took a wag that it was a body. Sanitation was going to be a huge issue soon. You strangers looking for that armed running guy? Yeah, I said, not with too much of a hurry. He stole from some houses a few blocks over. We tracked him in the mud." "He was carrying a bag," the man confirmed. "Son of a bitch pointed his rifle at me." "We think he went down into the next cul-de-sac. Thanks." The brooding man gave me a faint nod, then went back to ignoring us.
"Friendly folks," Carmen whispered.
"He's right to be on high alert," I remarked. We rounded the corner of the dead-end street, but we did it at a slow pace, slicing the picture in slow chunks, so we weren't surprised by anything waiting for us. If the guy had been smart, he might have set up an ambush from inside or next to one of the homes. But I was 99% sure that wasn't the case, since his tracks went directly down the street toward the end.
"Frank, is that him?"
A man in a red t-shirt stood near what would have been the central island of the circle at the end. There was no doubt in my mind. It was him. He and another guy spoke, while hunched over panting. "Yeah, it is. But what is it about this street? Yesterday, those two assholes attacked Zoe and brought her back here. Now there are two new guys. Are they spawning here?"
"We should go catch them from the side,"
Carmen suggested. When she saw the impressed look on my face, she smiled.
"Frank, why are you always surprised that I pick up what you're doing all the time? You should know by now, no one watches you closer than I do."
I saw in her eyes she wanted to lean over and plant a kiss on my lips, but we both resisted the urge, given the circumstances. We were safe where we were on the corner, but each second of delay would give the crook time to assemble more men, or disappear into a house. If he went inside, I would call off our pursuit, as it would be far too dangerous. Instead, I would note the location for future action. We had to get him while he was outside. My body reacted by squeezing my insides. I figured by the end of the EMP, I'd have a diamond sitting in my gut. "Come on, let's catch them from the side," I announced as if it were my idea. She snickered. We walked behind the home on the corner, while doing our best to straddle the property lines of the two lots. It was a dice roll to walk in strange backyards, but once we'd made it to the canal, I let go of some of my anxiety. No one owned the canals, at least not local residents, so it seemed a bit more like cutting across common ground. The water was still over the banks of the canals on this side of Bayside Road, but it was only about 6 inches above the bank on Torval Street. It was a little easier than traipsing through the slippery mud, so we made good time as we passed the many houses lining the canal. We soon passed Torval's place, and I recognized the route I'd taken when I chased the man to retrieve the Narcan. "This is where I followed that guy," I said to Carmen. "We ran behind this fence, turned here, and then ran up there." I led her on the route and brought us between the two homes that sat on the cul-de-sac. The pair of men were still in the muddy middle of the circle, looking in the cloth shopping bag held by the thief. The rest of the homes in the area were gutted. The garage where I'd taken the paddleboard was a brown, soggy mess, as if someone had taken a fire hose to the workbench, shelves, and sports equipment that had been in there. Not much was left on the floor. Most stuff had been sucked out and deposited down the driveway or in the street. "What the?" I whispered. Junk I thought was trash was actually a pair of bodies over in the garage, and the two criminals seemed oblivious to it. I turned my attention to the men when I heard one of them say a familiar name. "Got this from Pax's place. I knew that ass crackhead would come right back to grab this as soon as the water went down." Both guys looked in the bag again. "Did you make him regret knowing you?" the second guy asked. The thief reached down and displayed the knife. "This is his blood, bro." "The universe is messing with me," I whispered to Carmen. "How so?" "I'm risking my life to back up Pax. He's the one guy I don't like." There was some truth to that statement. No, I didn't like Pax, and for good reasons. However, the play wasn't to avenge his stabbing. It was to protect Carmen, Daisy, and everyone else from ever meeting this guy in their own homes. My joke with her was more about helping me keep my cool in a hot situation. "Get ready to open fire," I told her, bringing my rifle off its perch on my back. Together, we lined up the men. "I'll take the thief," I clarified.
"Got it,"
she said, now breathing heavy. I cocked my head in her direction. "Hey, girlfriend?"
"Yeah?"
She looked sideways at me, not lowering her shotgun. "Take a deep breath, okay?" We took one together. It had cost me about 5 seconds, but there was a value in making the first shot a steady delivery. With a little luck, we wouldn't need more shots than the first. "Here we go," I whispered. The men were 50 feet away, laughing and talking like they were the only people on the block. That gave me pause. Where were the others? Was there an army of crooks waiting to swarm out after shots were fired? "Be ready to run for it," I added, to cover our options.
"I'll be right in front of you,"
she joked, before sucking air in her nose and releasing it through her lips. The nest of crooks idea wasn't realistic, I was nearly certain. When I'd come through here the last time, numerous residents stood in their yards to watch me deal with Torval's killers. Surely some of them had come back after the flood. A gang of drug-dealing terrorists wouldn't all move into one random block in suburbia. Would they? My stomach churned out another diamond. Blood pounded in my temples. 2 men were about to die. "Hey, assholes! Drop your weapons!" 10. It took about 2 seconds for the men to locate us. "They followed you?" the second guy sputtered.
"No way,"
the guy in the red shirt answered.
"Shoot their asses."
It was the last thing he ever said. Every moment of the apocalypse was a learning experience. Several times over the past few days, I passed on shots I could have taken, spared people who I believed deserved to be spared, and engaged with bastards who needed to be put down like rabid dogs. These men were in the last category. I'd announced myself to get them to face me, so I had maximum area on which to rain hell. I counted off 4 rounds. All of them went into my target's red shirt. Carmen pumped her shotgun 3 times. Both men folded into dirty piles of clothes. The guy's loot bag went tumbling, and a shotgun with wooden furniture slapped into the mud next to the other fella. "Reload," I advised my partner. She reached into a small pouch affixed to her belt and fed rounds into the tube. When she was topped off, I popped my mag and did the same with the 5.56 NATO rounds. By the time we'd finished reloading, I expected more assholes to come screaming out to avenge their fallen friends, but the out-of-the-way circle remained silent. Neither of the men moved an inch. I was glad for that, as putting bullets into dying men was not an activity I relished, even if it was the humane thing to do. We waited an entire minute before a door opened in the house across the street from us. A woman with wild blonde hair peeked out. Even from 100 feet away, I saw the sunken eyes and depressed demeanor. "We're friendlies," I yelled. She slammed the door. Gone. "Well, I guess that's what I expected," I lamented.
"Should we get out of here?"
Carmen asked. Before I could answer, the door opened again. A different woman came onto the front porch holding a white towel. She fluttered it around like the flag of surrender. "We're over here," I announced again, adding a wave to get her attention.
"Are they dead?"
she asked.
Yeah, they stole from us and tried to kill one of my, friends. We were lawfully responding to attempted murder.
I figured if they took exception to what we'd done, we could run behind the homes. Jump in the canal if we had to.
Then we owe you our thanks,
she said, fighting off an apparent sob in her chest. I checked on Carmen. The woman was dripping sweat from every pore, while she struggled to keep the combat shotgun aimed at potential bad guys.
Hey, you can stand down.
She lowered her gun, then seemed to notice her perspiration. With a grin, she pretended to smell her armpit.
Sorry for stinking up the joint, Frank. No deodorant was made for gun battles, I guess.
Don't worry about it. I haven't taken a real shower for 6 days.
Ew, disgusting,
she emphasized, then laughed easily. I'm not going to tell you anything from now on, I snarked.
Don't worry. I'll find a way to get you a shower, Frank,
she said with a literal meow sound at the end. Now wasn't the time to even think about such luxuries. I spoke to the new woman.
Hey, are there any more we have to worry about? No, just these two.
Before she could finish, she broke into tears. We both stood up and walked toward the circle. The blonde woman rushed out and hugged her friend. Be ready for anything, I told Carmen. While we trudged across the muddy circle, the two women did a clumsy dance together as they supported each other onto a walkway between their porch and the driveway. The mud made it slippery, and I thought they'd fall over at least once, but they made it in good order. However, once there, they fell upon the two bodies in the garage, weeping uncontrollably.
Frank, they lost some people,
she whispered. Dang, we were too late. As I watched the scene unfold around us, more people came out of their homes, as if to confirm the men were out of the picture. I recognized several of them as the people who'd watched from afar when I had to deal with the mess at Torval's place. A couple of older ladies went to the fallen women to offer comfort and support. Men stood nearby, concerned, but not getting too close to the crime scenes. More people were arriving. I went directly to the men we'd shot. I took a little Kel-Tec P-32 pistol from the thief's hip, then grabbed the synthetic stock rifle he'd used to shoot at us. It was a Savage Arms bolt-action model, maybe a 110 varmint. I also picked up the generic pump shotgun and offered it to Carmen. She turned up her nose when I hooked the muddy weapon over her shoulder, but she took it. Finally, I picked up the bag. No surprises inside. It was filled with baggies of leafy weed, little packets of powder, and about 500 loose pills of all different colors. There was also a lot of cash, in hundreds, and about the right amount of gold jewelry to outfit one of Zen's guys. I spoke to those packing into the cul-de-sac area. I'm sorry we had to come here and cause trouble, but these men had it coming.
We don't care about them, a man replied. We're glad they're gone,
a second guy added.
Tell us when help is coming,
a woman deep inside the crowd pleaded. I held up my hands to quiet them down.
Listen, I'm the guy that was here yesterday. I told you then, and I'll tell you now. Me and my friends are operating on the assumption no help is ever coming for us. I mean, if it does, that would be the best news of our lives. But we're not betting the farm on it.
The people spoke among themselves for a few moments. If it was possible to see a crowd as a living entity, I imagined I was looking at someone who'd been kicked multiple times, was bleeding from several serious wounds, and was on the line with 911. They were listening to me like I personally was going to dispatch the police cars to their location.
So, we're expected to take care of our own homes after this This biblical flooding?
One woman stepped forward. She was short and stocky, maybe early 60s, wearing a dark shirt with a ghost outline drawn on the front. Her black jeans were coated in dried mud. I figured she'd been out in the water the previous night, same as me. If you go north a couple of streets, you'll see we're getting organized, chasing out looters like these two, and doing our best.
We don't care about that,
Ghost Woman interjected.
My husband drowned last night because no one told us it was going to flood our GD living room.
She spat in the mud to make her point. Some of the residents cussed along with her.
Hey, don't take it out on Frank,
Carmen sniped back.
It's not his fault you didn't take his warning yesterday to heart. At least he's acting to help his neighbors. You should be supporting each other.
I turned toward the fallen men in the garage. Did these crooks shoot your neighbors in there? A man in the crowd confirmed it.
I saw them shoot 'em dead.
It was tempting to lash out at the rubbernecking that seemed so commonplace on Torval Street, but I had to remember that was a default setting for most people. Most citizens held the camera to film a crime happening around them. Getting involved in violence of any kind simply wasn't in most people's list of possible options. Did they kill them just now, or earlier? I asked.
Early this morning,
the man replied. It was small consolation to know we couldn't have saved them. The guy continued.
We all were forced out last night, but when we came back, these two guys were already here. They said they were going to move into the house at the end of the street, and those two got into an argument with them. They were husbands of those two.
The women in the garage sobbed even harder. Shit. This is unacceptable, I declared. You guys need to get armed up. Get people guarding your street. It's not that hard to take charge of your own fate.
Are you the police?
Ghost Woman asked.
No,
I started to say, before changing my answer. Actually, I kind of am the police. If my friends have issues on my street, say with assholes like this or any of 100 different types of criminals, I'll get the call to assist, and then I'll go over to their place with my gun to protect them.
This should be a gun-free zone,
someone in the back cried out.
Yeah, no guns, no crime.
F that, came the answer from a third crowd member. Look, I said, guys like these are everywhere. We've chased off a bunch of them already. Your best bet at survival is to work as a big team, to protect the land that belongs to you. That's why I keep telling you what we're doing back home. We have a cooperating...
We're so happy for you,
someone said with dark sarcasm. A few loners in the back headed for home already.
We don't care about your people,
another voice called out.
All right, we're out of here,
Carmen snapped.
We'll give your best to the caretaker.
She turned to leave, but I grabbed her. I had no idea if she was acting to bring them into line or if she really wanted to get out of there. What my friend meant to say is that we didn't come over here to talk about our people or your people. We're here because we want you guys to be our people too. That seemed to quiet them. I'm not one for sugarcoating things, so forgive me if what I'm about to say to you will ruin your day. But you should know the truth. I think it's going to get worse, and then it's going to get even worse. The new world won't care if you are dialing 911 or complaining to your neighbor about life being unfair all of a sudden. This world has no sympathy for people who sit around and watch the apocalypse shit the bed. It doesn't care that you're waiting for someone to tell you what to do. Then what the hell should we be doing? One of the men asked. Do you have anyone with military experience? I asked. No one raised their hand until the ghost woman did.
My husband was a colonel in the army, served 4 tours in the Desert Wars, Eagle Scout, routinely ran marathons for fun. He could whip this street onto its ass, so we could survive anything." "Well then where the hell is he?" One of the men needled her. "He should be running this thing." "He might have been able to do exactly that," she said calmly, before screaming, "Except he drowned last night." Most of the crowd exploded in accusations and smackdowns as they turned on each other. I already knew they weren't big on cooperation from the time I'd spent helping at Torval's place. But the dysfunction ran deeper, as if the whole neighborhood was filled with a type of people who bugged the homeowners association to take action as part of vendettas against their neighbors. Carmen took a step back, and I read her like an open book. She saw this as our cue to make a hasty exit. Most times she and I were on the same wavelength, but leaving these people while they were in such a state of chaos would not end well for any group, ours or theirs. Plus, I couldn't take my eyes off the women who'd thrown themselves at their dead husbands. The two guys might have been standoffish when I'd run into their garage to take the paddleboard, but at least they hadn't actively worked against me. That was worth something. I put 2 fingers between my lips and lit up the circle. The sudden loud whistle shut them up. "Listen, this doesn't have to be complicated. You'll need weapons. Always carry guns when you're walking around outside. That alone might have scared off these 2 guys, since cowards like them prey on the weak or unsuspecting. If you show you're prepared to fight, even if you aren't experts at fighting, it is usually enough to make the bad guys go elsewhere." It wasn't lost on me that elsewhere might be our subdivision. Torval Street was 2 blocks beyond Poseidon Pier, and there was an unaffiliated neighborhood separating us. However, while I had their attention, and while I saw some potential for future cooperation, I had to take the opportunity to close the deal. Besides, I was confident our subdivision would not be seen as weak once we'd recovered all the houses. Red, the truck driver, had pointed out our neighborhood was one of the most organized he'd seen in his travels. Criminals would find easier pickings than our homes. The woman with the ghost shirt had moved closer to the driveway, where it was easier to see the fallen guys in the garage. I thought she might be a candidate for being the leader of these unruly people, but her anger made me unsure of her fitness for the role. "And you'll need to pick a leader, so there is one person coordinating your efforts. Back home we run a neighborhood watch system, with block captains, a fire chief to protect against fires, and we have one house where all the activity is coordinated. I can't claim there is a best way to do these things, but it does seem to work well for us." Some of the guys gathered close, as if talking over my advice. Their circle was similar to ours, with a lone light post in the center of the island. Where we had bushes and a bench, they had the makings of a little garden. The mud had destroyed a lot of the freshly planted flowers, but a few had survived. "We picked Jack Ellers." A man was shoved forward by the crowd. He was a 30-something gent, with scraggy stubble, a large frame, a heavy brow, and I got the sense he might have been a bouncer for a nightclub at one time. "Nice to meet you, Jack," I said as he closed the distance. He met me with a firm handshake. "Why did they pick you?" I asked. "They made the choice so fast." "I guess because I'm the resource officer for the high school," he laughed. Someone in the back yelled, "He knocks heads!" Some light cheers rose up. Jack leaned in so he could be heard over the din. "I don't think they know what a resource officer really does. I mostly walk the beat, talk to kids to get to know 'em, and every once in a while do some head knocking, like searching a locker for pot-infused vapes." I didn't want to make this about me, but I was curious. "Hey, have we met before? You look familiar. Were you here by chance when I came through yesterday and shot the horse?" I motioned toward Torval's driveway,
which remained a disaster area. If he'd been one of the men standing on the street with their thumb up their asses, while I did the horrible task of putting down that animal, I might have washed my hands of the entire block. No, I was over at a buddy's house getting his place ready for the storm. I came back and heard about it from my wife, who only saw it after hearing the gunshot. I sighed with relief. Why? He asked. No reason, I fibbed. I'd not stopped shaking his hand. I think you're someone who I can do business with. I finally let go. In a quiet, respectful voice, I added, Leadership can be a shitty job, my friend. You've got to take care of the bodies stacking up around here, including the 2 horses. I see, he answered. Before I go, I started to say to everyone else, before we were all startled by a gun blast. I drew my Springfield from the hip, ready for... The ghost woman slumped against the outside wall of the garage, a little out of sight of the women tending to their dead husbands. She'd been shifting through the crowd since her arrival, and she must have gone up the driveway while my attention was on Jack. Some of us ran over to her. Carmen stood by my side as we forced ourselves to confirm the woman was dead. It wasn't even in doubt. How we knew was best left to the imagination. I retreated a few steps toward Jack and spoke so only he could hear me. You've got to take charge of these people right this second, before fear and hopelessness jump to the rest of your neighbors. Please tell me you are up for it, because you are going to have to work overtime to get this street out of its rut. I'll try, sir, he answered. 11.
Frank, you okay?
Carmen asked as she put a soft hand on my shoulder. After seeing the dead woman slumped against the garage, a garage that last week was occupied by a living husband and a happy wife, I had to excuse myself and walk around the back side of the house to be alone for a few moments. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Frank, I have eyes. You're upset because of that woman's death. I know better than to poke the bear, but I wanted to let you know I'm here if you need to talk about it.
It summoned an earlier thought I had about how we would soon all need psychiatric support from all the death and sadness spurred to life by the apocalypse. In my books, it often manifested itself by people losing hope or losing their minds, but I'd been working hard to avoid either of those outcomes. On any normal day, I would suck it up and walk back out into the shitstorm without a second thought. Now, I glanced back to find her walking away. Wait. She spun around in the mud. Her eyes were watery and red, despite the faint smile on her lips, obviously upset at what had happened too. I want to point out the irony that I told Zen he couldn't come along, since I worried he might get emotional, I said with a bemused grin. She got closer to me.
This isn't the first suicide you've seen.
There was that reading me like a book skill again. No, I began. His name was Emmett, the youngest son of one of my best friends back in Illinois, a guy I worked with for almost 2 decades. I knew that kid since he was born, saw him learn to walk, was there when my friend tossed him on his first bike. I got to go to school plays, graduations, the works. I guess you could say I was his cool... I paused as I made another connection with our present situation. Uncle Frank. Carmen was one of those women who always knew what to do. She took my hand in hers and leaned her cheek against my arm and shoulder. Even without saying a word, she spoke volumes about her care for me. She couldn't have known how much I needed it. His nickname was Emmy. His mom and dad believed one day the kid was going to be on TV, and win his namesake award for his creativity and showmanship. I mean, that kid was a ham. I chuckled with one of those memories. Even when he was a baby eating wet Cheerios in his high chair, the kid would laugh and giggle, so all eyes were on him. He was a ham, I repeated, and trailed off. Carmen squeezed my hand. Anyway, I continued, you can probably guess that zest wasn't received well by some of the children when he reached middle school. His father and I used to talk over lunch about how merciless kids are these days. Teasing, tripping in the halls, stuff you think only happened decades ago, when there were no anti-bullying campaigns going on. I had to push down my emotions for the next part. I knew he'd been having a tough go. Each time I saw the kid, he was a little less himself, a little less animated, almost like the color was draining from him. Well, one day, my buddy didn't come into work. It was cold season, so I didn't think anything of it until his wife came in on day 3. The poor woman couldn't even talk when she saw me. She had to write on a piece of paper that their dear son had taken his own life.
Oh, Frank, I'm so sorry.
The kid was the brightest star, the happiest boy. He had every advantage and a loving family. Yet he lost hope from hearing the lies told to him by other ignorant children. I took a cleansing breath. My friend was never the same after that. Seeing that dead woman, I guess I realized a part of me died that day too. Ever since, I've been real sensitive to young people, especially those that might be the less popular ones. She used 2 fingers to turn my chin toward her.
It explains why you treat the teenagers so well, Frank. Maybe if you can pull one positive thing from your loss, you have done your best to honor Emmy by taking care of young people whenever you can.
Her words did repair part of the rip in my heart. I'd never thought of it like that. My desire to help the weak and powerless against the strong and cruel applied up and down the age brackets. But I did go out of my way to help kids. Who wouldn't? Yeah, I'd like to think I'm still carrying his memory. I wondered where my buddy was at that moment. Was he fighting the good fight against the EMP, or did he give up right away? Before losing his boy, he would have given me a run for my money on survival preparations. Today, it was even money that he would have tried to survive at all.
You know it's all right to cry, if you want. You don't have to be the tough leader when you're only with me.
I appreciate what you're doing, but I did all that grieving a couple years ago. Punched a few holes in my condo walls, too. I chuckled at the thought. I actually had 3 fist-sized holes in my walls, and I'd called them Mo, Larry, and Curly, to put a spin on the shitty reason they were there. In fact, I said to her, that whole disaster was the start of my journey here. My trucking company was thriving like never before, but my buddy quit, and it wasn't the same without him. So I retired early. We stood holding each other for about 2 minutes, but voices in the front of the house brought us back to the real world, as it always did. Come on, I said as I solidified my grip on her hand. Let's go this way. We walked across the sloppy backyard of the house, went between the residences, and came into the front yard. The group of onlookers was mostly dispersed, as gunshots tended to do. Carmen was heading for Jack, who faced away from us, but I grabbed her. You know, this is what's going to spread if we don't keep it in check. This, the shootings, the suicide, the frightened residents, is what our efforts back on Clownfish are preventing. I, wanted to let you know how much I appreciate that you're on my team. Her smile was bright and angelic in the context of the oppressive darkness that seemed to hover above Torval Street. We'd had nothing but bad luck on this one cul-de-sac, but we had to turn that around. If that fear and hopelessness made it back to our subdivision and spread from person to person like an infection, it would be game over for all our plans for survival.
"You're very welcome,"
she beamed. "Now, let's go try to calm these people." Jack was one of the folks who'd stuck around, and this was good, since we needed someone in charge who wouldn't shrink under the pressure. "Hey, sorry about that," I said to him. "I needed a hit the head, if you catch my meaning." Jack pursed his lips. "I hear you. But now we're ready to give you a crash course in setting up a neighborhood watch, if you have time to get started." "Well, I was going to watch some football today, but I guess that can wait." The three of us cracked up. I was beginning to think a sense of humor was one of the most important traits for anyone who wanted to survive a disaster. "First things first, you'll need a headquarters. I'd recommend that house." I pointed to the one at the end of the cul-de-sac, roughly in the same position as my house back on Clownfish. Jack craned his neck in different directions until he found someone. "Hey, has anyone seen BT?" I looked at him with curiosity. "BT is a big black guy who lives here," he went on. "Nicest guy you'll ever meet, but he does a lot of traveling. I don't think he's been around, and he definitely wasn't home yesterday when you were here, because he's the type of guy who would have smacked heads if anyone tried to harm his neighbors." My shoulders slumped for having lost someone like that. The next house over was the one with the dead guys. I was about to cast my gaze to the other side of the street, but seeing the wives still weeping over their dead loved ones made me realize the first task wasn't the neighborhood watch office, but the neighborhood itself. "Jack, if I were you, I would go around and talk to the women of this street. See if you can get 3 or 4 of them to come down here and comfort these widows." The word widow rolled off my tongue like sandpaper. It was terrible to think the vivacious young women, probably mothers, were sobbing over dead spouses. If someone didn't comfort them immediately, they would undoubtedly be set on a dark path from this day forward. "Ah, good thinking. I'll be back as fast as I can." Jack ran toward houses outside the circle, leaving Carmen and I a few minutes to watch how things played out. Many of the gathered people still waited around, dutifully avoiding all the dead bodies. That gave me a couple of minutes to talk to them. "Guys, your friend Jack is really putting himself on the line here. He's going to need you all to back him up when he makes the difficult calls. He's going to need you to join him when the bad guys come for your shit, which they will. And he's going to need your help running the simple, boring tasks that we all hate, but that need to get done. Washing, digging pit toilets, body disposal." Most of the men held steady as I spoke. "You can't hide in your homes or hold up a wall in the background. When I was here the other day, I know some of you watched me and my lady friend come in and chase those drugged-out guys away. There can't be any more of that shit." A man in the back piped up. "Hey, you can't talk to us like we're 5. He was answered not by me, but another man. "Then stop acting like a 5-year-old, Mr. Sanchez. This guy Frank seems to be dialed into this thing, so we should listen to him." The supportive man, a bony, narrow-faced guy I never would have pegged as talking that way, gave me a friendly thumbs up. "Thanks for that." I addressed the naysayer in the back. "I'm sorry if I hurt anyone's feelings, but it's proving my point. If you are still letting words and tones damage your delicate egos, you need to get over it. There are worse things than floods out there. Some of them even shoot back at you." The crowd seemed to get anxious as I spoke those words. Fortunately, that's when Jack came running back. "I found some wonderful women who want to help.
including my wife."
5 or 6 women came down to this end of the street, always trying to avoid mud puddles or anywhere the mud had yet to dry. However, once down in the circle, they headed as a group toward the grieving wives. Soon there were hugs and crying all around.
"Nice work, Jack,"
I said to him in front of everyone.
"It was a great suggestion. I brought a notebook from the house, too, so I can write down whatever you think we need to do next." "Let's go down the list," I began. "Does anyone here have one of those fancy hiking water filters? The kind that lets you do hundreds of gallons over its service life?"
A couple of hands went up.
"Good. Make those your first line for water treatment. You'll have to clean any water you get out of the canals, for now, but later you can collect rainwater or drop a well."
I wished I had brought back materials for 100 wells. Now that we had a tractor-trailer, maybe we could.
"Next, you'll need to see what food survived. Inventory it. Consider putting it all into a few houses that are heavily secured."
That got people upset.
"Look, I know you all want your own food, but there's something you have to consider. If you have a year of food stashed in your home, but your neighbor only has 1 month, what do you think is going to happen when your neighbor is out of food?" "They'll fight over it," Jack answered for them all. "Exactly. On our street, we gathered the food into a few select houses, so we could divide it as needed. The hope is that it lasts until we can plant some crops."
I wondered if those bags of seeds I'd taken from the hardware store could still be planted this year. If we'd missed the planting season, which I assumed we had, then our regular food had to last us almost an entire year before we could even hope for some homegrown food. That was assuming another hurricane didn't come along and wash away our crops.
"Sounds like communism," one guy complained. "Not even close. The commies would gather all the food at gunpoint, then take a fat helping for themselves, then dump the rest in a ditch and burn it. Maybe, if you were super lucky, they'd give everyone one equal bite, then brag about how everyone was helped."
Quieter, to Carmen, I added, "Never thought I'd see the day someone called me a communist." She chuckled.
"Mi familia escaped Cuba. I'd recognize if you'd gone red."
"Let me know if that changes," I snarked. The people talked for a bit, and Jack came up to us.
"We're making a little progress."
"Keep that notebook handy," I advised. "You're going to think of all kinds of things, often in the middle of the night, but I can get you started with a few if you don't mind a little more help."
"Of course I don't. This is all new to me, and I can't look it up online, right?"
"Not for this." I took a breath, organizing my thoughts.
"First, the watch desk. This is a known point everyone can rally around. Next, you want to establish a source of clean water. That will be more important than food, since dirty water can make everyone sick, and a lack of water completely will force you to go out and find it."
I tried to start with the mainstays of survival.
"You already have shelters, so after food and water, you're going to want to focus on security. That's where guns, guards, and the neighborhood watch headquarters comes into play. You can also build a roadblock at the end of the street to keep nosy outsiders like me from coming in."
A few guys chuckled.
"Tell them about the cars," Carmen whispered. "Right. So if you have cars built before the early 80s, they should still be working, despite the EMP. We've got some on our street, and they've been useful in going out to get stuff we need." "Then why did you walk here?" Jack asked. "Safety, mainly. Basically, I weighed the risk of being attacked for my car versus how fast I could get somewhere. I've been walking relatively friendly neighborhoods near my own, so being on bikes or on foot was preferable. The cars are better when you have to drive miles away, like to North Point or Port Charlotte. Even then, I recommend a kill switch, so no one can lift it from you if you have to step away."
Sounds like this is going to be complicated, Jack said. Water, food, shelter, security. If you're lucky, you can get a fifth one, which is creature comforts. That's the stuff you add on at the end that makes this new life worth living. It could be a musical instrument you play, or a hot rod you take care of, or a person you're in love with. Carmen put her hand discreetly on my back to show her appreciation for that last point. She was one of my most important creature comforts, and I was hers. Jack flipped a page and kept writing. Oh, and prepare for fires. I thought of another. Next, keep any cars hidden. One more. Watch crooks swimming in the canals. Have at least one person looking in the water for boat attacks. He looked up with a wry smile. You know, my wife is in marketing. She would probably tell you to duplicate this in a bunch of notebooks and then sell copies to each street around here. That way you can cash in on your first mover advantage, and the streets get a complete compendium of how to survive. You could extend that advantage by making your subdivision the go-to resource for when people have additional questions. That's a great idea, though selling is a thing of the past. We would have to barter for it. Maybe trade a little food for one of them. Plus, they aren't all my ideas. I'm pulling a lot of information from survival books I've kept around over the years. I doubt they're going to come to your street and sue you over copyrights, he laughed, as did some of the others. No, I guess you've got a point there. Think about it, he went on. I'd like to license your program, once you've got it perfected, so I can barter Frank's secret survival formula on streets beyond those you've reached. I had to admit, I never saw that coming. Much as I'd tried to do with the wells, by spreading them around to take pressure off any one owner, we could now do it with survival planning itself. Each notebook that went out to a street would act as a diplomatic achievement, creating new allies for us. They would get to work catching up with survival essentials, hopefully in time to head off their own collapse. Those people could then copy the notebooks and trade them with the next group beyond. I held out my hand to Jack. I think I'm going to enjoy working with you. While we were wrapping up our first meeting, a woman walked up to us. Her blonde hair was disheveled, and her makeup was smudged all over her face. Are you here to help us? She asked. One glance over to the open garage, and I realized she was one of the weeping women. I expected her to yell at me, or ask why I didn't come a few hours earlier, so her husband would still be alive. However, she quietly reached around me and placed a gentle hug on my chest. Thank you for trying, she croaked. The overbearing darkness of the cursed cul-de-sac lifted a bit more. Hope was coming back. 12. The woman hugged me for almost a minute. It took one of the helper ladies to come over and coax her away. It bothered me, too, since she'd been silently sobbing on my shirt, as if she'd needed me specifically for some reason. She's got a tough road ahead of her, Carmen said under her breath. But she has a support system, so I hope she'll come out okay. Me too. While I'd been holding the widow, Jack had been talking with some of his neighbors, presumably to begin handing out assignments. Once the woman was gone, Jack flagged me over to him. This is Arnold, Jack began. He's got something to show us. It's very exciting, I must say, Arnold bragged. He was in his 50s, with a little gray in his otherwise jet-black hair. He was probably from the Philippines, or from close to there. He waved at us with excitement as he walked away. I guess we follow, I said. Our way out was toward the end of the street, so we already had to go that way. The man continued to wave at us every few seconds as we walked, and he strode past the grisly scene at Torval's without comment. He finally made a right turn to go into a driveway, but he slipped and fell due to looking back at us. "Are you okay?" I said as I closed the distance. He rubbed his muddy elbow while flashing a smile, combined with a thumbs-up sign. To me, it looked as if he'd slipped on the mud and fallen hard, but he got up and continued up his driveway. "Very sorry. This is what you must see." The man scurried to the closed garage door, but I noticed the water had put a good-sized dent at the bottom, so it sagged inward. "I need help lifting," he said. 3 of us met at the door and tried to get our fingers under the bottom panel. The task was made easier due to the bent metal, so we were able to lift it. Once open, he continued inside to show us why we were there. "I present to you my 1964 Divco B100 milk truck." The guy was covered in mud splotches from his fall, but his teeth broadcast more combined light than the sun, since he was obviously super proud about his possession. It was exactly what I thought of a classic all-white milk truck. Almost shaped like a block, with tall doors made for stepping out frequently to deliver product. It had a small sloping hood and a low front grille that was tall and rectangular and bracketed by 2 round headlights. The rear storage area was labeled with the Pure Pastures Milk Co. out of Milford, Delaware. A shiny silver bell hung outside and above the front windshield. "You think it will help?" Arnold asked with excitement. The other thing worth noting was the vehicle had obviously been chopped and dropped. There were expensive sport tires instead of plain Jane delivery specials. The boxy frame sat about 4 inches above the garage floor, and there was no way a man could stand inside the truck anymore, since the roof had been lowered. A bathtub ring of dirt sat about halfway up the side. "Does it still run?" I asked. "Yes," he said, before jumping in to back himself up. The engine turned over without any fuss, and it sounded almost as beefy as our El Camino. Someone had gone through a lot of trouble to fix it up. The man shut it off once he'd proven his point. "I work as programmer for Southern Solar, so I have good sum of money provided to me. I bought this for my son. He will appreciate it, don't you think?" "How old is your son?" Carmen asked. 2, he answered. Carmen met my eyes, and we were likely thinking the same thing. This excitable guy was a bit eccentric, even before the EMP. "That's great. I'm sure he will," I agreed. Arnold ran over to me. "You can use it. I will take you home." "We can't impose on you. In fact," I made sure the remaining men from Jack's group who had followed us could hear me. "If you get a vehicle like this, keep the garage door closed at all times. Don't let anyone know you have it until you absolutely need it." Back to Arnold, I finished. "That's why we can't accept your gracious offer. If someone found your truck because she and I were too lazy to walk, we'd never forgive ourselves." "It is really all right," he insisted. "Maybe next time," I said, as Carmen and I headed back outside. Arnold ran over to me and pointed to his other car, which was a brand-new Cadillac Escalade. "Please, if you can't use the Divco, you can use this for the roadblock. I must take care of my family, you see." I understood him once he'd said family. Now that there was a plan in place to build a roadblock and spin up a neighborhood watch, he wanted to be sure he was part of the founding members. Couldn't say I blamed him, and I'd much preferred his eager beaver attitude to the other lazy lizards on this street. "I know what you mean, sir," I said before turning to Jack. "Want us to help you push this to the end of your street before we go?" Jack wouldn't have it. "You've done more than enough, Frank. We can take it from here." Arnold was a man of action. He jumped in his front seat behind the wheel. Then he glanced over to me.
You can push? Very good.
The project snowballed faster than Jack could tell me no. Carmen and I soon found ourselves pushing the luxury SUV with 4 or 5 men from the street. The extra manpower was necessary, while there were 2 inches of mud up and down the cul-de-sac. It took some time to guide Arnold to the proper place on the blockade, and then I explained to Jack what we'd learned about having an opening in the front row, and how to use a second-row car as the gate. I also pointed out he'd need more cars in the grass, so no one could drive around the roadblock.
I can save you a lot of trouble, I said to Jack as we stood around. If you put your cars there, at Bayside Road, you can control this main street and every side street along it. You'd need another block back there, at 40th Street, and then you'd have yourself sealed in. We'd have to talk to all these other people, he reasoned out. That's probably necessary at this point, but also a good thing. You want everyone to feel like they are part of your community and willing to share in its defense, you know? Agreed. So the other thing we've learned is you need to have enough people on the blockade at all times. If you have 2, one will disappear, go to the bathroom, whatever, leaving one lone guy as the face of your defenses. That can lead to problems. How many do you have? He asked. We try to have 4, but 3 is the bare minimum. And make sure they aren't all teenagers, or you can forget about being alert. They'll talk so much the bad guys will drive through and they wouldn't even notice. That got us laughing again. We'll leave you to it, I finally said. See you around, Frank. Thanks for everything. After many handshakes with our new allies, we finally left. Carmen and I began our walk back to our people, but it wasn't long before we reached the man standing on his porch. He was in almost the same spot as when we'd passed earlier. Hey, I said as we walked by. There's a guy named Jack right back there at his roadblock who is organizing his side street to be defensive. If you'd like to help keep the looters out of this street too, go talk to him. We're trying to organize a neighborhood watch from this street over to Poseidon Pier, which is 2 over. We kept walking, and I'd begun to think the guy didn't care. But he finally did respond after we'd almost gotten past his property line. I'll check him out. A small victory to add to our progress with Jack. Relieved, we walked hand in hand through the drying mud fields on the long street. The stricken container ship remained a big blot at the end of the road a mile away. Hundreds, if not thousands, of metal containers were in that ship, ready to be looted by any resident who could now see it. The road in that direction was blocked off by a giant rolling dumpster, the kind they put on flatbeds and drop on your driveway when you're about to remodel your house. Someone had gone through the trouble of painting the entire side white, so the letters would stand out. We shoot first. Well, I guess that's one way to deter crooks, Carmen said. Yeah, but it makes it hard to team up with them. Maybe we don't want to, she suggested. We reached the corner at 40th Street. To our left, the roadblock we'd spotted coming in. Ahead, the dumpster. To our right, the way back to Pax's house. I couldn't find a simple reason why Carmen was wrong, but I imagined everyone nearby would eventually need a chance to join our alliance. We couldn't have one neighborhood doing their own thing, with the rest of us surrounding it. Or was I thinking too much like a military warlord? Whatever happened to the mom? Carmen asked out of the blue as we made our way along the road. Did she fare any better than your friend, the dad? I took a moment to think about it. They didn't stay together. I guess it was too much for them. She moved to the East Coast to be with other family members, to get away from anything that reminded her of what she'd lost. I emailed her occasionally, mostly asking if she'd seen my friend,
and she seemed to be doing okay the last time I heard from her. For the next couple of minutes, we walked in silence, though we often scanned in all directions on the off chance more looters would try to come at us. However, the longer we walked, my levels of affection and care for Carmen grew. She had been there for me when I needed her, and she'd walk the delicate line between needling me about my feelings and ignoring them completely. Somehow, she knew exactly where my lines were, even if I didn't know them myself. We'd gotten to the last intersection, where our chase with the thief had started, when we heard the small, whiny motor of a go-kart. The brick in my stomach doubled in size.
Trouble?
Carmen asked. It took a few anxious seconds to confirm the cart was racing our way along Poseidon, from the east. Another couple seconds, and I recognized the thin kid with the wavy blonde hair. "It's just Tyler," I said with relief. My stomach anchor went back to normal size. The teen boy drove the little four-wheel race car like he'd stolen the thing, maybe at a speed of 25 miles per hour. It bounced on the dirt clods drying in the sun, and a wisp of dust tracked up in the air currents behind it. Agnes's small white bow gave her away as the passenger. She sat with a red medical bag on her lap, which made me realize Pax still needed medical care. "Holy shit!" I exclaimed as I checked my watch. "It's been 45 minutes since Zen sent his 2 runners to get her." Not exactly a fast response time for our medical care. I pointed Tyler to the correct house, like I was directing him into the pit zone of a racetrack. Instead of taking the long way on the street, he took me literally and cut across the flat, empty backyards of the houses on this side of Pax's place. The route was a bit wetter and sloppier, and mud shot off the tires in rooster tails. "Wow, kid," I said under my breath. "Agnes is going to hate you." He skidded to a stop when he came at Pax's driveway from the side. Agnes got out and ran inside. Tyler talked to a few other teens standing around. Then he waved and got moving again. Like before, he opted to cut across the yards, instead of going to the corner and turning toward the intersection. The rooster tails shot up again as he slid along the same tracks. He bounced the cart onto the roadway and mashed the brakes, so he came at us in a long, slippery skid. He laughed maniacally. "That was straight fire!" he cheered. I was at a loss for words. The go-kart was built for off-road use, but I doubted the builders ever dreamed it would look like a candy wafer dunked in chocolate. Carmen spoke for me.
"Frank said it's been 45 minutes since we sent for Agnes."
A switch was flicked on, and Tyler changed to his serious mud face.
"Uncle Frank, don't be mad. I got her here as fast as humanly possible. The 2 guys Zen sent down went right to the front gate and talked to Regis. He got a fast runner to come to our roadblock. Everything went flawlessly to get the message to us."
"What happened?" I finally got out.
2 problems, he began. 1, Agnes was passed out when we found her in a bed. She has a medical condition, I think.
"And the second?" I asked.
"There is someone trying to steal the big rig our people hid in a garage on Barracuda. I had to divert onto their street, while someone gave me a message for you."
I didn't need him to say it. "They need me to come back," I finished.
"Yeah. How'd you know?"
he asked. I motioned for him to get out. "I need to borrow your ride." 13.
"Are we having fun yet?"
Carmen laughed after a big splash of mud hit her sternum and then snuck into her cleavage. The cart nearly sat on the ground, with about 3 inches of clearance below, and we sat next to each other in open air, so the small tires didn't have to throw mud a long way to hit us. "Need some help cleaning that?" I joked as I leaned over and pretended I was offering real assistance for her top. She and Penny had been diligent about changing outfits the past 6 days, since all of us were well overdue for good showers and deep soaks for our clothes in the washing machine. In this new day, Carmen had put on a white top, which had been appropriate in the fresh, clean sunshine after the storm. However, looking at the shirt now, I had a feeling it would never be worn again. Of course, my trucker shirt was probably ruined too.
"I've never had a man clean my clothes before," she laughed.
"Well, I'd clean you up at the same time," I said in an innocent tone. We didn't have the extra long guns, nor did we have the bag of contraband. I'd given those things to Tyler before we boarded the go-kart. We'd left him standing on the corner with thousands of dollars of drugs and money, but at least he had 3 guns to defend it. "I guess I'm all in on trusting our teen friend back there," I said, meaning Tyler.
"He's a good kid,"
Carmen agreed, spitting dirt. We sped along Poseidon, passing the shipwrecked roof on my left, the actual shipwreck of the fishing boat on my right, and finally, the burned house on the corner. The roadblock team waved us out of Zen's neighborhood. Then my front gate people waved us in. Since there was no place to hide anyone on the go-kart, they didn't need to scrutinize us.
"Barracuda!"
Regis shouted. There was no mud on the pavement, so the last flecks of slop fell off as we rounded the corner to the middle street in our subdivision. Tyler had warned me there was someone trying to steal our truck, but he didn't know who. The vintage semi was parked in the middle of Barracuda, engine running, facing our way. It looked as if every person on the street had come out to gather around the tall red semi-truck. One person stood alone in front of the truck, preventing it from leaving. Another was running around the whole truck, hopping on the side, and running some more. I drove the little sports cart about 1 house short of the truck, then skidded to a stop using the grass in the front yard. I had to admit, Tyler was right. The thing was fun to drive. Carmen and I climbed out of the low seats.
"Frank, thank God,"
Amanda cheered. The old HOA president stood among the others, anxious for me to get out and save the day.
"Neither of these fools will listen to us."
"What the hell happened?" I asked.
"Mr. James has obviously fallen from the top of the idiot tree and hit every branch on the way down. He got into the truck and told someone he intended to take it to reach his family."
I'd run into Mr. James, the high school principal, a few times. He was a man who thought he was better than the rest of us, and me in particular, after I smacked him down hard. "And her?" I pointed to Bella, Marco's extremely pregnant wife.
"She ran in his way when she saw him pull out, and then shuffled into the street to stop him from going. At first I heard he tried to bump her out of the way, but since I came out on the street I haven't seen him try. It's a standoff."
If I'd known she was the issue, I would have grabbed Marco instead of Carmen. He was still finishing up helping Zen's people move back in.
"Where's her husband?"
Amanda wondered aloud. "He was with me on the other side of Bayside."
"Oh, that's right."
"And him?" I continued, pointing to Red as he frantically ran around the truck.
"He's beside himself that he wasn't able to stop the truck from being stolen."
"Well, at least he's trying." I surveyed the gathered people. Many were elderly, a few small children darted around laughing and playing, and a good number of the remainder looked like young mothers and fathers. I was sure everyone watching would agree the pregnant woman didn't belong in front of that truck. "I'll see what I can do," I whispered. I was armed, always, but I didn't think this was a situation I could shoot through. Worst case, I might put a bullet in the tires of the truck. But any damage I caused would have to be fixed later, taking time and resources, so my worst case was reserved for emergency use only. "Red, what's the deal?" I asked him as he came around to the driver's side. He was drenched in sweat from the exertion. His dark curly hair was almost dripping as it hung from his white ball cap.
Frank, oh my God. I was here like I said I would be, but this guy jumped in and started it up. He must have found my keys.
Don't worry about it, I said. It reinforced the need for a motor pool. James rolled his window down when he saw me. He was one of those guys who dressed like he was always on his way to the big city, and even now wore a white shirt and tie. However, his face was clammy and pale, as if he'd tossed his cookies on the passenger seat before I arrived.
Amanda mentioned you were a truck driver, Frank, so why don't you get in front of this truck and I'll show you how to drive this thing properly.
Bella stood with one hand under her baby bump, seemingly holding it up. I was the last person to ask about pregnant women, but I did know they didn't like to be on their feet any longer than necessary. This brave woman seemed to be on the verge of falling over, but I didn't dare go out in the street, or James might run her over in order to get at me.
Why don't you come down from there so we can talk? I said to James in a reasonable tone. Where would you even go out there? Did you by chance hear what the owner of this truck said to us about the outside? It's getting to be impossible for normal people to drive around. I can make it. I'm a principal, damn it. They've got to let me through. You've been hiding in your house for too long, sir, I answered, giving him respect he didn't deserve, but that I hoped would soothe his moon-sized ego. Roads are blocked off. Highways are shut down. Whole cities are abandoned. Port Charlotte is a ghost town. It is? He asked with surprise. Gone, I added for emphasis. I took Red at his word on that. He slapped his face and wiped downward until he seemed to yawn in his hands. I can't stay here. You've turned everyone against me. Even Amanda is brainwashed by your smooth-talking words. Hey, thanks. I haven't been called a smooth talker since my first girlfriend called me that as a joke. I waited a few beats, hoping to see a reaction. Look, I've got 99 problems, but you aren't one of them. I reasoned it was okay to lie to the guy, given his position threatening a pregnant woman. You can come down from there, and we'll forget the whole thing, okay? Let's give this poor woman a break from blocking the road. She needs to sit down. Get her a chair, he snarked. Nah, Zen shot around the corner on a bicycle, heading my way. I don't think this is going to go on that long, I finished. Zen raced along the street until he skidded in the grass behind the go-kart. There was an ingrained gene in guys that said we had to conduct dramatic entrances in any vehicle we found ourselves driving. Frank, he chuffed. Damn, dude, that cart is fast. I'm a little busy. I looked up to Mr. James, then back to Zen, hoping he got the message. He flashed a passing glance to the man in the rig. Frank, I tried to stop you back at the intersection when that kid got out of the go-kart, but you must not have heard me yelling. More motion caught my eye down the road. This time it was Tyler, coming around the corner on foot, still carrying the confiscated weapons on his back and holding the bag of drugs. Yeah, he was following me, Zen explained. What's going on? I asked. He drew in a stabilizing breath. Frank, my dude, I think we found the dudes who were in the shipping box. I absorbed his statement for a few seconds. What's he talking about? James called down. Zen wasn't a quiet talker, so it didn't surprise me James could hear him, even over the engine. I ignored my first problem to deal with the second. How do you know they were from the shipping container? I asked. Some of my peeps said they saw 6 men, all dressed the same, running between houses down at the end of the road. They had weapons, radios, the whole works, like real soldier dudes. Were they our soldiers? I asked, convinced already that they weren't.
Why would our military transport people in civilian containers?
No, they're not even sure if they are soldiers. But they all had on the same black shirts and carried the same packs and gear and stuff.
If my brain was equipped with civil defense sirens, I would have activated them. It was the confirmation I'd been fearing that the men who'd taken over the trailer park were operating on a wider battlefield than that place up north. "Hold that thought," I said to Zen. Tyler ran up as I was about to talk to James.
"Holy crap, I'm out of shape."
The boy leaned over to catch his breath, dropping the bag, then the rifle, then the pump shotgun. "Mr. James, I've got a lot of appointments to take care of today, so this problem you have, we need to resolve it." He leaned back, then cocked his head toward me.
"You could put me in charge."
Tyler let out a wheezing cackle. I stifled my natural reaction, which would have been a similar laugh, for the sake of diplomacy.
"I could do it,"
he insisted. "I'm sure you could, but for now these people have placed their trust in me. When the time is right, I'd be happy to put it to a vote." The idea dawned on me I could hop onto the step, pull out my Springfield, and put a bullet in the side of his head before he could even hit the gas. James sat in his big boy seat, oblivious to how fast violence could be visited upon him, and turn him into an inconsequential skid mark on the apocalypse's fresh diaper. That was exactly why he would make a terrible leader.
"A vote?"
he asked, skeptical but interested. "Yeah, we'll have a vote," I said to get his hopes up. "You and me could run neck and neck and see who the people vote for. That sounds kind of fun, actually." Lies. Damned lies. He reached toward the dashboard. I swallowed hard for what I was about to do. I yanked my Springfield from the IWB holster on my right hip. Whatever else happened, I wasn't going to let him run over Bella. The motor spurted, then stopped. "We're doing this?" I said with shock.
"Yeah."
He leaned his head against the headrest.
"I know I can beat you."
I rolled my eyes while stuffing the pistol back in its home, but I tried to keep everything in perspective. Being a leader for everyday people wasn't always about shooting at militiamen or chasing guys who fell out of shipping containers. It was now about providing mental health services, breaking up fights, and keeping teenagers from acting like bunny rabbits with each other. On Torval Street, I'd faced one of my own mental hang-ups. Here on Barracuda, I had to deal with Mr. James having a breakdown. Despite myself, I actually stayed polite. "Hey, bud, let's come down from there and let this good woman get into a comfy chair." He looked at me, almost with fresh eyes, as if seeing me had sparked a recollection he was destined to do more than drive a dirty old truck.
"Yes, of course. I'm so sorry."
James opened the door and hurried down, so he could hustle toward the front to see Bella.
"I didn't mean anything by it," he said with a chuckle. "I wasn't really going to run you over, of course."
Bella took a few steps toward the yard, but wavered for a few seconds. Tyler ran over and offered her an arm to steady herself.
"I'm going to go lie down,"
she commented, basically ignoring James. Several women rushed over to help her, taking the burden from Tyler. "Why did you do that?" I asked her. Bella looked at me, flushed from the effort.
"Because Marco would have wanted me to protect what belongs to us."
I didn't know her or Marco well enough to know if that was true, but I had my doubts the big man would have encouraged his wife to get in front of a moving giant. "Well, never do that again. But thank you." Her weak smile was all she could give back. I pulled Carmen aside. "I have a job for you."
"Please say you want me to clean up,"
she said, reading my mind. "Not yet. I don't trust anyone but you to do this. I need you to walk Mr. James back to his place on Albacore. Then I need you to get someone on his street to guard his home. We're putting him under double-secret probation," I conspired, channeling the movie Animal House.
"That job sucks," she fake pouted.
I knew she would do whatever I asked to keep our neighborhood safe. "When that's done, I want you to tell Tyler he's in charge of putting guards on all our working vehicles. Tell him his friends can hang out around the cars to protect them when they aren't doing other chores."
"Well, what if the kids are the ones who want to steal them?"
"They aren't going to take them, at least not out of the subdivision. Alex, Zoe, and Tyler have probably been talking about their trip outside our perimeter since yesterday. Once they hear what's out there, the teens will figure out they want to stay in here, where it's relatively safe." She scraped mud off my cheek with a fingernail.
"I'll take care of all that. But what are you going to do?" she continued.
"I'm going with Zen to see about those armed men."
"Are you taking the cart?"
she asked with a wry smile. "I'd planned on it. Why?" We both glanced over to the machine. Tyler had already plopped in the mud-encrusted driver's seat, as if he was going to be my chauffeur.
"I think you'll have one more fight on your hands," she laughed.
I kicked Tyler out and jumped in the go-kart with Zen, starting up the street. By chance, I turned my head to see if someone was going to move the truck back, and I noticed someone coming out of the passenger side of the huge semi. Since everyone was looking at the pregnant woman now resting on the grass on the other side, no one would have noticed. Andy, the thin, brooding woman who had come with Red, hurried to get away from the truck. Had she been in the cab with Mr. James? If so, why? More people, more problems. 14. The go-kart seemed big when it was me and Carmen, but Zen was almost as large as I was, so neither of us had enough room in the tiny cockpit. I could have taken any of the gas-powered vehicles, but the cart was the most convenient. On the way, I decided it was also the smartest vehicle to take into hostile situations. If someone stole it while we were walking around, we wouldn't be out a full-sized vehicle. There hadn't been time to rig up a kill switch system for it. I stopped at the front gate to ask someone to find out what Andy had been doing, so she knew we had an eye on her. Then we sped across Bayside.
"Dude, this reminds me of when I was a kid,"
Zen said as we accelerated past his roadblock, waved to his guys, and then started in on the street with multiple muddy ruts where the go-kart and other vehicles had already traveled. "Did you have one of these?" I asked, to keep him chatting.
"Nah, dude. My dad would have said I would break my skull on one of these, but my buddy down the street had 2 of them. We used to run those stupid things all over our neighborhood. We would even go up to the food store and tie carts to the back end. Then we'd whip around corners and watch 'em go flying."
He laughed and actually slapped his knee at the same time.
"That sounds awesome," I said to encourage him.
"You have no idea." The mud was close to dry on the main road, but water and gunk filled the depression on either side of Poseidon, and the canal next to the road was uniformly brown from all the runoff. As we turned right at 40th Street and then turned left on Pax's Street, the mud got thicker.
"It's right up there, about 5 houses down."
Zen pointed to the other side of the east-west road.
"The red place."
I pulled into Pax's driveway.
"What are we doing here?"
he asked. After hopping out, I waved him to follow me inside. There were lots of men and women standing around, as if they'd come back after whatever incident had taken place with the armed men. The inside of Pax's home had been gutted, same as all the other houses on the street. Water had come in, rearranged everything that wasn't bolted to the floor, and then blew mud all over the walls and carpets as a farewell love letter. I found Pax lying on the countertop of a huge island in the kitchen. There was little question. He didn't make it. "Crap," I said as I walked into the room. Pax had 24 knife wounds on his chest, neck, and face. His dishwater blonde hair was matted with blood, and there were several cuts on his face and hands. Someone had ripped his neck when they'd stolen his many gold necklaces. The thief had not only taken the man's drugs, jewelry, and money, but he'd also taken his life. Agnes stood at the end of the counter, staring down at her hands. When she heard me come into the room, the woman looked up.
"I couldn't help this man. He was already dead."
"I know," I replied. "I'm sorry we weren't able to get you here sooner. Are you doing okay?"
"Not really. I have a hard time catching my breath when I walk more than a few paces. My knees feel like axes are whittling away at the bone, and I'm dizzy more than half the time."
"Holy shit. Do you mind telling me what's wrong? That sounds terrible."
"It is. Someone broke into my house on that first night and stole all my drug bottles. I won't bother telling you what all I'm on, just that I don't function well without them. Suffice it to say, I was in the middle of fighting 6 different kinds of cancer."
"Say no more," I said. "We found some medications at the local vet clinic. You are welcome to check those out to see if anything will help you. We also have a ton of fentanyl, plus a shit ton of stuff we recovered from a druggie. Not sure what all we have, but we'll lay it out for you back at my place." We would need a controlled substances person to keep watch on the stuff, probably in the neighborhood watch office itself. Almost without realizing it, we had a formidable drug collection that would be the envy of all the addicts, now drying out after losing their main suppliers in the post-EMP collapse. It was one more threat to throw on the growing pile.
"I might take you up on that," she allowed.
"If you can't do anything for this man, I recommend you head back to the street. You're free to hitch a ride in the go-kart parked out front." She wore dark slacks and a heavy denim shirt, attire that seemed far too hot for the muggy day. The white bow in her hair was a nice touch, but Tyler's ride in the muddy go-kart had made a mess of her outfit. As she spoke, she gripped her hair, slid it through her fingers, and pulled chunks of mud from the strands.
"I think I'd rather walk, but I can't make it that far."
"We'll get you home," I chuckled, hopefully with a less stressful driver than Tyler. Agnes was one of our most valuable additions. As a nurse, we would need her almost every day going forward. I was sure of it. We got her an escort and sent her riding away in the go-kart. I caught sight of Luke walking out the door toward the garage. "Hey, Luke." He stopped and came over to us. "Hiya, Frank. I'm here to see what those men are doing. Zen said they're the same guys as we found at the trailer park. Can you confirm that?" He nodded.
"Most of them wear jeans and black button-down shirts, like they do bowling on the side. But one of the guys was wearing a full-on black jumpsuit. Maybe he's the leader?"
"Or he's their mechanic," I suggested.
"Mechanic with a gun," he said. "The ones I saw all had long guns." "And a flamethrower," Zen added.
Luke and I turned his way.
"Yeah, dudes. One of the guys absolutely had a flamethrower. I swear."
A flamethrower field manual had come with a steel shipping container, so I was ready to believe him. But to confirm any of it, I'd have to walk down the street toward danger. If someone didn't chase the guys away, we'd lose access to a dozen houses scattered at the far end of the street, all the way to the wreck that was once Brendan and Corey's home. The remains of that structure were on the next street over, at the end of the block. I waved Luke to me and walked into the family room to get some privacy. "What's up?" he asked once we were alone. "You up for a scouting mission?" "What are you planning on doing?" he asked. Those men in black might be the key to the whole EMP situation. If we can learn more about them, including how they are getting down from the ship, we might get some serious intel about their intentions here in South Florida. We might even learn why the EMP was set off in the first place. He rocked from leg to leg for a few moments. You don't have to go, I counseled. I could get Zen. A few of us had come over to Zen's neighborhood to help with repossessing all the homes that had been stolen by the squatters and looters. But Luke and Agnes were the only two people in the house I recognized from Clownfish. Of the two, only Luke was qualified to go out with me and head for danger. Medical problems aside, the nurse had no business looking for trouble. She needed to be protected and kept far behind the front lines. No, I'm with you, Frank. Good. I whispered so only he could hear me. I've gotten to know Zen, and he's a good guy, I think. But he's not a person you want in the foxhole next to you, if you catch my drift. I get it, he answered. Follow my lead. I walked back into the kitchen. Agnes is going back to Clownfish. Zen, with this new threat, I recommend you gather your people in the homes you already control and keep them from getting too close to these new dudes until we know what they're up to. Luke and I are going to snoop closer and see what we can find out. You sure you don't want me to come along? Zen asked right away. Not this time, bud. Luke is like a brother to me, and we know each other well enough to anticipate what the other will do. That's going to be important as we go sneaking around. It was the second time today I'd refused his help. Makes sense. Hey, dude, should we bury my bud? The young hippie motioned toward his sliced friend on the kitchen island. Not yet. Tend to your people. Show them you're in charge. I can do that, he said with a salute. Lost on him was my effort to portray him as my equal. By saluting, he'd made it clear to all those in the house he was taking orders from me. I could have straightened him out in the moment, but it seemed less important than having a clear chain of command. I flashed a half-assed salute as Luke and I hurried out the garage door. I led him to the far side of the house, where a small pear tree provided concealment for us to look toward the dangerous end of the street. I studied the homes down there. Shit, there are 2 houses smoking, I declared. The fires were still inside the homes, throwing fumes out windows and attic vents. But it wouldn't be long before the flames engulfed them entirely. That was a nice thing you said in there, about thinking of me as your brother. I have to admit, I always wanted an older brother. Yeah, well, it doesn't get you off shitter duty or out of any of the other glorious chores we've all got to do. Sorry about that. We both chuckled. But, I added, I can honestly say I've never gotten to know a group of people in as little time as you guys on Clownfish Cove. Ben is like the grandpa. You and LeVar are like my brothers. And don't tell him this, but I would be honored if Tyler and Rainey were my kids. They would like that too, I think. Rainey does her thing, not caring who knows. But Tyler is always looking for ways to impress his Uncle Frank. He might even not remember that I'm his actual dad. I still kept my eye on the prize. Yeah, well, tell him he's trying too hard to impress people. I drove by your house today and he was wearing some old Halloween costume, showing off for those impressionable teens from the school. Was it the one with the hat? He asked. Hat? No, it was a baby jump-around buggy, I think. Oh, yeah, that was his most recent one. He made that all by himself, if you can believe it. I can. When he puts his mind to it, he's very creative. Too clever by half, as they say. Yeah, I saw motion. There, they're going to the next house. 5 or 6 men ran out of one house, crossed the lawns between the 2 homes, and stormed into the neighboring residence. Relative to our position, they were coming one house closer to us, but on the other side of the street. "Come on, let's get closer," I suggested. We didn't get in the go-kart, as that would have been easy to spot. Instead, we ran around to the back of Pax's place, then walked the next two properties using the backyards. Not many people on the street had fences, and that made it a snap to move quickly toward the men. As we rounded the rear corner of the second house, the rattle of gunfire carried in on the air. The middle of my body, from my throat to my thighs, constricted, as if a giant hand was crushing the wind out of me. I had no training as a soldier, didn't play one on TV, and didn't stay at a Holiday Inn last night, so I had no idea how they coped with the tension and surreal experience of running toward the sound of weapons fire. It was as if my flesh and bones instinctively knew death was lurking around the corner. I halted us at another bush, this time on the corner of the third house down from Pax's place. This offered the perfect view to look across the street and see where all the shots were being fired. Glass on the front of the house fell out in rapid succession, as if done intentionally. Tufts of grass kicked up in front of the house where bullets were hitting. "Shouldn't we go over there and help?" Luke asked. "Not a chance in hell," I answered. "Why not?" "Basically, we're not soldiers. I only came over here to observe those guys. Right now, we don't know who's shooting or from where. We don't know the good guys or the bad guys. I don't even know who lives there. Right now, the only play for us is to wait and see what happens." "Yeah, okay. I guess that adds up." One loud boom, possibly a shotgun blast, rose above the din. Seconds later, two guys in black ran out the front door, but they were cut down by someone shooting at them from inside the house, out of my line of sight. One of the dying men seemed to let go of his entire magazine as he fired in random directions on his way to the muddy grass. A mental note registered that the weapon was fully automatic. That meant it wasn't a civilian model. A bullet penetrated the gutter about 6 feet to our left. We ducked. More gunfire. It sounded like two platoons of soldiers on opposite sides had chosen the house across the street to settle old scores. Guns would fire in random order, then one would sound for 10 or 15 shots straight. This was only broken up by the sound of shattering glass, pots and pans falling, and men screaming. As I peeked again, a long jet of flame shot from the wrecked front windows. "Holy hell!" I blurted, ducking instinctively. The fuel for the fire splashed off the pillars of the front porch, ricocheted off the broken glass, and deflected onto the lawn. But a lot of it stayed inside the house. That turned the front half of the place into an instant inferno. A crump noise sounded to me like an explosion over there. A man came out screaming through one of the big front windows. He was covered in flames as he stopped, dropped, and rolled. Machine guns chugged inside the home, almost constantly. I zeroed in on the man flailing in the grass. "Should we help him?" Luke asked. I lined up one easy shot, popping the dying man in the head, before ducking back behind the bush. "Not sure who he was, but he was already dead." "Hope you didn't help a bad guy." Luke laughed it off. "I still operate under the golden rule. Do unto others." "That's worth remembering," he said, now sobered. The battle went on for another 2 minutes, but it ended with a second explosion, this one much larger than the first. It rattled my lungs and blanketed us with a warm, open oven blast of heat. "Damn!" Luke exclaimed. The last bits of glass from the front windows were blown out. The front door was now on the lawn, and a large part of the roof collapsed in. Another guy, or at least his top half, was chucked out onto the lawn like a rolled newspaper. No homeowner could have survived that, I whispered. There was no shooting after the explosion. Assuming military guys would have a way to survive such extreme battles, I expected to see some of them come out of the house and press on to the next one. But we'd made it about 3 minutes before I saw any living person over there.
"Here they come,"
Luke pointed across the street. It was one guy, dressed in black, with the bottom of one of his trouser legs wrapped in flames. He came out from between the destroyed house and the more distant one, but he walked at an angle away from the battle, as if he was heading back toward the intersection on the far end of the street, maybe 5 houses down. The guy was holding a rifle, but it was dragging in the mud behind him, attached to a broken sling that allowed the weapon to get away from him.
"Should we put him down?"
Luke inquired. "He is wearing that weird uniform shirt. I think I'd like to know who the hell he is and what he's doing on my street. Wouldn't you?"
"If I'm being honest, I don't. It seems like a big risk. What if there are still soldiers in that house over there?"
Vivid orange flames now soared above the structure's cracked roof.
"Come on, brother. Where's your sense of adventure? What if I'm the quiet one who watches, and you're the loud one who gets things done?"
He laughed at his own joke, and I got the sense he was stalling out of anxiety. Still, I knew him well enough to know he'd step up when he was needed. "I think we're both doers," I said to close out his train of thought. "Let's go capture that asshole." I retreated from the bush, sticking to the side of the house. We would loop around 2 more houses and come out ahead of the man in the black shirt. From there, we would capture him. Then finally get some answers. 15. "What's he doing?" I asked Luke. The 2 of us stood behind an upside-down sedan that had rolled against the front corner of a garage. We'd repositioned to get in front of him, but the man wasn't in a hurry to get away from us or anyone from the big gun battle. Instead, he'd stopped in the middle of the street to pat at the flames that didn't seem to go away. "I think he's in shock," I replied. No other men had come out of the burning home, friend or foe. There was no telling how many of these soldiers had been in the container ship, or if there were more guys close at hand. But I had to play the averages. The reward of capturing the guy far outweighed the risks. For now. "Let's get him to surrender," I suggested.
"I'll do whatever you need,"
Luke answered. I motioned for Luke to stay where he was, out of sight. Then I stepped next to the trunk of the flipped car, so the man could see me. I held my rifle against my chest, pointed down, so he could see I was carrying a deadly weapon. Then I announced myself.
"Hey, asshole, we've got you surrounded. Untangle yourself from that rifle, and let's talk."
The guy stopped tending to his burning trousers and looked up at me.
"Are you part of the army of rednecks?"
The man's accent was foreign, not much different than M, our honorary resident from Bulgaria.
"Our CO warned us about you."
I cracked up. "Maybe I am," I answered. "What's a redneck where you come from?"
"Beer-swilling American male. Listens to Metallica. Keeps women in bikini. And most important, has lots of those guns."
Was he talking about Metallica, the group? "Where do you live that women in bikinis is a bad thing?" I asked in a reasonable tone. I was surprised to find him so willing to talk, but I was willing to ask him 20 questions if I could figure out where he was from.
"I live here," he croaked. "Or close. Is this place Port Charlotte?"
"Is that where you're going?" I asked. He pointed to the huge cargo vessel beached nearby.
"Ship's supposed to drop us there for recovery duty. No, this is Miami. You're on the wrong side of the whole friggin' state, man."
I'd picked up enough to determine his idea of recovery duty wasn't the same as mine, so I didn't mind confusing him about where he was. The guy and his friends had bad intentions for Port Charlotte. That was clear. After seeing the flamethrower in action, I had to wonder if the people in those cars had somehow been burned by flamethrowers like that one. Though Red had said it was only the skin that had been burned, so I wasn't sure how to close the loop on the discrepancy. The guy's shoulders slumped, as if I had driven a real knife between his ribs.
"I'll never make it to Port Charlotte," he wheezed.
As I got used to his speech pattern, I figured out he must have inhaled a lot of smoke, or the blast had done damage to his lungs. His voice sounded hoarse and scratchy, like an uncle who'd smoked 4 packs a day for 50 years. The guy gazed toward the ship. "Hey, you have friends up there. Can we take you to them?" Always use the carrot whenever possible.
"I have orders," he said enigmatically.
"Orders are good," I reasoned, taking a couple of steps closer to him. "I'm not in the military, unless you count me as part of this redneck army you'd mentioned. But I do lead a social club back on my street, so I get what orders are for, when they make sense." I was honing my sense of OPSEC, operational security, and the ability to ad-lib ridiculous fictions. I didn't want this man to report back to his leaders with anything useful about my group. I also wanted to see if I could get him to throw away at least one of his orders, so he wouldn't try to kill us. The man hadn't detached himself from his rifle. He also had a pistol on his hip, but he hadn't reached for it, so I didn't press the issue. However, he would have to dump it if I could get him to surrender to us. Down the street, Zen and the local residents were moving house to house, coming ever closer. I was tempted to send Luke around the houses to get them to stop, but I didn't want to lose my backup. Look, I'm just a guy trying to keep his lawn mowed, his shed painted the right color, and his mailbox planted the exact correct depth, as required by my HOA rules. I don't have any beef with you or your friends. But can you at least tell me why you were here? Why you dressed up like Chinese serial killers?" The man's long-sleeved shirt had a tall collar, was buttoned down, and it hung over his belt a little like the stereotypical martial arts actors you saw in foreign movies. It had no markings or pockets. I didn't think any army would travel with unmarked soldiers, which eliminated my obvious guesses as to who he was working for.
"General Order 12-51, issued by the Regional Governor for the State of Florida, dictates that all members seriously injured or under threat of capture while on recovery duties are mandated to avoid those outcomes by any means necessary."
To prove he was serious, the man pulled his pistol. He did it slow and in a non-threatening way, as if to prove to me he wasn't a threat. Still, as soon as he started the motion, I'd gone back behind the trunk of the upside-down car.
"Whoa! No need for that," I called to him. "General Order 12-12 dictates that no member shall betray the recovery effort. The penalty is burning at the stake."
After seeing the flamethrower in action, it seemed like his group centered their life around burning things. Good Lord, you should join the redneck army. Our penalty for failure is watching girls add layers of clothing to their bikinis. He laughed a little, but it was forced and hollow.
"You funny guy."
His pants continued to burn, the flames now chewing at material a little below his knee. It wasn't clear why he wasn't putting it out. I was sure it had to hurt. The crazy guy put the gun to his temple. "Hey, come on now," I said.
There's no need for that. I bet you're a funny guy, too."
"I am not," he said in a tone of arid dryness. Luke peeked through the window of the car to watch.
"Let's play a little game. I'll start. My name is Bozo. Ever hear of someone named Bozo?"
"No," he admitted.
"It's a redneck name, you know. My day job is motivating the children who work at the local iron smelter. It can get up to 200 degrees in the work areas, but we give the kids ponchos to keep cool, so it's all good. Do you work with any kids back home?"
I was nervous facing down a man on fire holding a gun, so my reserves of creativity came from the events happening around me. The jets of heat blasting out of the burning house, my teen friends back home, and my run-in with the Poncho Militia being my primary sources of inspiration. "I do not," he said without emotion.
"Well, can you at least tell me your name, or what your job back home is? That can't break any rules, can it? It isn't military-related. It can't spoil the recovery mission, right?"
He tried to stand up straight. "General Order 12-20. Do not consort with Americans." He wasn't American. It seemed to me he was looking for excuses to shoot himself. I figured the only reason he hadn't done it yet was he was in some serious shock. Part of me wanted to capitalize on that fact by sending Luke around to the other side of the house so he could try to tackle the guy from behind. However, that would expose my friend to anyone left in the house, no matter how remote that seemed. It wasn't worth the risk.
"I recently retired from clown school, buddy. I moved to this part of Miami so I could enjoy the weather and look at lots of those bikinis you mentioned. Can you at least tell me why you were picking on us average dudes? Why don't you go fight the army? They're up in—"
I tried to remember where Lieutenant Dancer had told me they were going. However, as I thought it through, I didn't want to give the guy any intel whatsoever. Maybe he didn't know where any bases were.
"They're up in Michigan, I think."
"Michigan is not in my designated recovery zone. I don't know how I got here, but my supervisor will have to file a report about this." Now he pointed to the house over his shoulder. Behind him, Zen and his guys had snuck up to the house one over from the raging fire. I assumed they were watching what happened between me and the foreigner.
"You've got to give me something, guy. What's your rank? What make of rifle are you tugging behind you? How long have you been in that container box? How will we know who defeated the redneck army if you don't tell us who you are?"
I wasn't pleased how the guy refused to give me the satisfaction of accidentally answering any of my questions. The leg of his trouser was now burning above his knee, spreading faster. A red field of blistered skin covered the space between his knee and his bootlaces. His pain threshold must have been superhuman.
"General Order—" Yeah, I cut in. "You can't tell me."
"You are right, American. I can't tell you. However, I can tell you this is not over. Your redneck army might be able to hold one Miami house." He gestured behind him to the flaming home. "But we are Legion, and we will burn Miami to ash." He steadied the pistol against his temple. My adrenaline dumped again, and I practically teleported 3 feet to my right, out of the man's sight. However, after a few seconds had gone by, I heard gunfire from out on the street. I peeked through the window of the car.
"What the hell?"
The man was limp running in our direction.
"He's coming for us!"
The shooting came from Zen's people. A metallic whizzing indicated one of the bullets had struck the car. There was no time to think through what would happen. The guy was running to close the distance between us, so he could either shoot us dead or have us be shot dead by the homeowners stalking him from one house back. I leaned left, around the back of the car. Shot after shot ripped out from the firing line. He was 20 feet away. How they missed the guy, I couldn't say. One bullet cracked the glass on the tipped car. I lined up my sights and fired from the hip around the back side of the vehicle. Shot 1 missed, but 2 and 3 sunk into his chest. Number 4 went over his shoulder as he flailed and tumbled toward me. The guy tried to aim when he saw me, but he didn't have much luck after eating 2 of my rounds. I shot 3 more times. A round came in from slightly behind him, shredding a piece of jaw by his chin. Another one struck his back, causing him to arch in pain. But he was already dead. The numerous impacts had him rolling his eyes back in his head. My fear now was for the hail of bullets coming from friendly fire. Fighting panic, I shuffled backward. "Luke, this way!" We withdrew as the man slammed against the back of the vehicle. Our position behind the car gave us a great view of the man in the black shirt, but there was no way to safely call off the attack on him, so we got out of there. We hadn't learned a single thing from him anyway. The mysterious man was taking his secret to the grave, like his precious general order whatever. I was left to wonder how many more of him were in the ship. How many more who were willing to stand and talk while their leg burned. We got behind the home and sat against the back wall, catching our breath. "How's your sense of adventure now, Frank?" he mused. I patted my arms and legs, like I had misplaced my keys. No bullet holes in me. Let's go back out there." I pretended like I was getting up. "Very funny," he chuckled. I bent far enough to peek around the corner. The dead soldier was face down, almost where we'd been hiding behind that car. He'd served his unit well, but he did accidentally reveal some key facts about the men in black. There were a sizable number of them. They were well organized, and they were on some type of recovery mission for Port Charlotte. It simply wasn't a mission to recover the people currently living there. 16. After the man was dead, we linked up with Zen's people and walked the backyards of the last few houses toward the beached ship, so we could reoccupy those waterlogged homes. 3 of the houses nearby were on fire, and the last house on Poseidon was rubble. I hardly recognized Brandon's place, where me and the boy had ridden the roof as it detached from the crumbling walls. Luke and I went into the second-to-last house, since no one was inside, and none of Zen's group went in there to reclaim the hollowed-out first floor of the 2-story home. "This kitchen window gives us the perfect hidey hole to watch the ship," I said as I sloshed across wet carpet before entering what was once an elegant kitchen. The storm surge had come through and rearranged the living space, as if a giant toilet had flushed in there. The front windows were blown out, the rear windows were gone, and the flow of water had stampeded through on its way to points farther inland. It smelled a little like the ocean, and a little like a sewage treatment plant. "How long you want to stay here?" Luke asked as he picked up one of the wooden stools that went with the decor. "Not long. I only wanted some time to look at that ship." From our location close to the shoreline, the ship towered more than 100 feet overhead. The name Dawn Star was written in 30-foot-tall letters down the middle of the black hull. A grungy red line ran along the bottommost section near the sand, but most of it was hidden, since the ship canted to its left, toward us. That gave us a better look at the colorful collection of shipping containers, stacked 6 high on the deck. But it also gave a sense of unease, as if at any second they would pour into our neighborhood. Luke pulled a second stool off the ground and pushed it behind me. "Take a seat, Frank. You could probably use a rest." "Yeah, Thanks. We both sat looking out the window.
Is that whole ship full of foreign assholes like that guy we talked to?
Luke asked, like we were shooting the breeze.
He said he was from here. Foreign, local, either way he couldn't even read a road map, since he thought he was in Port Charlotte, not Fort Myers.
Yeah, maybe, I allowed.
I don't see anyone moving around up there, he went on. So that's good, I suppose.
From our vantage point below the level of the deck, it didn't reveal much in the way of activity. A man standing up there would have to come to the side rail before we saw them. I thought we would have better luck peering into the superstructure of the bridge, which was positioned about 2/3 of the way to the rear, but the tinted glass made it impossible to see in.
Nope, I haven't seen anyone either, but I'm beginning to think the ship is in bad shape. You mean besides being on land? He laughed. Yeah, that's only part of it. If you or I were on the ship, and we came ashore, what's the first thing we, as normal people, would do?
He thought about it for a second.
Well, I think I would make contact with the locals. Say I was sorry for bringing a 1,000-foot monster into their living rooms.
I clicked my teeth. Exactly.
Well, we could go up there and check it out.
He chuckled.
I bet Penny is strong enough to rock climb that vertical face, so she can drop a rope down for the rest of us.
Hearing her name made me wonder how she was doing today. She'd opened up about her husband yesterday, but we'd been running for our lives almost every moment since then.
Yeah, I have no doubt she could climb up there, but she's not Black Widow, and we're not the Avengers. We're not even the redneck army that guy thought we were. We're simply civilians trying to keep our heads down, so they don't get squished. Besides, until we know more, I'm sticking by one of my prime directives, which is to not go looking for trouble.
Luke, of all people, knew how many threats we were dealing with at that moment. We were the juggler whose trick was adding more and more objects to his routine, until he suddenly found himself with 2 bowling balls, a running chainsaw, 5 flaming daggers, and 2 kittens up in the air. If we focused on any one thing for too long, the whole circus act was going to fall to the ground.
Redneck Army. I like that.
Me too. I laughed easily, now that we'd had a minute of peace and quiet.
Give the assholes up there a healthy fear of us down here.
I pointed to the ship, since I assumed more of those black pajama guys were on board. We sat like that for a couple of minutes, each lost in thought, as we kept watch for the next merry band of assholes to roll off the top of the ship, Donkey Kong style. But it wasn't long before the press of those other juggling objects became too much for me. As was my routine, I pulled out my waterproof notepad packet and got down to business.
I think we should put a permanent guard in front of the ship, don't you? We need someone to tell us when more of those guys leave. In the unlikely event they didn't see the massive explosion of that house and the death of a group of their people, we might be able to surprise and capture the next guys who try us. This one might not be safe for the kiddos, he remarked. You're right. We need adults watching this window, since the chance of a shootout is damn near certain. It should be someone who knows what they're doing, too, since they'll have to react without being told what to do. Shoot them on the way down, or let them get closer to us.
Luke knew the score, but I couldn't spare him to sit on his ass by some window all day.
We'll find someone.
I finished the point. Another scratch in my notebook.
We'll also cancel the sand collection team.
I'd tasked our new fire chief, Will, with putting sand around the subdivision as a means to smother the inevitable fires in our homes. And he'd said he was going to get beach sand far from the ship, but that project would have to be pushed back. There was probably enough sand mixed in the muddy mess left by the surge, but even if there wasn't, we didn't need to put anyone in danger by the coast until we knew the extent of the threat in the ship.
One merry bunch of a-holes has really ruined our progress, he lamented. Just you wait. As soon as a few more people run through what's left of their food, the ratio of assholes to normals will skyrocket. Right now there are probably 10 assholes and 90 normals in a random sample around here. Next week it might be 20 of the first and 80 of the latter. In fact, there is probably a formula out there describing how, as that ratio gets closer to 1, you are nearing the absolute end of the apocalypse. By the final day, we'll all be the assholes. Luke laughed it off. I don't see that happening. I shrugged and hopped up. I hope you're right. Let's get out of here. We sloshed out of the kitchen and made for the gaping hole that used to be the front windows, now large enough for us to get in and out of the place. There was an upstairs, and I was tempted to go snoop around up there, but we'd already spent a lot of time away from home, and I was anxious to get back. I'd been doing a lot of exploration and diplomacy at the edge of our little empire of houses, so I wanted to get back to the capital of it all, Clownfish Cove. One thing. I stopped in place, and he halted with me. If there are men on that ship, imagine how long they could survive up there if they brought 1,000,000 tons of freight with them. While we're down here turning into animals to survive, they'll be up there sipping lemonade and watching us die off. I've got to hand it to them. If that's their plan, it's diabolical. Or, he countered, maybe they're part of a sophisticated smuggling operation that happened under our noses the whole time, even before the EMP. I've seen web stories about pirates taking over ships by Africa, and that dude definitely looked like he could have been a pirate. Aye, me matey. We aim to plunder villages along the coast before we journey inland to harvest lumber, gold, and pretty bikini-clad natives. We laughed together, but I heard the tension, even in his laugh. From that observation house, we traipsed through the yards and worked our way back to the Pax residence. There were 3 houses now burning, almost within a stone's throw of us, including the home that blew up in the firefight. However, there were plumes of smoke that seemed to come from homes north of us, but those were blocked by the nearer houses already burning, so I couldn't say for sure. We did our best to keep ourselves hidden from the ship as we headed east, but it was impossible to shield ourselves completely, since the endless hull of the bulk freighter nearly filled the western horizon. No one was in Pax's place. We did poke inside to check, but the house was empty, save for one wrapped body on the kitchen counter. For a moment, I wondered what we should do with more corpses. Burning was fine for Trevor's gang from the rehab clinic, but Pax and those who died in the surge were our people. Did they deserve proper burials? Did we have the resources to give it to them? Digging holes seemed like a horrible waste of time, given other demands on us. Outside, we found about 50 people had gathered at 40th Street, where it crossed Poseidon Pier. It was a central location for those coming back from clearing homes, an operation I figured was wrapping up. We walked over to Zen. Hey, dude, the hippie kid said the moment he saw me, though not with much excitement in his voice. Frank is back. We passed a few pleasantries, and some of the residents gave me high fives or handshakes, but when I neared Zen, he looked heartbroken. I assumed Pax was a closer friend than he had let on. You good, brah? He said in his good-natured way. Yeah, we're alive, I answered. You? Nah, dude. I hate to say this, but some of my guys didn't come back. Which way did they go? He pointed north. From this position, I now clearly distinguished new house fires burning beyond the 3 nearest ones. Tell me who's missing, I said flatly. 17. I'll tell you who's missing,
a woman answered instead of Zen. Charlie strode through those gathered until she was close enough to speak. She was the younger woman who dressed like a cowboy, without the hat. While I first saw her as someone who might spend the day mending fences on the farm, she now proved her credentials by showing off her ruined clothes. Her jeans were stained, top to bottom. Her shirt was a mess, and the front side of her arms were caked with dried mud. She named 2 men I didn't recognize, but Zen did.
"Shit! And you're sure they're dead?"
he pressed. She turned her hands up in the
"Hell if I know"
gesture.
"They were with the crew that swept our last street up north of here. I kept an eye on 'em from the street I was clearing, but I couldn't see every single guy. We got to some houses on fire toward the far end, then turned around, figuring there was no point in checking those final properties, you know?"
Zen listened with his full attention. The woman was probably in her early 20s, but had a quality to her that suggested she'd lived a full life already, despite the age. She didn't seem the least concerned at the state of her clothes or the mud on her arms and face, other than some streaks she'd wiped from around her eyes. Most young women, those few that I knew, would be slapping at the mud to get it off their bodies. Charlie simply didn't care.
"And that's why I think we should send another group up there," she finished.
I waited to see what Zen would say. He looked to me. Using a subtle nod, I motioned for him to answer.
"Well, Charlie, how many houses did you clear on that last street?" he asked. "The rest of the people up there said they got all but the last 2. That's where the other 2 were last seen, and where we saw smoke. Well, for now, let's not risk anyone else."
Zen turned to me.
"Unless you have any ideas about that?"
"No, but I agree. It may be too dangerous to get to every house now. I saw a squad of those guys go into the greenhouse over on Pax's Street." I pointed in that direction. "Then they got attacked by someone inside, and then the whole house blew sky high."
"We heard that," Charlie added, "but we weren't close enough to see it when it started."
"A greenhouse," a man interrupted.
"Was that the Kingston place?" "It was," Zen affirmed. "Then God help any sumbitches who try to go in there," the man laughed. "Shane and Sonny lived there. Couple of brothers from Georgia who won a few million in the lottery last summer. Moved down here to get away from their soul-draining family. Nice guys, but all they did was drink and shoot guns out in the woods."
"Whoever was in the house, they gave it all to kill the intruders. Only one enemy guy made it out alive, and he was on fire." The bit about the redneck army made more sense.
"They're dead?"
the man asked. "The whole house blew up, so I'm not sure how anyone could have survived that."
"You said one guy made it," he pointed out.
"Yeah, but he was blown through the front window, and his leg looked like it had been stuck in a sink disposal. And his pants were on fire the whole time we spoke." Zen perked up.
"What did he say? We saw you talking to him."
I again held back my lecture about almost shooting us by accident. "Nothing much." I gave them a 60-second overview of what the guy had told me, which boiled down further was basically, he and his friends were lost.
"That's why we need to go out and clear them out of those last houses," Charlie suggested.
"I wouldn't," I said in a friendly manner. "We need to raise an army if we're going to go looking for soldiers to fight. Right now, we're a rabble with guns." It was enough to scare away some casual looters, but if we ever faced true military units, we wouldn't match up so well. Even Margaret and her tank could have killed everyone on our street without lifting the top hatch. An actual army might have lots of those tanks.
"Were Shane and Sonny ex-military?"
A man in the crowd added to the discussion.
"Doesn't matter, since they're dead,"
Charlie reminded him. I'm just saying, the voice trailed off. I stepped back from the people to get a better look at those gathered. Is anyone here ex-military? A couple guys raised their hands. Is anyone in the military right now? I inquired. No hands went up. I knew there had to be some military veterans in our expanded region of control. There were probably a few inside the 3 streets of the Yucca Reef subdivision, but we still didn't have a complete roster of residents. We tried to get the names and skills of the people in each home on Barracuda and Albacore, but not everyone wanted to open their doors and talk. There were still people turtling up to try to ride out the EMP. The only one I knew about for sure over there was Elmer, and while I respected his service, I couldn't expect an 80-year-old man to train up a platoon of soldiers. The men and women who'd put up their hands were what I had in my mind as veterans. Young, more or less fit. Would you guys like to put your heads together to come up with a way to train the rest of us, so we don't get our asses handed to us the next time men with guns storm into our homes? They'd gone out and come back with the clearing groups, and most of us had done it without trouble, so it wouldn't surprise me if they'd already taught a few things. Sure thing, boss, one of the men replied. Zen, get as many volunteers together as you can, and then send them down to my street to practice. We have a nice open space and forest where the whole redneck army can train. Roger, dude. He seemed eager to please. Wait, that's what we're called? For now, I clarified. The asshole with his pants on fire said he thought Shane and Sonny were part of an army of rednecks. Unless someone objects, I'd like to honor our dead neighbors by naming our defense force in their honor. Redneck Army. Dude, I think I can get used to that. Zen emerged from his funk. With things coming together on Zen's side, I was ready to head home. I really wanted to watch the progress of training, another unstated reason why I hoped they trained near my cul-de-sac, but I had too many other tasks staring me in the face to take part in it. I want to start our group's training, I said to quiet everyone down. First, with your permission, I'd like to call this the Bravo intersection. I stomped my foot to make it clear I meant the one where we stood. That one. I pointed the mile toward Bayside Road. Where we both have roadblocks is going to be the Alpha intersection. Alpha meaning primary. I swung the opposite direction, toward the stranded ship a mile away. The one at the end of this street is going to be called the Charlie intersection. I smiled at Charlie the woman, but she didn't seem to get the connection. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Zen repeated. That's right, ABC. Now, pay attention to this part. The reason we want to name them is to make it difficult for outsiders to intercept our plans. If there is an attack, and I tell everyone to meet at Bravo, no one besides us will know what that means. Lots of voices rose. I could hear confusion about an attack. People, it was only an example. This is a very easy substitute to get us all used to the idea of simplifying how we talk to each other. Nothing more. I thought back to that first encounter on my driveway after the EMP went off. I'd been cautious about unnecessarily spreading fear. Today, almost a week later, I forgot that lesson. We good? I asked. People nodded. While I'd been speaking, a few men came sauntering in from Pax's Street, carrying a black duffel with a few rifle barrels sticking out. When they got closer, and I was done talking, I motioned for those gathered to make room for the late arrivals. The men were dirty, but not from mud. They were covered in smoke soot. This is all we could get from the Kingston house. The fire is still burning out of control, but it looked like the brothers threw this go bag out their back window, maybe thinking they were going to make a break for it. He set it at Zen's feet.
It ended up in the next yard, which is where we found it, but we knew it was theirs on account of they engraved their names on these." He rolled back some of the bag's material to show a pair of black battle rifles. The man spoke as he held the bag open. "These are their prized HK-43s they always bragged about." In passing, they reminded me of AR pattern rifles, but the German firearms had enough variation from mine to seem exotic lying in the bag. I figured they were expensive and worth a brag for sure. "We also found this thing," the newcomer added as he yanked a flat computer tablet from inside the satchel. "It wasn't in the bag, but it was in the yard close to where we found this. We figured it was worthless, given the rest of the power around here, but see for yourself." The large tablet screen lit up. A strange man's face appeared on the lock screen. "Holy shit!" I exclaimed. It looked like alien tech for a few moments, but I figured out it was a result of not seeing a single piece of working technology for the past 6 days. As time went, 6 days wasn't that long, but I hadn't realized how much the very presence of high technology brought me a new sense of closing in on the end of the apocalypse. If this tablet was beaming its diodes, or whatever was in the glass screen, it meant there was still a link with our regularly scheduled future, and not just the one we were living in where the whole world was going backward in time. "Let's see if this can tell us what's going on," I said. Once again, I was on a quest for answers. 18. The tablet got passed around to nearly every person on the street corner with me. Everyone wanted to see the wonderful relic of last week, and we all tried to enter numeric codes on the lock screen. Luke and I hung around for maybe 10 minutes, mostly to see if any of the residents with computer backgrounds could make progress getting in. "This passcode could be nearly infinite," one of the women said after examining the machine front and back. "If you notice, you assume a passcode will be a simple number, like your ATM card's 4-digit PIN code, but this one allows you to type as many numbers as you want." "And that matters how?" I asked. "If we knew the code was 4 digits, one of us could try all 10,000 combinations. It would take..." She spoke to herself while she thought it through. 60 seconds per minute, 600 seconds per 10 minutes, 6,000 seconds per 100 minutes. Figure about 12,000 seconds in 200 minutes. Yeah, a little under 3 hours, if you could do one combination per second. So realistically, maybe 15 hours, I guessed, adding in a realistic time to key in numbers at the speed of human fingers. Yes, the point is it could be done. But it would take a shitload more typing if this is a 6 or 12-digit code, I said, tying her thought together. Yep. Unless you get another computer to feed numbers to this thing, I think it's going to be hard to crack. She turned it, so the sides were showing. There are no ports either, besides the one for power. Not even a power button. There's nothing for us to experiment with. I guess you can't tell me where it was made, I pressed on. China, probably, she said with half a shrug. Same as everything else. I'd hoped for more, but it was enough for the moment. Find some teenagers, I advised, laughing to show I wasn't holding much hope of success. I bet they can hack it. When I was confident nothing more demanded my time, I made an Irish exit and started off toward home with Luke at my side. We'd gone about 50 feet when Zen chased us down. Hey, dude. Thanks for the assist, he said as he got to us. Don't worry about it. Assemble volunteers for the soldier training. Then have your people cooperate with each other to protect your homes, especially the distant ones, so assholes from beyond can't come back in and take over any homes again. He actually wrote in his notepad. Anything else? He asked. Yeah,
If you can swing it, get little teams to talk to the next streets outside your immediate subdivision. Carmen and I were on Bravo 2 South and found a cul-de-sac that wants to join our neighborhood watch. If you can get them to link up with us, maybe you could get people on Bravo 1 South to join us as well. Do you see what we're doing? Expanding, he said, with understanding of both my plan and the new ABC naming system for streets in the area. Slowly building our base. Each layer we add to the outside is one more layer that shields us here on the inside. I hated to lay it out in such stark, selfish terms, but it was the survival necessity the EMP had dealt us. It wasn't much different than any empire throughout history. You started with your core lands, then expanded outward into conquered territory. You would pick up allies and vassal states as they came along. If there was a war, an empire could afford to lose a distant province while blunting the attack, but the capital city would remain far away and untouched. I'll get it done. He'd opted not to call me dude. Zen went back to his people. The walk back to Clownfish was a lot more relaxed than traveling the same route earlier in the day. Most of the mud had baked and dried in the sunshine, and it instantly made it easier to walk. Many people were back in their homes, too. They were shoveling mud out of their garages or living rooms, and many tossed ruined carpets and furniture on their front lawns. When we waved, people would wave back. If anyone was close to the street, I would stop and introduce myself. To a person, they knew who I was. The assumption I made was the only people who'd come back to live on the street were those who'd taken refuge on Clownfish or Albacore. While it tickled my ego to be recognized, the more important survival aspect was that the residents now saw themselves as part of an organization. A neighborhood watch group dedicated to getting them out of floodwaters, fighting off looters, and, I hoped, keeping them alive until the final day of the EMP disaster. If we could all survive that, we'd be home free on the other side. Several people offered me bicycles along the way, which was nice, but I opted to take the slow route home, so I got to see what things looked like on the ground level. It was hard to see the details and faces in the neighborhood if you were on a bike, whizzing by in a go-kart, or sitting up high in a unimog. Someone had cleaned up the bodies from the intersection, which was good, but I didn't see them, which could have been bad. I hadn't told Zen specifically where to put dead bodies, but maybe it was someone on my side who had taken them. Another item for the list. The orange Clownfish sign stood tall over the front gate on our side of the road. I was glad the distinct landmark had survived the storm. Someone had reorganized the intersection. Instead of our roadblock facing Zen's with random cars tossed in the middle, there was now an organized row of vehicles spanning across Bayside, with one lane left open. The old blue Chevy was there, as was the shell of the Prius, the Ford Escort, and the hybrid Hyundai sedan. Dante waved us in. "Like what we did with the place?" he asked. "The blue car is in the middle of our road," I said matter-of-factly. "It forces vehicles to slow down before they turn into our street. I got the idea watching that big truck weave through the cars this morning. Anything turning on our street will have to weave around this, so they don't run into it. It will also provide cover if we need to run to Zen's side." Margaret had mentioned serpentines as more effective roadblocks, so he'd done the best he could with the space he had to work with. A crackle of gunfire erupted from the woods across the canal. I fell behind the blue Chevy on high alert. The sudden burst sent everyone at the roadblock scrambling behind the cars. With trained precision I didn't know I had, the rifle was off my shoulder and in my hand using one sweeping motion. I waited for a few seconds to see if anyone could give me a clue as to where the shots had come from. When no one made a move, I popped my head up for a second, looking toward the woods through some of the remaining windows. I saw movement, then thought I recognized the guy. "Nathan?" I called out. My torqued insides let go of most of the tension. "It's Zoe's dad," I said to Luke, who crouched next to me on the pavement. "Really?" He stuck his head up. "Yep, it is." We called off the dogs, so to speak, so the roadblock team wouldn't shoot our new guest. I walked to the edge of the canal, by the black minivan blocking the far side of the street. "What the hell are you doing out there?" I asked. "Oh, hey, pal," Nathan answered. He'd cleaned up from the previous night. New change of clothes. Probably wearing one of Luke's shirts, since it had a bicycle brand above a picture of a bike on the front. "What are you shooting at?" I asked. He held up a gray squirrel by its tail. "A snack," he laughed. The furry little guy was missing a head, probably a result of using a .308 at point-blank range. "We need hunting protocols," I whispered to Luke. Nathan continued, as he couldn't hear what I'd said. "I also wanted to come out here and see where I was last night." He pointed to the canal and traced a route with his finger. "I came out right there, then crawled along the edge of these two cars until I was in these trees. You can't see it too good thanks to the treads wrecking everything, but I was shooting the shit out of those bastards from right here." I couldn't deny his bravery, though I questioned his methods. Almost missed were the two cars parked on the other side of the canal that we'd retrieved from Bayside days ago. Those were put in place to ensure no one else could drive a car along the canal, where it was flat and clear, and go back to our street. I'd missed them while I'd been in the trees and in the rain, but now I saw how they gave the guy perfect cover while he slithered on his stomach from the bank of the canal toward the sound of battle. "Why don't you head back home?" I suggested. "We're all going to meet up and discuss our next set of goals." The day had progressed faster than I thought possible. The long walks with Carmen, the rides in the go-kart, the waiting for things to happen, the final walk with Luke. It was now a little after lunchtime. "I'll head through the woods, see if I can't get another critter on the way in." Luke and I headed down the road toward Clownfish, but we were met by Ben and Evelyn, standing on Elmer's lawn. As soon as I saw him, I redirected his way. "Ben," I called out, "I can't tell you how good it is to see you." "Well met, Frank. I'm glad to see you as well. Did you save my boat by chance? I heard it was a cluster F last night." "Yeah, clusters A and E were full, so we took full advantage of cluster F. But you'll be happy to know that boat of yours not only saved the day, but it made it through the whole event. You'll need some help getting it to water, since it is now sitting in someone's front yard, but it should be good to go." "Thank you, Frank," he said. "It's all good. I got to know your boat quite well." "No, thank you for saving me after my injury. Evelyn is convinced I was supposed to die in the storm. That's why you didn't see her much yesterday." I hadn't seen the woman much at all in the past few days, but I knew it was due to her vanity about being seen with a debilitating condition. Looking at her stand by her man, she didn't seem any worse for wear. "Hi, Evelyn," I said, remembering my manners. "Hello, Frank. Thank you from me, too. Benjamin can be a hard-headed horse's ass a lot of times, but this time his head wasn't hard enough." She pointed to the tight wrapping on her husband's noggin. The four of us caught up for a few minutes. Ben insisted he was ready to get back out there, but Evelyn was less certain. We compromised on putting him on a midnight shift at the front gate, giving him half a day to continue his recovery. Nathan walked the woods across the canal while we spoke. He gave a polite wave on his passing, but he seemed preoccupied by his thoughts and didn't slow down or stop. I shared more details about how Nathan came to be in our group.
I don't trust him,
Evelyn said, as if it were obvious the man was no good.
You don't trust anyone. Not even me,
Ben complained.
I trust you when I can see you, she explained.
Will you two be all right? I asked, ready to continue my survey of the realm.
Elmer has been nice enough to let us stay here as long as necessary, Ben answered. I may be out for now, but at least I can provide a backup for the roadblock, in case they need me. You'll do no such thing, or you'll be wishing I only put another toilet in your yard. I will finally leave you.
She trailed off like it was a threat, but Ben's expression was guarded, as if running down a list of pros and cons about letting her try it. After seeing how hard he worked to get those meds at the vet clinic for her, I was inclined to believe he wasn't going anywhere.
Yes, dear, Ben said with stoic acceptance.
The rest of Albacore seemed unchanged, save for the branches and debris strewn everywhere. A few roof tiles were missing, a couple of garage doors were bent, and all the white food buckets had blown away. But for the most part, it had done okay in the storm. We hurried down the street until we reached Barracuda. It looked about as good as Albacore, though one of the houses closest to our end had a good bit of roofing tiles stripped away. The recovery seemed to be going great there. At the far end of the street, the Bulldog, the Mack truck, remained halfway wedged into the garage of the middle house, with one guy sitting next to it, safe from being stolen by guys like Mr. James. Finally, we strode down Clownfish.
Frank, do you want to take bets on whether Tyler is doing something you don't approve of?
Do you think he won't? I probed.
Oh, no way. He will.
Then I'll have to pass, since I think you're right. We cracked up as we neared the roadblock. Kyra saw us coming from all the way at the end of the street, and the weather was now bright and sunny, making recognition easy so she didn't need to blow the whistle. 2 teenage girls worked the roadblock by her side, though I didn't know the names of either one. They'd gotten all the way home from the school without getting on my radar, so I was sorry I couldn't greet them with more than a generalized hail for all of them at once.
Frank and Luke requesting permission to enter, I said aloud.
A small teen with washed-out blonde hair looked to Kyra for a cue, then waved at us.
Come on in, sirs.
Thank you, ma'am, I said, pretending to tip my hat. There was no need to move vehicles. Luke and I slipped through between my vet and another car. After some brief pleasantries with Kyra, and confirmation more teens were inside the 2 construction homes bracketing the sides of the roadblock, I was satisfied enough to proceed inside the wire. And I knew the second I turned around that Tyler was proving us both right. In fact, he was running our way and flagging us down, wearing a huge foam 10-gallon hat as another costume.
Hey, 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 he called out.
5 or 6 teens sat on the driveway in a circle, all now watching the showboating kid. Mr. Puppers and the Chiweenie dog raced alongside him, like he'd stolen their ball. Luke groaned. As he arrived, I got a good look at his get-up. Besides the huge yellow hat, he wore a red cowboy shirt, a bolo tie, a shiny black suit jacket, and black jeans. But the real meat of the costume was the attached podium bouncing in front of him.
I'm here,
Tyler bragged as he walked the last few steps to meet us. The dogs swept around us, playfully wagging tails and searching for some lovin'. I scooped up the little dog as an easier way to pet it.
What the hell, Ty?
His dad said with disappointment as he scratched the golden.
I had no idea you kept this. Oh, yeah. You don't throw out something like this. Never know when it will come in handy.
He crouched enough to let the podium replica touch the ground. There was a blue square that functioned as a whiteboard, and the name Turd Ferguson was written on it. Below that, another square displayed the number 5001. He was dressed up to look like Norm Macdonald, playing Burt Reynolds in a Jeopardy skit on Saturday Night Live. It started as a chuckle, but it soon evolved into a surprising belly laugh. After all I'd seen over the course of the day, including this same grown boy in a baby buggy, this was the one that surprised me the most. However he did it, the illusion was working for me, even down to his cartoonishly fake Burt Reynolds mustache glued to his upper lip. "I know what you're going to say, Dad, but Em really needed a podium for what she's doing over there, and the only one I could find was this old costume." Luke laughed in a forlorn manner. "Getting the podium for her was a great idea, but why did you have to put the hat and clothes on?" "Cultural exchange," Tyler answered with a voice of tomorrow excitement in his tone. "Part of the reason she's here is to learn about our culture." Luke sighed, unable to argue with the crazy explanation, then began trudging for home. After a good scratch on the head, I put the little tan pup back on the ground. I walked to catch up to my friend. Tyler came alongside us, his podium wagging in front of him. A thin buzzer wire was attached to a red button, and a pen stood upright to continue the simulation. He even had another fake screen on the top of the podium, so he could simulate answering for the game. We walked a minute in silence until we reached Luke's driveway. "What in the—" Luke blurted. I expected more shenanigans, but I was beside myself in shock for what the teenagers were doing in their sitting circle. What I'd assumed was going to be Tyler's stage was another thing entirely. "This is why I needed the podium," Tyler insisted. Mr. P took a seat in between all the people. The other dog, who we needed to name, went from person to person like a pinball. M, the Bulgarian transfer girl, looked at Tyler. "You could have waited here, you know. They would have come to you." "I told you," Zoe said with a playful punch to the shoulder. M got up and handed a small Bible to Tyler. "Hey, can you change the front?" the boy said to his girlfriend. Zoe took the whiteboard marker, used her hand to erase the number, then drew a large cross on the front. While she did that, Tyler leafed through the good book until he came to a page with a string bookmark in it. Tyler and his game show podium had transformed into a church lectern. "Dad, do you want to join us?" The kids had made a prayer circle. I shook my head in wonder at how impossible it was to guess what teenagers were going to do next. It had been the same thought I had each time Tyler pulled one of his stunts, but it was a circle that refused to square for me. What thought process was going through his head to start a church service while wearing a Halloween costume of a comedian from the 1990s? I didn't try to answer the question, since there was no answer. "No, we'll catch the next one," Luke told them. "Hold up," I said to catch Luke, who was already walking away. "I'll say a quick prayer with you guys." Luke seemed shocked, leading me to wonder if he saw me as having the same unpredictability as his son. "I could use some advice from the big guy on what we need to do next," I declared. The kids were excited to have me there. "I can't believe I'm uttering these words, but Tyler, you have the Bible, so why don't you lead us in prayer?" I graciously waved him to proceed. Standing at his fake podium, the kid got to it. A long rattle of an automatic weapon blew in on the breeze. He continued his reading. I'd been thinking about what was coming next since that first drive out into the woods today, so my prayer wasn't to help me decide where I was going. The prayer was that I would pick the right people to go with me. As much as I was coming to love Luke's kid, and all the teens, we were going somewhere I couldn't afford to bring a single youngster. Somewhere dangerous. "Amen," I said, as he finished his prayer. 19. When I got to my house, it seemed as if I'd been gone for a lifetime. I sent out the bat signal, the teens, to collect our residents from their chores around Clownfish Cove. They were also sent on bikes to Barracuda and Albacore, as I wanted the block captains at my impromptu watch meeting. Penny watched her daughter from the edge of my driveway, so she could hear me inside the garage. The little girl was playing with some bright kitty toys on the lawn, blissfully unaware of the problems of the older people. Carmen was also there. She'd run home to clean up after dealing with Mr. James, but I'd found her in my garage taking a shift on the neighborhood watch table. "While we wait for everyone else to show up, I'm going to take a 10-100, get something to eat and drink, and then come back out here as people arrive." 10-100? Penny inquired from out on the lawn. "It's CB code for bathroom break. I'm going to fill my bucket of water, throw it in the toilet tank, and see what happens." "TMI," Carmen laughed. "When you gotta go," I mused. Things were going to get interesting when the water stopped going down the pipes. It had already stopped flowing the other direction, as the water had turned off the day before, but we still had the luxury of using modern plumbing to clear our homes. Soon we'd be crapping in 5-gallon buckets and throwing sand over our leavings. When everyone showed up, I first sent Tyler and some of the more willing young guys over to the Unimog with a socket set so they could unscrew the rows of seats from the back. With the adults, I explained everything that had happened to me around the neighborhood. I shared some of my latest scribblings on my notepad, and I outlined what I hope to accomplish by our next expedition. "I want to take 3 vehicles out to the fallen plane wing and remove as many solar panels as we can fit in their beds. LeVar has confirmed a sample solar panel works perfectly fine, so we are reasonably sure we're sitting on a potential gold mine. However, we told the people guarding it for us that we'd be back as fast as possible, and instead I've had to run all over South Florida doing side jobs to get Zen's people squared away. Now that I think I have them situated, it's time to get back to where we started the day." There were many questions, a few of the usual requests to accompany me on the car trip, and some pouting from certain teens when I said they couldn't come. My hesitation had less to do with their skills, and more to do with the people waiting on the other end. "Homer and his friends were smashing panels when we arrived, so there is a real risk they'll get back to breaking them if we don't head out there right now, simply because they got bored waiting for us." "And you don't want our teens to mix with those bad apples," Carmen guessed. "Yeah, Homer isn't too bright, so could you imagine what might happen if Tyler tried speaking with him?" "They'd mix like fire and ice," Luke suggested. "My thoughts exactly," I agreed. "So here is who I would like to take. In the Unimog, our primary hauler, I'd like Carmen at the wheel, and LeVar as her navigator. In the old Bronco, I'd like Marco and Dante. You can decide who will drive. And in the El Camino, I'll be driving with Penny as my +1. I read the regret on Luke's face. "Luke, I wish you could come with us, but I want you to spend some time on our street, since the teens could use a bit of structure." I chuckled at the truth of it. "Get them warmed up to the idea some of them may have to participate in the Redneck Army when it is up and running." Mr. Puppers appeared and walked over to his human dad. The smaller pup was darting around Daisy, to both of their delights. "Okay, Frank, I go where you need me," he said with more zest. "For those still on the street, namely Melanie, Kyra, the twins, Tyler, Rainey, and all the other teenagers, your job is to hold down the fort and keep the lights on for us, since we'll be coming back heavy with treasure."
I don't mind watching Daisy, Melanie volunteered. Oh, I'll watch her, Rainey corrected. I can watch too, Em, the blue-haired girl, put in a second later, as if it were a competition. I don't think Daisy will ever be hurting for friends here on Clownfish, I said with pride. It was a miracle we'd been able to avoid picking up dead weight into our core group. Of course, I had a little to do with that, since I was gatekeeping who I let into our tribe. Thank you, everyone, Penny sang back to us. You bet, I answered. It took the teens half an hour to get all the bolts undone from the seats in the Unimog, and it took 6 of them to get them out of the rear bed. In the meantime, I took the go-kart to retrieve the giant tarp from the hull of Ben's boat, and I strung it back on the roll cage. I wanted it to hide our cargo as we drove it home. I had a smaller tarp I was going to use for the back of the El Camino. I thought about taking the trailer, but I talked myself out of it. The uneven terrain of the woods was going to be challenge enough for the lower clearance truck. If I lost the trailer out there, we might not be able to get it home. The most important piece of our mission was the trade package. I threw 4 of the cheap bikes we'd gotten from Trevor's crew into the back of the El Camino. Homer had asked for 3, but I figured that 4th kid was going to be back and upset he didn't get a bicycle, so I wanted to head off that problem before it ruined our deal. I also added the Twinkies, a box of tampons, and 7 out of the 12 vapes they'd asked for, which were all I could find in the stuff we'd gotten from various stops. To compensate, I chucked in some snowballs and a 2-pack of Suzy Q's. Another important tool was the handheld radio next to my seat. I'd left the other one on the neighborhood watch desk, so the person in charge would be able to keep track of our progress. When we were finally able to roll out in the trucks, I took the lead, Carmen was next, and Marco in the blue Bronco was at the back. We turned onto the empty lot and retraced all the same legs of the journey we'd taken earlier in the day. Once we'd gone out of our immediate area, I leaned back in my seat and drove the sporty truck through the less dense sections of forest that made up the trail system between us and the plain. Thanks for picking me, Penny said after a short time. You're welcome. I'm sorry we haven't been able to catch up today. I feel like we've been crossing paths but not connecting. I actually have been wanting to get time alone with you, to see how you were doing after what you told me about your husband. It wasn't ideal to talk about a married woman's husband, but she'd said he dumped her a week before the apocalypse, adding a scary dimension to an already broken week. So if I could lighten it in some way, even temporarily, it would be a job worth doing. We rocked along with uneven terrain. Thanks, Frank, but there isn't much to say. My husband made it clear where I stood. He was probably stoinking his secretary while I was out jogging laps for the past several years. I mean, I don't really get it, but whatever. She inhaled quickly, ramping up. Am I ugly, Frank? Was I not good enough for him? I'd like to know more than what he said in one line of text. He's the father of our daughter, after all. I couldn't come out and say she was hot, though I knew that's what she was fishing for. She knew about my secretive tryst with Carmen, so I didn't want to put that at risk. But I also didn't want to give her the wrong signals to a woman who probably didn't need extra confusion in her private life. If anyone called you ugly, Penny, I would have to seriously kick their ass up and down the highway. As for being good enough, I can honestly say you are too good for anyone who forced you to even ask that question of yourself. You are not only too good for him, but you are also too good for most guys. Of all the things probably going through your head lately, don't let self-doubts about your own worth be one of them, okay? She sniffled, then cried. Whoa! Whatever I said, I take it back. The agile woman wasn't belted in. She pulled her knees to her chest
and set her forehead between her kneecaps to let it out. For a few minutes we rode in silence. I'd said what I'd said, and I worked through it in my mind, wondering what words had made her cry.
"You don't have to take anything back,"
she said after a long, wet sniffle.
"It's just that, well, you wouldn't have heard anything like that coming from my husband in the last several years. He supposedly loved me like I was going out of style, but I can count the number of times he made me cry with joy using one hand."
I wasn't sure how to take that.
"What I'm saying is, thank you, Frank. I've had a few male friends over the years, but they traveled in the same circles as my husband, so we could never get close. You are the first good guy friend who I didn't feel was going to report back to him."
"I might punch him if I see him, to be honest," I chuckled.
"I'd pay to see that,"
she exclaimed. Quieter, she added,
"No, I would never want you to be involved with him. He isn't worth your time."
"Or yours," I reminded her. She thought on it for a few seconds.
"No, he's not."
Penny tugged at the ring on her finger. "What are you doing?" I asked.
"The thing I should have done the second the text arrived," she replied.
I'd seen her ring before, but seeing it in the bright sunlight of the cabin made it seem to shine like a light bulb as she wrestled with it. Once it popped off, I suspected she was going to toss it out the window and be done with it. But she instead opened the glove box and chucked it in there, not caring where it went. We looked at each other.
"I'm keeping it so I can sell it, if life ever gets back to normal. He owes me that much."
"Smart."
"You probably thought I was going to be all crazy and throw it in the forest, right?"
"Well, I can't lie to you."
"That's okay. I want to get rid of it, but you've made me think ahead. Plan for disaster, that sort of thing. Unless it's a fake, which I admit is possible, this is probably worth 20 grand. That could get Daisy a lot of schooling."
"I'm glad I could be a good influence."
"You've been more than that, Frank. I've actually been on the verge of tears this whole week, but you and some of the others have pulled me out of that funk and made life worthwhile again, even with all the bullshit going on around us."
"Well, I'm glad I could help." We followed the tracks of the tank until they intersected with the wing. "There's Homer," I said with a mix of relief and disappointment.
"He doesn't look like one of the good guys,"
Penny commented. "No, he does not," I answered. Unlike the earlier visit, where we parked behind the thick trees at the tip of the wing, I chose to follow the tank tread trails underneath the wider base of the wing. Margaret had said the tank was hiding underneath the giant wingspan, so I duplicated that tactic by putting all 3 of our vehicles under there. We backed them in, so we could load the panels from the same direction. I reported our position to the watch desk using the radio, then got out. "We're back," I said to him.
"First, we deal,"
Homer laughed, walking up to my truck where he'd already observed the bikes we'd promised.
"Oh, very nice. Susie cues. This is the noise."
We didn't have a lot of vapes, so I threw in those other things as compensation.
"Could I interest you in a new piece of tech for that extra bike?"
The young guy walked over to the snap tree trunk, where he'd been breaking panels before we arrived. A pile of the black material was spread around the base of the tree, as if a solar panel volcano had erupted from the middle. However, there was now a big black box among the shattered panels. A box with the remains of 4 fans on the topmost corners. A flying drone. "You brought this down yourself?" I asked with surprise.
"Yeah, it was snooping on me and the girls, while we were, protecting your shit."
He very obviously winked at his 2 companions, not hiding at all what 2 of them, or maybe all 3 of them, might have been doing.
I got some wire from the wreckage, tied a rock to it, then threw it into the spinning fan. The wire got snagged in the motor, and the extra weight brought it down almost to ground level." He snickered, as did the girls. "And then me and my Wonka beat the shit out of it." All three cracked up. I was convinced these kids were on drugs. I was also convinced Homer was cleverer than he let on. "Who is Wonka?" Marco asked from nearby. "You know, my Willy Wonka?" He made a gyrating gesture with his hips, to the apparent delight of his girlfriends. "Oh," Marco said, regretting his decision to engage with the guy. LeVar was already detaching the first panel. "Hey, we haven't made a deal yet," Homer complained when he saw LeVar hand down the first solar panel from the wing. "We made the deal earlier. This is me delivering. And it looks like you delivered as well, so this transaction is complete." I held out my hand to shake his, keeping with the old ways. I really didn't feel like acknowledging the little shit, but a deal was a deal, and it helped to keep us moving. "Fine," the guy replied, taking my hand. "But can we have the bike for that drone?" I'd brought the bike to give to him anyway, so it was a bonus to get an item in return. "Sure. I'm not sure what we'll do with a broken drone, but it could be interesting." Playing the cards close to the vest was the name of my game. If I'd hinted that I thought the drone could contain useful intel, since it meant someone out there had brought it in to spy on us, he might try to extort even more. "I'll put it in your truck and get out the bikes," he replied. My people got to work. Most of us went on the wing to detach the panels from the thin brackets holding the pieces of wing together. The design was simple and almost toolless, as the builders made it so you could slide a long row of panels into one channel. Each thin panel sat on the stronger metal of the wing segment and locked in with the next one. It was elegant and weight-saving. We'd only managed to take one row out, and most of those were the broken ones, before engines blared from the woods toward the east. Since all our vehicles were parked and silent, it meant other vehicles were on their way to the plane too. "Guys, back to the cars. We might have to bug out," I said in a cool voice. We came down off the plane as fast as possible. I slid off near the tip, then waited to help Penny down in the same area. The others were closer to the gap in the wing, so they came down there. LeVar managed to bring 2 of the freed panels with him. We gathered at the trucks as the first vehicle came into view. "Oh, shit," I exhaled. My overtaxed brain seemed to check in with me at that moment. "Hey, friend, did you forget about the red Jeep roaming the world looking for you? Be ready to haul balls if you see a red Jeep." An old Range Rover came into view first. The cream-colored off-road vehicle looked as if it had recently done a tour through darkest Africa, with numerous rust spots, paint stains, and God only knows how many scrapes and gouges in the lower side panels. The next truck was more of a car. Some fool had put an old AMC Gremlin onto the chassis of an unidentified frame, built for high clearance. The puke-green car body sat about 6 feet off the ground, on wheels and tires more suitable for a tractor than a passenger car. The last one crept closer. "Don't be a Jeep," I murmured. I had my hand on the door handle of the El Camino. A flash of red caught my eye. Then, the grille of a Ford pickup. Air drained from my lungs as relief surged back in. "Damn, I'm going to have a heart attack one of these days," I said to my companions. "I thought it would be the Jeep too," Carmen said. The 3 cars rolled up to our position, not afraid to push closer than was probably necessary. I saw a lot of cowboy hats and half shirts inside the trucks, all of them men.
a guy got out of the Ford and waved in our direction. "Howdy, folks." It was an oldish guy, maybe my age, but with solid gray hair, as if he'd aged faster than he should. He wore a red button-down shop shirt with Snap-on stamped on his left front pocket. If we'd been back in my garage, I might have seen him as a tool salesman and would have greeted him with open arms. Here, I had to be more cautious. "We don't want no trouble," he said with his hands held high and without an obvious weapon in his hands or on his person. "My son said there were bandits here that chased him away from his buddies. But you guys don't look like bandits." The man waved to Homer and the girls, and they waved back. They were all polite to each other and familiar, but that was about it. "There's been a misunderstanding," I said, formulating a response that didn't piss off Homer and jeopardize our deal. "He ran off before we could explain what we were doing here." "Ah, that sounds more likely than what he told me." "What did he tell you?" I asked. "That you pulled a gun on him and threatened to shoot him." The boy had twisted what happened to his own advantage. We'd used our weapons to keep a perceived threat at bay until we knew what we were dealing with. As soon as we'd established everyone was safe, we stowed the weapons. Unfortunately, the running boy never looked back. "Well?" the guy pressed, some doubt in his tone. I had to tell him something. 20. "Nothing we did was a threat to your boy. We travel with weapons because there are bandits out there, and sometimes we have those weapons out and pointed at potential trouble, until we know if our people will be safe when talking to them." I pointed to a beefy young man wearing a straw hat and a ripped half shirt with a Confederate flag printed on the front. "Like your team is doing to us." The man turned and motioned for his men to lower their weapons. I immediately did the same with my friends. "Let bygones be bygones, right?" he said in a "we're friends now" manner. "I'm Alvaro Mencino. This is my boy Spence. I'm sure you've already met his friend Greg. Those two lovely ladies are their girlfriends." He waved dismissively toward Homer and his female companions. "Well, my name is Frank. Nice to meet y'all." Alvaro and I shook hands for a moment. Then I turned toward Homer. "Greg, huh?" I said, bemused. The guy shrugged, fuming under his collar. Whatever dynamic was between Homer and his buddy that ran away, I could see it involved the two girls and a father who obviously didn't think much of the people he hung around with. I wasn't a father, but I tried to step into Alvaro's shoes for a moment. I didn't think I would much care for Spence's friends either, and I would probably have been equally as hostile about it. "I got you a bike, Dick," Greg said under his breath to Spence. "Nice," the other guy replied. "So it looks like you've got quite the operation here," Alvaro continued, not interested in learning why his son was given a free bicycle. "You're welcome to take some, if you have the resources to get them running. As I've said, we were here earlier after a friend told us about the crash site, and we got one of the panels working back in our, facility." I'd chosen to be proactive in offering a cut of the loot to the men, and it wasn't out of charity or feeling sorry for a father whose son hung out with losers. The reality was they'd come with about the same number of people as us, more if you counted Homer and the girls, and we weren't in a position to outmuscle them. I figured if I would have let them snoop around, see what a treasure we had, and then asked for their piece of it, we would have looked weak giving in to them. As it was, I tried to project strength. In fact, we are so strong, we don't mind you having a cut of it. I studied Alvaro's dark eyes as he checked out the warped wing from his position near the broken pile of solar panels. I could imagine countless mechanics in my life first opening the hood of a vehicle, with that familiar 3-second gaze of, let's see what we're dealing with. For the sake of safety, I forced myself not to like the guy. "Well, I'm more of a gasoline-powered guy myself," Alvaro said. "We did get a couple of old Jennies working, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to have a few of these things, too. How many do you think we could take?" How many 5x2 panels could fit on a 50-yard wing? There was the potential for 5 rows of 50, but they tapered toward the end of the wing to 1 row only. Some were crushed when the wing folded in. Some were smashed by Homer and his goon squad. A few were snapped where they detached from the rest of the plane. After all taxes, titles, and registration, there were maybe 100 good ones. "Why don't we each take 25, and then we'll see what's left? I'm good with a 50-50 split." If Greg, had any smarts, he'd remind everyone how he and his friends were there first, and maybe force me to concede a little extra. "Sounds great," Alvaro declared. To his people, he added, "Grab the tools. Let's get some of these panels." It took longer than I'd expected to get to our first quota of 25. Alvaro was a fine person, but his traveling companions were boorish and juvenile, not much different than the younger Spence and Greg. The men had one giant cooler traveling with them, and they carried it around like the Ark of the Covenant. I wasn't sure what all was inside, or how they kept things cool, but they often reached in and pulled out bottles of beer. Most of Alvaro's guys had been borderline drunk when they arrived, and they didn't get any better in the hour it took us to remove those panels from the plane. They often got in the way of what we were doing, or tried to lay claim to panels we unhooked from the framework ourselves. And they loved guns. It went way beyond the healthy interest I took in firearms. They wore pistols on their hips. I recognized a 1911, a Glock 17, and one big boy toted around a bona fide Magnum Research Desert Eagle. The past week of lawlessness had opened their eyes to things they could shoot, and they bragged at full volume to each other about how they could shoot stop signs, car doors, and how they could stand in a front yard and shoot through an empty house to hit targets in the backyard. More than once they mentioned seeing if they could shoot through the wing of the plane, and I spent as much time watching them as I did loading panels. They didn't actually shoot the wing, but I got the sense they were going to open fire on it the second we left. Last, but far from least, the good old boys went the longest route possible when walking on the wing, so they could get better views of Penny and Carmen as they bent over or crouched to work on detaching the hardware. I saw it. The women saw it. The oafish men didn't care. It was like being on a job site with a crew of jack-in-the-boxes. Saying or doing the wrong thing could get them to explode. At one point in the operation, nearly getting to our target number, I passed Alvaro coming up the wing and crossing the long section of bat-crushed panels. "Hey," he stopped me. "What happened to all these? Doesn't look like they were broken in the crash." Greg, was on the ground below us with his 3 friends, sulking. If I'd been the gloating type, I would have rubbed their noses in the wanton destruction like a bad dog that had shit on the living room carpet. But my apocalyptic politeness was dialed to 11. I trusted Homer even less than the drunk guys pawing at the good panels on the plane, and the young guy didn't even have a gun. Pissing him off to score ego points wasn't a smart play. "They were like this when we got here the first time," I said in a reasonable tone. "This monster has been in these woods since that first day, so vandals had 5 days to pick away at it. I'm surprised the rest of them are intact." Left unsaid was that he was getting his panels after I'd stopped Homer and his bat from ruining them all. The guy owed me twice over, and I couldn't even tell him. Alvaro stood back on his heels, like we were shooting the breeze in the local feed and seed. "It wouldn't surprise me if my boy and his friends came up here this week and had some fun with it. Don't mind saying they can get pretty wild." "Well, you seem like a wild group," I laughed with friendly sarcasm. "Not that I mind a good party. Am I right?" "No, I hear you. When you get to a certain age, you're stuck with your kin, you know. It wouldn't be so bad, except my other son has gone missing in all this mess. He's usually the one who keeps Spence and his friends in line." He looked down to his boy, still at rest. "Why are you taking another break? Get your ass up here, pronto." Spence hopped into motion as if he'd been lit up by a taser, but the two girls held fast where they were, along with the sulking bad boy Greg. Having said his piece, Alvaro linked up with his son, and then went to work on one of the good panels, after the rows of broken ones. I heard him ask his boy whether he had anything to do with breaking them, but of course the kid said no. I went down to check our numbers, pleased that we'd filled the back of the Mog and most of the Bronco. I wanted them sideways against each other, instead of stacked, to reduce the chance of damaging them on the drive back. It meant we could get less in each rig, but that turned out to be acceptable, since we only needed to load half of them. Carmen caught up with me.
"Frank, I've been to enough dive bars in my day to know how to deal with leering men, but it's getting close to abuse up there. I saw that asshole with the flag on his shirt blow Penny a kiss, and he used tongue."
"Yeah, Alvaro seems like a nice dude, but I don't think he really knows what type of people his family are. He said he's kind of stuck with these guys."
"So what do we do?"
I looked at the hall. If my people came down with a few more panels, we'd have the 25 and then some. We'd taken a few on our first trip, so we might end up with close to 30. I didn't want to leave money on the table, but Carmen was dead on about these guys. If we didn't get out of there now, we might never get out. "Be cool," I advised. "I'm going to go up and relieve Penny, so she'll carry the next panel and meet you. You tell her to wait here until I get down. Pass the word to the others, so they stay down here too. When it's only me up there, I'll make my excuses and leave."
"Are you sure you don't want me to go with?"
she asked. I held her hand for a brief time. "I know you want to help, and don't take this the wrong way, but I don't want any woman on that wing for any reason, okay?" She hugged me tight.
"Thank you for not being an asshole like them,"
she whispered in my ear. "Yeah, not a problem," I responded. We kissed for a moment, then separated. Behind her, watching us from the tree, one of the girlfriends, I had no clue who she was with, stared at us. When she saw me looking, she rolled her eyes and walked around the pile of junk and the tree trunk to get out of my line of sight. "I'll be right back." I walked to the end of the wing and stepped up. I crossed paths with Flag Guy. He carried a panel under each arm, but his rosy cheeks and glazed eyes suggested his mind was anywhere but solar panels. "Hey, Guy. Thanks a lot for letting us hang with you. You and your friends are so nice." He jumped off the end and stumbled forward a bit, but he caught himself on a sapling before he lost his haul. When he turned around, he continued speaking as if nothing had happened. "Would you all come back with us? We have lots more beer back at home." "Oh, sorry, we can't." It was like dealing with the devil, if the devil was drunk. "Maybe we could meet back here later today?" I wasn't ever coming back. "Really? Do you have more, friends?" His lost eyes focused toward Penny, who unfortunately was kneeling and leaning forward as she tried to undo some of the bolts. "You have the best friends, fella." "I'll see what I can do." I decided less was more when talking to him. I left the guy where he stood and headed up the wing. When I made it to Penny, I was about to tap her on the shoulder and warn her we had to leave. But I caught sight of Spencer, Alvaro's son, who was a few panels up the way. The way he was leaning, and how the sun struck him, I was smacked in the face with a déjà vu. "Oh my God," I said to myself. Penny heard me mumbling.
"Frank?"
I crouched next to her, but kept my eyes on the boy. "Penny, listen to me. I need you to get off this plane right this second. Leave what you're doing. Get down to Carmen, and she'll explain."
"Are you sure?"
she hissed. "Yes. Trust me on this." She sat up, wrench in hand.
"Say no more."
While she hiked back down the wing, I puzzled together why the kid looked so familiar, but I wanted to be wrong about it. "Alvaro, I like that Range Rover you've got. Funny that the only things working these days are the rigs that gave us nothing but trouble for the rest of our lives. I could have bought a new one for all the money I sank in that thing." He laughed in the wistful way car guys do when they mentally add fix-it-up money in their heads. "Leaky windows, bad clutch, all kinds of electrical problems. You name it." "Yeah, I've got a lot of money sunk into my 1970 El Camino. I had her repainted a few weeks before the apocalypse. Thought I'd finally got her the way I wanted. Then pop!" I slapped my palms together to make my point. The act also called attention to myself. Marco, LeVar, and Dante turned to me from their perch, up near the top of the wing. I snapped my head to the side, hoping they got my message for, "Get out of here." "Oh yeah, I meant to mention it when we met. I used to have a 70 wagon, almost exactly like yours. Long time ago. Even painted the same blue color, though I didn't have the racing stripes on top." It was then I knew for sure. I was talking to the father of the kid who died in the Cherokee. Spencer hadn't been too interested in our talk, but he was looking at me. "Hey, mister, you gonna puke? You look like you just saw a ghost." "I killed your brother," I said in my head. And to the father, "I killed your son." On paper, I recognized it wasn't my fault the kid had died. He'd tracked our group to capture our El Camino, since it was the same one his dad had when he was growing up. His death was due to his own stupidity, not me murdering him. However, I didn't expect a father or brother to care about such details, especially if the people in the red Jeep were the ones reporting from the scene of the crash. Shit. I think I am going to puke. I realized my sallow face was our ticket out of there. Food is hard to keep fresh. I figured that didn't need a colorful explanation. I stood to go, now motioning to my three friends in an urgent way. "I'm going to be sick. We've got to get out of here." Fortunately, they'd caught on to my earlier nonverbal message and were already on the move. They picked up the pace, cruising down the wing, tools in hand. "You sure you're all right?" Alvaro asked with real concern in his voice. Around me, I realized none of the others were on the wing. Not Flag Guy, not Greg, not the two girls, none of the scraggly men who'd come with Alvaro and his son. They could have all been loading at that moment. I'd passed Flagman with his arms full. Or they could be paying a visit to Carmen. "I've really got to..." Out in the woods, my peripheral vision picked up a bobbing head. A guy in hunting camo crossed between two thick tree trunks. "I've got to..." I started to say again. Another man caught my attention in the woods, close to the first guy. A few more appeared as I scanned the direction Alvaro's vehicles had come from. The men were fanning out from the path, as if they'd tracked the trucks through the woods. Once I knew what to look for, I saw more men getting in position, Were they with Alvaro? Was he keeping us there until his reinforcements arrived? Or was he about to be ambushed too?
"Friend, you should go have a sit-down,"
Alvaro counseled me.
"I think I will."
I had seconds to decide if he was a good guy or a bad one. 21. I walked by the father and son, but I paused before getting too far. "I don't know if I can trust you, but you seem all right, so I'm going to give you a fair warning. Me and my friends are leaving right now with the panels we've got." Sweat pooled above my brows. We had to skedaddle.
"Are you sure? There are still plenty here."
He spoke in an easygoing way, nothing to suggest he was holding out on me. I put my hand in my pocket, feeling the cool comfort of the Springfield. I always kept it accessible when out in the world and close to danger, and it was less obvious than holding my belt line at the 4 o'clock position, where I normally carried it. "Don't turn your head, but there are armed men in the woods beyond your trucks, and they're heading this way." Alvaro listened to my advice, but Spence immediately looked to see if he could see them. Now bullets of sweat poured from my forehead. The guy was either going to spring his trap or confirm I'd made the right call by telling him. A full 2 count trickled by. I took another step on the wing. I was heading up toward the crease. If there was going to be some shooting, I would hop down off the plane in the shortest route possible.
"Spencer, follow him down. I'm going to mosey along the edge of the wing and take the longer way, to make them believe we still haven't seen him."
He called after me.
"Frank, it was good to meet you. Thanks for the heads up." "No problem. Good luck getting home."
"And sorry about your son," I said in my own mind. I didn't tell him what was on my brain, and the bad news yanked at my backside as I walked away, as if it wanted me to let it free and tell the guy. However, I had enough self-control not to go down a path that might get people killed. I let myself down through the crack in the wing, hopping to the debris where we'd first found Homer and his friends. Alvaro's guys came into view.
"Shit,"
I huffed as I came down the last bit by the pile of broken panels. There, under the broken engine, Flag Guy and his pals were holding their cooler open and repeatedly inviting both Carmen and Penny to come take one. LeVar slammed the rear tailgate of the Bronco and walked closer to them.
"I'll take a beer,"
he said with humor.
"We've got to go,"
I declared, walking between LeVar and the beer vendors.
"Oh, can she stay with us?"
Flag Guy moaned.
"Yeah, what's the hurry?"
another one opined. I glared at my friends. "I want wheels moving in 10 seconds. They'd never seen me as serious or focused. Of that I was sure. My stern appearance got them on the move immediately, as I'd intended. Flag Guy walked a few paces toward us.
"Don't go. I can sming you a snong,"
he slurred. Penny was already in the front seat when I hopped through the El Camino door, slammed it behind me, then tripped the kill switch inside the shifter column. I listened for both of the other vehicles to crank over before starting mine. A Confederate flag appeared outside my broken window.
"Mister, can I get her phone number?"
He pointed to Penny in the seat next to me. "Sorry, she's married," I announced, finally kicking the engine to life. The big block 454 coughed up gasoline, and all 475 horsepower reported for duty as I revved the engine to drown out the drunken stylings of the redneck, who gave rednecks a bad name. I was, after all, a general in the self-styled redneck army, so I could say that. I inhaled the acrid mixture of fuel as I watched Carmen work the clutch on the Unimog 416, followed by the hasty exit of Dante and the Bronco. As soon as I had the opening, I let go of the clutch and burned some tread on the rocks below. Behind me, I caught a glimpse of Alvaro running for his Range Rover Defender while shouting orders. Spence, the son, giving chase. Homer and one girl ran for transport too. I couldn't hear any words over my own motor, but his guys slowly caught on to what he wanted them to do. The cooler tipped over. One of the big guys threw down a solar panel he'd been loading. The rush was on for the trucks. The sound of gunfire momentarily overpowered the thunder of my engine. 2 hard punches slammed into the metal of my truck. "Stay down," I ordered Penny. It took careful attention to drive the path ahead, as there was no road to follow, and we had to snake through the dense section of trees that lined the area around the tip of the plane. It was worse for Carmen, in the giant off-road truck at the front. "Careful, girl," I willed to her through the front windshield. Penny stayed low, but checked behind us.
"Did their people get out?"
I still wasn't sure how I felt about giving warning to Alvaro, and I knew I could have done without some of his associates. But once I'd committed to a solution, I did want to see him make good on it. Motion up ahead. A man had revealed himself from behind a tree not far off our route. He aimed a handgun at Carmen's truck, and I didn't know what else to do, so I laid on the horn. "Hey, asshole!" I shouted out the window. He was 25 yards at best. His gaze came my way. The distraction had cost the shooter his opportunity to shoot at Carmen through her window, but he fired a couple times wildly, and late, into the body of her truck. My spine went rigid as the man reoriented on Dante, now rolling by him. I pulled the Springfield out. "Yo!" I cried out again. He did not look my way a second time. Dante was directly next to him when the gun went off. I jammed my legs under the steering wheel and leaned into the open space of my ruined window. Without more than a cursory aim, I squeezed off 5 rounds. In those few seconds, we both spit out bullets. But it took him all that time to realize he wasn't the only guy with a gun. My breathing stopped. My heart probably halted. The El Camino kept its pace. I closed the distance to the man and fired 4 times when we were near enough to shake hands. The concussion of the discharge in the cabin was a jackhammer on my eardrums. Surprised guy finally fired at me, but he was hit at least twice. Bullets went over the top of my window. He fell back into the leaves. I dropped my knees and re-gripped the wheel, but I struck the back bumper of the Bronco, tossing me right back into the steering wheel. "Shit," I complained. Dante wasn't stopped. His truck kept moving forward, but he was waiting for Carmen at the front. Her pace had dropped as she maneuvered through another tight pairing of trees. "Go, go, go," I said as a mantra, while I got situated the proper way in my seat. There hadn't been time to put on seatbelts.
"I don't see any others,"
Penny reported from her station. She also had her SP-101 Ruger wheelie gun out. Carmen throttled up. Diesel fumes bellowed out of the side pipe, and we all started moving faster. The Bronco made it between the trees with no issues, as did the El Camino. Behind us, the man in the brush wasn't getting up. For the 100th time, I wished we had more walkies. I was hungry for information on how my friends were doing in the other 2 vehicles. "It was an ambush," I said as we got farther from the scene.
"Did Alvaro give us up?"
she asked. "It was probably that kid. I didn't trust him in the first place, but I was more concerned with stopping him from damaging those panels, instead of what other mischief he could stir up. I bet he got all those men to wait until we loaded our share of the panels before they sprung the trap."
"Why would they do that?"
They saved themselves the labor, I snapped. I worked the circle and the rectangle for a few moments. Sorry, I exhaled dryly. I hope it wasn't the kid, really, and I didn't mean to take it out on you. God knows you suffered enough with those assholes leering at you the whole time. I saw you keeping watch over me and Carmen, she said by way of accepting my apology. I never felt like I was in any danger. Were we? I tried to think through every interaction I'd had with Homer, Spencer, and Alvaro. Was there a clue I'd missed about their plans? I hated not knowing. At this point, it doesn't matter if Alvaro was in on it, I stated as we continued through the forest, roughly along the path the tank had taken. We've put some distance between us, and I don't see anyone following, friend or foe. If Alvaro had planned it, he was now talking to his friends about how we'd been able to escape. If he hadn't planned it, he would have needed to shoot his way out of the trap, same as us. In either case, our only play was to put distance between us and them. We'd been driving hard for a few minutes before I laid on the horn. Stop! I called out my window. To Penny, next time we're taking both radios. I picked up the single radio and reported our progress to the watch desk. I decided not to get too detailed, as an annoying thought plopped into my head that enemies could listen in on what we said. As soon as all 3 vehicles were halted, I put the truck in park and hopped out. Wait here, Penny, I ordered in a rush. I ran alongside the Bronco. Each bullet hole on the blue paneling spun that corkscrew a little tighter around my stomach. I counted 3 before I made it to the door. I'm fine, brother, Dante said when he saw me coming. We met at his window. Really? I said with a massive cutoff of adrenaline. What about Carmen? I was glad Dante was good, but I rushed forward again, heading for the woman I now called girlfriend. She leaned out her window, brown hair wild across her face, and armed with a giant smile. Was that close enough for you? I took a few more steps, and then slowed to a stop. I bent over and breathed hard for a second, relief tumbling out of me, almost as a physical wave of energy. God, I don't know what I'd do if you'd been hurt. Why, Frank, someone might think you really cared about me, she teased, now resting her chin on her folded arms and looking down on me with her emerald eyes. LeVar was out of my view in the passenger seat, but I heard him snickering. There wasn't time to waste. The coil of anxiety still hadn't unwound completely from my gut. I heard gunfire in the distance, strongly suggesting Alvaro's guys were still duking it out with the attackers. A tiny sliver of me wanted to drive back and provide help for the man, but I couldn't put my people in the path of lethal danger without a compelling reason. The sensible side of me said I was lucky to even be alive, so get the hell out of there while we still could. I'm going to drive around you and take the lead, I explained. We can't go back home just yet, okay? We'll follow you, she chuckled, since you like me and all. Sleazy and demure? I asked, quoting one of my favorite movies, Total Recall. See you at the party, Richter, she quoted back, using the Cuban woman's version of Arnold Schwarzenegger's Austrian accent. She was the girl for me. I left it at that, sprinting for the El Camino. I'm taking lead, I said to Dante as I hustled past him. Roger that, he called to my backside. For the next half hour, I drove alongside the tank tracks, but I stayed on the right side, which was the opposite side from the subdivision. The drive gave me time to really consider if it were possible to lose someone in the modern day and age when you had 3 heavy vehicles plowing up mud in a damp forest. Unlike the day before, there were no longer pop-up streams everywhere. We'd passed a few ponds and smaller rivulets still draining water. But they didn't offer any method to obscure our tire tracks, like you see in the movies. The mud was so sloppy and spread out in some places that when Margaret's tank had gone through, it was hard to tell where it had gone, unless you knew exactly where it had been coming from. Today, as the mud dried, our trucks crushed the fresh dirt and kicked up some of the mud underneath, creating a neon path for anyone to follow us. "We've got to get out of this part of the forest," I suggested. "We can't go directly home." We could easily cross the tank treads and return the same way we'd come, as we hadn't created the divots on our earlier drives. The problem was that we were now on the other side of the muddy path created by the military machine. Anywhere we crossed, it was going to point south toward Clownfish. This was my standard protocol. Whenever possible, lead the enemy away from your home base instead of toward it. Our emergency escape from the trap had forced us onto the literal wrong side of the tracks, so we had to find a different way home. "There is only one way to go," I suggested. "Not to North Point," she cringed. "No, but we are going north." I didn't slow or stop to explain what I was doing. They had to trust me. 22. "How far are we going?" Penny asked. She'd stayed quiet for the past few minutes as we cut through the forest, heading north. But there'd been an undercurrent of tension building in the El Camino. Each minute we spent going north was one more taking us away from the safety of Clownfish Cove. "This might be the place to turn." I pointed to the tank treads. "Oh, thank God!" she burst out. Margaret had driven her tank in confusing patterns as a means of hiding the places she'd gone, including my street. However, as long as I stayed on my side of the muddy divots left by the tank treads, all I had to do was follow them to the west, then to the north. I knew that after all her pretzel-shaped paths, she'd driven toward North Point. However, I didn't want to go all the way to that town. We had to bail out before we got there. See how she drove on some rocky ground? I noted there was less mud in places. "They won't see our tracks," she remarked. "We hope," I answered. I chose a place that seemed solid and went across. I leaned my head out my window to try to see if I was leaving a mark. "It's not perfect." If the tank treads left 2-inch grooves in the hardened section of landscape, my truck left half an inch. But it also patted down the ridges of those other imprints. In short, there was no way to hide our crossing completely unless we found pavement, and the next road was miles away on the north side of the forest. It was the highway we'd crossed on our way to the trailer park and golf course. My internal compass said we were half a mile from Bayside. I made the guess based on how far we'd come back to the west after being at the plane. But another tip-off was the ever-increasing amount of debris on the ground. At first, it was little things, like beach toys and items of clothing. But soon, the pieces grew into buckets, patio umbrellas, and doormats. "It looks like a big sneeze," she said with wonder. That's pretty much what it was. The storm blew in from the Gulf, and the gusts would have pushed loose crap from the subdivisions like a broom, until they got hung up on the trees and underbrush of the forest. I thought I saw the flat horizon of a road through the greenery ahead, but a new problem came from my left. "Hey!" people shouted. I glanced over, heart already thumping. Were they a new set of shooters? Or did the shooters chasing us somehow cut us off and get ahead of us? We saw strange people in the forest every time we went through it, so there was no way to say for certain. The first guy I noticed was older than me by a lot. Gray hair with a bald landing strip on top. From about 50 yards away, he and his friends looked beat down. as if they'd evacuated from the storm, but hadn't yet returned to see the damage. "We can't stop," I said, as much for my benefit as Penny's.
"I know."
I kept going. The road was a quarter of a mile ahead. Every square foot of the last few yards leading up to Blacktop was covered in branches and the puked-out debris sent over from the homes on the other side. As I headed for that mess, people ran at me from our left side. I hated that it had come down to this, but I had many competing imperatives. Getting my people home safe was number one. Number two was getting the cars back in one piece. The third goal was retrieving those solar panels, as they represented our future. The fourth goal, way down the list, was interacting with new people. The sad part was that I would have been happy to talk to them if we didn't have all the other issues tracking us like toilet paper on our heels. Stopping now might not only get us shot by the men who'd attacked us at the wrecked wing, but it might put the new people in danger too. Not too many groups would want to be our allies if our first act was getting some of them killed. I scanned the distance. Old men hobbled through the debris. Elderly women stood back. A few younger folks ran faster, making them stand out. Behind them, sitting and crouching under the trees, I noted many more people. Why are they still here? I wondered aloud. We rolled on. We arrived at the lip of Bayside Road to find it in even worse condition than it was to the south, at our intersection. Tree branches had blown in and dotted the two lanes as far as we could see in each direction. The rest of the roadway was coated with small bits of the subdivision to our west, stuff that had been scoured out of the homes by the surge of water. It was hard to tell if the construction was different than the houses closer to home, but many had lost their roofs, entire walls were down, and anything that wasn't bolted down out there was now on the road and in the first few hundred yards of the forest. More people milled about to our south. "Well, this figures," I sputtered, not sure how much worse it could get. There was a subdivision street almost directly ahead of me. We were about a mile north of home, if I remembered my landmarks correctly, but there was a danger to going into strange territory. I shut off the motor and hopped out. "Don't move," I warned Penny. When the other two vehicles came onto the highway, I had them shut down too. "What the hell is happening, Frank? You sure about this?" Dante shut his motor off, but the adrenaline was flowing through us all. The lead runner from the refugee group was less than a football field away from us. "Listen," I ordered, going rigid. I heard the voices of the arriving guys repeatedly yelling for me to stop. There were even some of the new folks down the way calling out to us. But the one sound I didn't want to hear was also out there. "Son of a bitch," I spat out under my breath.
"What?"
Carmen asked.
"Did they catch us?"
"Yeah, I don't know how they did it, but I hear vehicles coming closer." I checked the south. The people in the woods had flooded toward the road when they saw us, and now some of them were already joining with those waiting there. If we drove that way, I might be able to shove my way through without hitting anyone, but it wasn't a sure thing. Running people over was the opposite of good diplomacy. And once again, I didn't want to tangle them up in my problems. The engines were only getting louder. The pop-pop of distant guns also signaled their approach. "I'm going that way." I pointed west with some frustration, given it was the only choice left. Back in the car, Penny faced me as I slid into my seat.
"Frank, I heard you talking, but there is something weird about the road ahead. Look."
I started the engine, trying to see what she was pointing out. There were no people on the long straightaway, so that was good. The homes were a mess, with many missing parts, torn roofs, and a few fallen walls, so that was bad. There were also no vehicles on any of the driveways or in the road. That meant someone was organized. Good or bad? It was impossible to know without more intel. "Keep your eagle eyes out," I said to her, putting the transmission into gear. I had to avoid the wreckage of a small boat to get across the 2-lane highway, but it cleared a little once we went into the subdivision. Behind us, one of the lead runners almost made it to Carmen as she started the MOG and rolled out. It was a terrible feeling leaving those people behind, but I had to be realistic about impromptu encounters. Where I would have felt comfortable stopping during the first few days after the EMP, it was now day 6, and a devastating storm had come through on day 5. People were going to be desperate. The layout of the new subdivision was similar to every other one we'd been traveling of late. The central street ran 2 miles, straight to the coast. Houses dotted it left and right, with branch streets leading to cul-de-sacs appearing every so often on the right side. There weren't canals running next to the roadway like it did for parts of Poseidon Pier, though one did run behind the row of homes on the left side. It was like driving on a dirt road. The mud had mostly dried, turning the flat street into a pasty gray plank. The lawns and bottoms of houses were also caked in the stuff. About the 3rd house down, on the right, I noticed an orange piece of cloth hanging from one of the seams of their garage door. As we went along, the houses displayed orange spray paint, orange sashes, or orange sweatshirts hung from mailboxes next to the roadway. The only houses that didn't have them were those without roofs, or that had suffered severe knock-the-walls-down flood damage. "Do you ever get the sense something ain't right?" Penny asked with a bucket of worry spilling over. The colors were only on the right side of the road. "I think we found the edge of someone's community," I deadpanned. We drove in silence for the entire mile to the first major cross street, which was the same 40th Street that crossed Poseidon by us. To the south, maybe a mile, maybe a little less, was Bravo intersection. I slowed to a stop a bit short of the turn, as I'd already caught sight of trouble. Ahead, near the coastline, a wall of homes were on fire. It became apparent they weren't accidents either. Those men with the flamethrowers might have been stopped on Pax's Street, but others had obviously continued their mission to the north, probably heading for Port Charlotte on foot. And while you're out and about, why not burn houses as you go? "There are 2 roadblocks coming up," I said to her. Dante appeared at my window. "What's shaking, boss?" "Shit, we've got problems all around us." I pointed ahead. "I think those fires are caused by more of those pajama soldiers, so it would be dangerous to tangle with guys carrying automatic weapons and flamethrowers." "That works for me," he mused. I pointed right. "I saw another roadblock peeking through the yards of these last few homes, but it is covered in orange like the houses. I think they are well organized, but are potentially hostile." "Frank!" Carmen yelled from behind us. I opened my door and put a foot out, but I lost half my blood pressure when I saw what had her hot and bothered. Trucks launched out of the forest and hopped onto the roadway at Bayside. I tried to identify Alvaro's Defender, or one of the other vehicles he'd brought with him, but I didn't see them. After the 4th or 5th truck, I figured out we had someone else behind us. "Get in," I commanded. Dante ran back. I hadn't had a chance to tell him about the other roadblock to the south. It was up to me to make the right call, and do it while under duress. North, away from home, or south, toward home. All other things being equal, I wanted to go toward home. I put the El Camino in gear and shot around the corner, going left. A roadblock had been placed a couple hundred yards down 40th, at the choke point over a canal bridge. I drove at a slow pace and held my empty left hand out the window. "Put both your hands out, Penny," I suggested. My hope was to show we weren't coming as threats, but as friends. The blockade was similar to what I'd set up. 6 cars had been parked side to side across the far end of the bridge, with a gap in the middle for visitors to go in and out. A black panel van had been parked behind the others, facing sideways. Several people stood behind the vehicles, and I had to assume they were armed. Closer, they waved to acknowledge us. I expected the chase vehicles to come around the corner behind us at any second, so I stopped about 100 feet from the roadblock and slowly got out. "Hey, we're only passing through. We live a little south of here, on Poseidon Pier." A woman in a cowboy hat stood on an object that gave her the height to peer over the length of a pickup truck.
"Are you with those guys?"
she asked, pointing behind us. "Hell no," I said, speaking at peak speed. "We're the people south of you, not from up this way. I can show you my address in my wallet." I still carried my credit cards, my library card, and my frequent Pyre ticket punch for an Emo's restaurant I used to frequent when I passed through St. Louis, Missouri. All worthless now, but I could still show my driver's license. It would have been factory fresh in my wallet, since I'd moved to Florida a few weeks ago, but now I was certain it would be a soggy mess, since I'd been in the storm waters with it. Several times. She didn't respond to my urgency. I took note of the panel van again. Someone had recently painted on the side, so it said, "Vault Tech Courtesy Shuttle," with a messy face above it. I recognized the name from somewhere, but I couldn't place it. "We are being chased by some assholes, and they are about to turn that corner. I've got to be clear about that." There were only seconds to make a deal. "Listen, we salvaged about 25 solar panels. We'll trade you 10 of them just to go through."
"Solar panels?"
she asked, looking at someone out of sight. A guy to the side of the roadblock blew 3 times on a whistle, and another whistle sounded a few houses away. A couple seconds later, a hand-cranked air raid siren began its droning wail. I put my hands higher. "We don't want any trouble." My goal for the past 6 days was to never put my people in a jam they couldn't escape from. I'd chosen to go this way, as opposed to the other roadblock or toward the flamethrowers. But I couldn't do nothing if this was the wrong choice for us. Men and women ran from their homes on the other side of the roadblock. I took a step backward. A breath caught in my dry throat. The sound of the arriving chase convoy rode the wind. The name on the panel van clicked. "Hey, I like your van. It's from Fallout. That's Vault Boy on the side." I wasn't a video game player, as a rule, but I had workers in my garage who were gamers. They sometimes wore shirts of whatever title was popular at the time, and I remembered seeing the distinctive Fallout shirts, with the mascot front and center. The trucks tore around the corner behind us. Looking back for a moment, I noted the plumes of dust shooting from the tires. I also noticed the lead vehicle was an old tan Chevy Blazer, with police lights on top. "What do you say?" I asked at almost a shout, as it was hard to talk over the running motors of my cars, the high RPMs of the arriving trucks, and the drone of the sirens, which continued on. The woman looked down at someone else I couldn't see, apparently arguing. More of the residents arrived at the roadblock on foot. In spite of myself, I gave them begrudging respect at how they handled their security. We needed a siren like that, and I immediately wondered if we could strip a fire engine, or a police cruiser, or... I realized I was already planning beyond our current jam. The trucks threw on their brakes behind us, their tires howling, as they gripped the packed dirt. Looking ahead, the woman was our only hope. If she said no, I was going to run back to the truck and try to drive behind nearby homes to get around our pursuit. There was no way I'd get in a fight with enemies in front of us and behind. My pulse thrashed in my temples. I needed a decision. The woman with the hat seemed as if she was extremely annoyed at whoever was talking to her, but she finally looked up at me.
"Damn it, fine. Drive through here."
I stood there like an idiot, not sure I was hearing right. A driver popped up in the Vault-Tec van and got it started. Was he there the whole time, ready to act? Had he been waiting in the back? As soon as it moved, I moved. "Go!" I yelled to Dante and Carmen. The Blazer was stopped a few feet behind the MOG at the back. A man opened the door as I scrambled around mine to get back inside. He wore an orange shirt. At first I thought it was from a prison, but it was a civilian model, like a golf shirt meant to be seen from the clubhouse. I didn't give him the time of day. Carmen and Dante drove around me, heading for the newly formed gap in the roadblock. I slapped the El Camino into gear and followed the dust. I expected to be shot in the ass. "Head down," I said as if it were part of our routine. I rolled through the roadblock, and I happened to look to my left, toward the fallout van. I shouldn't have been surprised to see a pair of teen boys, a little younger than Tyler, armed with bolt-action rifles, standing guard. We could have pushed south and washed our hands of the problem, but I didn't want to stick these new people with our dirty laundry. Who the hell were these guys? Were they chasing us, or was this a misunderstanding? And not to be forgotten, where did Alvaro's guys go? I honked to get the attention of my friends. At the first intersection, where more cars and people were still arriving from the surrounding homes, I turned around. After rushing to park behind the roadblock, I hit the kill switch out of habit, then keyed our little radio. "This is Frank. We are getting closer to home. Out." I had to be vague.
"Roger. Out,"
Kyra's voice came back. I put the radio down and climbed out. A dozen guns pointed my way. Gut check. I put up my hands. "I'm a friend." "Likely story, bub," a gray-haired guy declared. The blonde woman with the cowboy hat ran over.
"He's okay. We made a deal."
She was about Carmen or Penny's age, let's say 29 to be safe, and looked a bit like a suburban Lara Croft, high adventurer. Tall brown boots, khaki shorts, black tank top, a pistol strapped on her thigh. In addition to the hat, she held what looked like a surplus M1 Garand rifle, a relic from World War II. In fact, several people held Garands. One of the boys by the fallout van held one. There wasn't time to figure it out. "I want to help you with these guys. I know this is going to sound crazy to say, but these aren't the people who were chasing us. I have no idea why they were behind us, but I'm sure it isn't because they want to bake us a cake." She looked at me sideways for a few seconds. Then Carmen arrived next to me.
"I love that hat,"
Carmen said in her usual disarming way.
"Thanks. Your hair is to die for,"
the cowgirl answered. My Cuban friend held my arm.
"Frank is telling the truth. We were being chased by some hicks out in the woods where we got those solar panels. These trucks are new." "Well, be my guest then."
She waved us to follow. I motioned for the others to join us. As we strode the 50 feet to the back of the roadblock, 4 or 5 other vehicles parked around us. Men and women swarmed the blockade and the 2 houses flanking it. Strangely, it didn't seem like it was going to be enough. I came up behind a Toyota 4-door car sitting closest to the back of the panel van, which had returned to its blocking position. One of the teen boys hung outside the half-opened front door, as if he'd been the one to move it. Out on the bridge, 6 trucks were parked in formation, led by the sheriff's vehicle. For good measure, the guy had flipped on his lights. He stood behind his door, the sheriff's department logo visible to all. North Point was back. 23. The air raid siren finally spun down. "I've had nothing but trouble with these guys," I said to the woman, who acted like she was the leader. "I'm Frank, by the way. My partner here is Carmen."
"I'm Gretchen,"
she commented absently, not looking over to me.
"We've had trouble with them too, so welcome to the line."
"You have?" I asked with some surprise. She laughed to herself.
"See those houses over there?"
She pointed to the line of homes with the orange markings.
"That is the edge of their territory. They've been gobbling up houses and kicking out residents who they deem expendable."
"The people in the woods," I reasoned.
"Yeah,"
she replied, still watching with her rifle at the ready.
"While those people were out of their houses last night, these asswipes swooped in and took over the entire block. They moved south one street at a time, and a lot of the people pushed out have joined together in this last row before the canal."
Gretchen pointed to the homes backed up to the same canal we were standing above. North on 40th Street, where I'd seen it before, another roadblock signaled the edge of North Point's territory on the streets. I could barely see the men standing guard, probably all watching what their sheriff was doing. "We'll help you defend this bridge," I said, committing ourselves to the fight. I'd picked correctly by choosing this direction, and we had our out to drive south toward home, but we'd stumbled into a threat that affected everyone. A man spoke from close by. "They have someone with skills working for them," he said. I turned to see a guy half my age, cropped hairdo, tactical trousers, and lightweight shirt. Everything about him screamed military. The guy continued speaking. "They start on the ends of the block, then chew them up house by house. Waves of gunfire are used to suppress any defenders dumb enough to sit there and take it, with little risk to the attackers. Individual homeowners are overwhelmed, and there isn't any way for the rest of the row to support them, so each house gets rolled up. I've seen it a couple times now." "Are you guys ready for them?" I asked. "We have a plan," the guy allowed, noticing he didn't recognize me. "I'm the next neighborhood to the south," I explained. "Anything that happens to you happens to me next." "Oh, well, in that case, good luck to us all." One of the teens spoke up. "He's coming out!" We all looked at the sheriff. He'd stepped around from his door and was now in front of his truck. His hat had been chucked onto the dashboard. The golden star caught the sunlight. "Greetings from North Point," he yelled over. Gretchen glanced at me. "Here we go." She climbed on a wooden box for height, so she could talk back to the guy. "We see ya. Say your piece." The sheriff was a large man, mainly in height, but also in girth. Figure 6'6" and close to 300 pounds, mid-40s, so he still had his strength in his upper chest, not his waistline. His orange shirt hung over his middle, making it difficult to see what type of sidearm was tucked in there. He lit up a cigarette and didn't seem the least bit concerned there were 50 guns trained on him. I wasn't sure if that was a learned ability, but I'd seen the same reaction from that squirrely guy, Ernie, who'd been in the tow truck. Some people must not care when guns were pointed at them, a skill I hoped to avoid ever needing. "My beef is with the people you've let into your territory. They have a truck that belongs to me." Gretchen glanced my way. I got up. "Ah, you must be the elusive Frank Douglas." He pulled heavily on his cigarette, as if that had somehow caused him some distress. "My daughter told me all about you." His daughter? The first name that came to mind was Bonnie, the young lady who'd been with Trevor and later fled from him, only to be dragged back into his world. The drug-dealing playboy was exactly the type of boyfriend the rebel daughter of the town sheriff would go after. Still, it wasn't the time to ask about personal relationships. I spoke to the officer. "The owner of this truck fired guns at me and my friends as he tried to swarm my home in the middle of the night. I didn't steal it from anyone, since he was already dead." It struck me Trevor's clumsy attack might have served as a training operation later studied by this sheriff guy. Hitting on the end was a lot smarter than trying to take a row of houses from a broadside. Trevor's problem was that he was too spread out, and I knew he was coming, thanks to Bonnie and some menacing threats from the tow truck guy. There was Bonnie again. Whose side was she on? "I'm sorry that happened to you, Frank, but you can rest assured we have cleaned up our chain of command, so large chunks of our forces can't go out on vendettas against nobodies." I wanted to throw it in his face how this nobody bested his somebodies, but I was now representing our entire subdivision, as well as the one I was standing in. I couldn't afford to piss the guy off if I couldn't get anything out of it. "That would mean something if there weren't 100 people in the woods right now. Why are you kicking people out of their homes?" "They told you only the lies, Frank. Those people left willingly, as they didn't want to be a part of what we're making, you know? Down on Clownfish Cove, I'm sure you had to kick some people out. Those who didn't want to follow your rules." I clenched my jaw to stop myself from speaking. He tried to throw it in my face that our problems with Trevor were on the same moral ground as kicking out innocent women and children from his territory. "He knows a lot about us," Carmen whispered to Gretchen, channeling my mind. An explosion boomed from far away. No one gave it much attention, as all eyes were fixed on the police officer. He pulled another drag out of his cigarette. "We're making headway in bringing order to the subdivisions, Frank. We control everything from here up to the municipal center now, but there are still a lot of troublemakers out there. You found a bunch of them." "At least they don't chase out old people and dump them in the woods," I called back. "Well, they aren't perfect, as you'll see when you meet the idiot in charge over there." I couldn't stop myself from looking at Gretchen. "No, a different idiot," the sheriff chuckled. Gretchen smiled. "I'm in charge of this area, not the whole place." "Sorry," I said low enough for only her to hear me. "How did you find us?" I asked him, figuring it was an important detail to know. They weren't above placing spies inside enemy camps. Did they still have one in mind? "This time it was dumb luck. We dropped off some of our, how shall we put this, unwelcome guests deep in the forest. We saw you driving merrily along, as if you were being chased, so we figured we should see where you were going in such a hurry. There's a rumor of a plane crash out in the forest. Would you know anything about that?" I hoped he couldn't see the beds of our trucks. "Can't say that I have," I replied. He blew out smoke. "Funny. Then I guess those solar panels came from trees, huh?" He'd been parked behind Carmen for a few seconds before we went through the roadblock. I had to regain the upper hand in our conversation. "Look, it's confusing out there. We've had some misunderstandings. Why don't we call a truce? You stay where you are north of this block, and we'll take care of the blocks from here going south. We can both win." The guy sucked the last 3/4 of his smoke in one giant effort. When he was done, he flicked the butt into the dirt and exhaled fumes like a coal plant.
We know things are breaking down to the south. We also know your little wedge of roadway won't be able to stop those dregs from hitting our border. We feel it would serve us better to roll on through this last row of houses, then this whole subdivision, then yours, so we can shield our citizens better."
Not a surprise. He was using the same empire-building methods as us. Spread out far, so the danger remains at the frontier, not the capital. The difference was that he kicked out people he didn't like as he spread out, instead of making them part of the alliance like I'd been attempting to do. Was he right? Was it better to take over by force and spread out faster? Somehow he'd come south 3 miles already, in the time it had taken me to secure a long, thin wedge centered around Poseidon Pier. They were the stick. We were the carrot. How the hell could they have more land than us? The answer had to do with kicking people out. Those folks out in the woods probably didn't think they were serving any empire. They only wanted those key means of survival: water, food, shelter, security. Currently, they had none of those. I turned to Gretchen. "As you can see, I've got a history with these people. If you'll help me get out of here, I'll give you the solar panels as agreed, and we can defuse this for now." The sheriff slammed his door. "Oh, I guess he was done," I said in a bemused way. "He's a man of few words," the soldier guy said to us. "And like I said, he's not even the brains of the operation. They've got someone good. Probably active-duty military. Maybe a major or a lieutenant colonel. High enough to be deadly, but not so high in rank he only knows how to kiss the ass of generals." "Geez, just what we need," I huffed, rubbing my matted hair from my forehead. I'd been sweating out gallons since we'd left the plane, and now it was sticking to me. The North Point convoy spun around and followed their leader to the north, through their roadblock. As I watched, I observed how they opened the row of cars on their bridge. Then the vehicles had to wind around some parked cars beyond, then go through a second roadblock. "Yeah, they've got some people who are doing it right," I allowed, wishing those skills were on our side and not being used for a group that was obviously run by less than friendly people. As the party broke up and I was headed back to the truck, the pair of teens came up to me excitedly. "Hey, mister. Sorry, but I was wondering what you thought of our paint job." He pointed to the panel van. Gretchen harumphed. "Zachary, this isn't the time for games." "But, Mom—" I held up my hand. "No, it's fine. I expected this." "You did?" the kid and the woman said at the same time. "Yeah, I've got a rabble of teens living on my street. Probably 20 of them we rescued from the South Point High School. They—" "Do you know J.J. McHenry?" Zach interrupted. "Or Sarah McMillan?" the other kid asked. "She's my cousin." Time came back to bite me on the ass. I'd already thought about how I hadn't gotten all their names, and now that was information I could have used. Building relationships between residents was a key part of growing the group. Friends and family living on one street would want to ally with their counterparts on other streets. If I'd known those kids for certain, it might have made our day a lot easier. "I'm not sure if they are in our group or not. We have a Bulgarian girl named—" "M," Zach said at once. "Yeah, and my favorite is a kid named Tyler. He's—" "Tyler Farmington?" Zach cut in again. "Yeah." "Oh, man, he's in my brother's D&D group. They play it online, and I hear them talking trash to each other all the time. I've never met the guy, but he is hilarious." The two boys communicated with each other for a moment, talking about players' manuals, dice, and things I did not understand. Zach seemed to be bragging about how he knew more about the game than his friend, but at the same time, he wanted to show the other kid how to play. I recalled what I'd thought minutes earlier. I didn't want my first act meeting this new group to be getting one of these people killed. I needed to get out of there. "We've got to go," I said to Gretchen. "Can you tell us where to put the panels?"
"Sure," she said.
I'd hoped she might let us skate on the solar panels, but I didn't let it disappoint me too much. We were alive and had a potential new ally. Of course, we also had become reacquainted with an even bigger enemy, so maybe karma always balanced out for us. After giving our share, I sat in my truck, engine running, as Gretchen came up alongside. "Thanks for saving our bacon," I said to her.
"Don't mention it. Hey, we only took 5 panels instead of 10. I'm giving them up as a credit with your people. I know 5 solar panels isn't that much to ask this, but there might be a day soon where we need your help fighting off the sheriff and his attack dogs. It won't be long before they take over that last row of houses. Then they're going to come for us." I thought about it for a few seconds, remembering a book or movie about how the military was famous for deception before attacks. "Gretchen, we should be able to help you if it comes to that, but I want you to get with your leaders as soon as we leave. If they are telegraphing how they're going to wipe out that last row of homes across the canal, I would expect them to surprise you by going straight for your jugular. They'll either go for this row," I pointed to the ones where the defenders hung out on both sides of the blockade, "or maybe they'll try to wipe out your core streets, wherever those are." "They'd really try that?"
she asked. I looked around for the soldier guy. "Ask anyone who has served in the military. If he's telling you where he's going, that's the only place he won't go."
"We'll be ready,"
she said, sounding nervous. "You would also be well served to help the people out in the woods. Keep them alive, so when the sheriff eventually gets his ass kicked, they can go home."
"That's a great thought,"
she answered. I was going to leave, but I thought better of it. "Hey, when you get a chance, send someone down to our neck of the woods so we can talk turkey. If your leader is up for an alliance, it would solidify our northern border, and we could devote resources to helping you out. Also, from your perspective, you would have somewhere to fall back if things got bad." I realized I needed to log an item. Pulling my notepad, I scratched a few words.
"You do that too?"
She patted her hip, and I assumed there was paper in her pocket.
"Can't remember anything when I'm hungry all the time."
"Yeah." It almost escaped my notice how little I'd eaten the past several days. A little jerky here or there, maybe a can of ravioli shared with 3 other people, the odd sleeve of crackers. It wasn't much of a diet, and her mentioning hunger made my stomach complain on command. "I know what you mean."
"It's harder to think when you're starving," she reasoned. "So watch your food."
I decided to throw out a final perk of cooperation. "Hey, if things settle down, we have a semi-truck we can use to go find abandoned trailers on the interstate. If we could score one of those, the sheriff and his guys will have a hard time starving us out." Her eyes lit up.
"That would be awesome."
"If things settle," I reinforced in a wistful, doubt-this-will-happen manner.
"Let's hope,"
she said, stepping back from the door.
"Good luck,"
we said at the same time.
"Thanks again,"
Penny added. Driving south, there were a couple of guys standing at each intersection, heavily armed, watching things to the north. Since they knew we were casually hanging out with the people at the roadblock, they waved to us as we went by. After a couple of minutes, we passed one of Zen's guys at another corner, dressed like Don Johnson, talking with his buddy on a BMX bike. Somewhere between the intersections, there was a boundary between our community and theirs. I pulled up next to them. "Hey guys, how's it going?" I asked. The young man on foot came over. "I'm Frank," I said. He gave me a blank stare.
"Uncle Frank,"
Penny tested. His face lit up. "Oh, right. Zen said you were the dude in charge." I guess Uncle Frank had gotten around. "I want you to keep an eye out to the north. We're trying to form an alliance with the streets up that way. I'm already talking to my boy Drew here." He pointed to the young man on the bike, who rolled over at hearing his name. "You're from up there?" I asked. "Yeah. Why? What's up?" I explained the events of the last few minutes to him, finishing with the idea we were now solidifying a partnership, so everyone should work together. Since they'd already been chatting, they took it in stride. "Hey, do you guys have any, buds who live way north of here? Like beyond the roadblock you see up the street, but not as far as North Point?" BMX guy nodded. It would be good to have someone on the inside, but I didn't explain myself at that moment. "Okay, just wondering." I drove on, content I'd smoothed the boundary line between our two groups. We turned at 40th and Poseidon, the mud now totally dried in the roadway. Suddenly, it seemed like we were back in the old America. Children ran around on the dirt, having the time of their lives. People walked the streets, visiting neighbors. A few tables had been set up, items for trade placed on them by homeowners looking for specific things in return. Barter was already taking hold. Men and women ran in and out of their homes, cleaning what they could. Even the natural disaster couldn't dampen their spirits. These were all the people the sheriff wanted gone. A mile later, we exited through Zen's roadblock. Then we rolled up to ours. As I sat at our front gate, I looked behind us, expecting something, anything, to go wrong. I observed the last tendrils of smoke escaping the house on the corner. I saw those people doing their things on Poseidon Pier, from Zen's roadblock all the way to the Bravo intersection. Beyond, I saw the giant ship, and even farther back, I admired the makings of a beautiful sunset. I drove us through the checkpoint. "We're home," I sighed. Trouble was coming, and soon. I knew it in my bones. But somehow, we made it through the front gate without even the slightest hiccup. None of the guards complained about things. None of the residents had an emergency. There were even several trading tables set up next to Albacore. No one was shooting at us. No one was screaming at us. It was an island of calm on a sea of calamity. It was a refuge I'd die protecting. 24. I call to order the neighborhood watch meeting for the evening of day 6. Despite everything happening out in the world, life had to continue inside our growing community. With an hour or two of calm after coming home, I was able to get some things done that had been stacking up in my notepad for days. One of them was the meeting itself. A formal, regularly scheduled meeting taking place when I said it would. Well, I'd said we'd meet an hour before sunset, and the sun was already down, but I'd gotten close. Since many of us don't know each other too well, I'm going to call out the leadership team so you'll at least be able to identify each other out there. First, Luke is my executive guy here on Clownfish when I'm out doing boring leader stuff. In a pinch, I trust him to make decisions for the subdivision, and I hope you will too. That big guy over there is Marco, the block captain for Barracuda. His wife holds the record for most pregnant woman, and she faced down a semi-truck this afternoon, so she might also be the biggest badass in this entire town. A few chuckles in the garage. Next, Dante, block captain for Albacore. I can tell you from experience, That guy can drive a Bronco, so if you're planning to rob any food stores, he's your wheelman. These 3 streets make up Yucca Reef Phase 4, and technically I'm in charge of the Homeowners Association and Neighborhood Watch. But with everything being the way it is, we haven't had a formal vote for either, so... Penny interrupted.
No one doubts your position, Frank. Trust me.
Her words spurred the crowd to some hear-hears. Carmen and Penny stood next to each other, like best friends. I met Penny's eyes across the lantern-lit garage. She'd had some progress talking about her wayward husband, now ex-husband, and she'd tossed that expensive ring in the glove box of the Unimog to prove it. I knew Carmen had some hard experience in the scumbag husband department, so she was in good hands. I appreciate that, and I'll do what I can as long as I can, but I never want it to be said I'm the dictator of this community. If people decide they can do it better, I welcome any election that comes along. I would almost welcome someone taking charge of the growing chain of homes strung out between the interlocking neighborhoods of our slice of suburbia. I imagined a grizzled army guy, a major or a lieutenant colonel, who was used to leading large numbers of people, showing up here with a binder filled with contingency plans. Maybe a company CEO, used to dealing with hierarchy, could organize this place a lot better than I could. Or even a prepper guy, maybe an author of one of those many books I'd read on the EMP, would step in and know exactly what to do with our community. Move to the country, the author would say. I wish it were that easy. The next person on our list is Zen, my counterpart over in Yucca Reef Phase 3, which encompasses the first 3 streets across Bayside Road. Zen is the go-to for anyone living over there. Zen was an imperfect leader, no doubt, but he'd done the one thing no one else on that side of the road even seemed interested in doing. He'd volunteered to lead. Whenever I explained a 20-something kid was in charge of their lives, people seemed happy to have someone to pin the blame on. No one had challenged him as yet. Standing there in front of everyone, I wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing that no one seemed interested in doing his job any better. Phases 1 and 2 are the homes past Zen's streets, and they run all the way to the beached whale called Dawn Star. Phase 1 is in the worst shape, as it took the storm surge right in the chin. I pointed to Tyler's artwork showing the neighborhood streets, a useful tool to have. The 110 varmint and the shotgun we'd taken off the dead thieves on Torval Street were in the gun rack below the map. In my kitchen, I had the bullpup rifle and the spray-painted AK waiting to be called to duty. I had to look at my notes. Charlie, the woman there in the corner, has graciously volunteered to take on Phase 2, where she lives, and Phase 1 is run by Everett, one of Pax's neighbors. I hadn't met Everett, and he wasn't at the meeting, so I couldn't even put a face to the name. It was one of Zen's picks, so I assumed it was another kid. Moving on, Will is our fire captain. He's got some basics he'd like to go over later in this meeting. As I've said to some of you, fire is going to be a constant threat to us from this point until the power comes back on. That makes Will one of the most important resources we have, and I'm glad he's here. Will bowed a little. Speaking of power, he's not here right now, but I'm putting LeVar in charge of power generation. We scored about 25 solar panels today from a damaged plane out in the woods, and LeVar has experience with electronics and other tech from his security company days. He's being assisted by Nathan, the father of our twins, and you might see him going around collecting car batteries tomorrow. I expect it won't be long before we see a bulb over our heads in here. I pointed to the ceiling. I'd asked LeVar to make the neighborhood watch office the second place to get power, after his own garage, which was serving as his workshop. The El Camino and Unimog were parked on my driveway. When the meeting was over, I intended to unload the remaining solar panels in their beds over at LeVar's house, then do a final check of the front gate before we went into the overnight hours. Now, I got word shortly before this meeting that there are 2 new groups coming into our watch area. A couple of cul-de-sacs to the south asked to join while I was there this afternoon, and they'd sent a bike rider over to confirm it. At the same time, another group of houses along Bayside, and also to the south, have asked to link up with us. I haven't commissioned a survey, but I'd estimate that gives us about 250 homes to watch over. Some hoots and whoops went up. Now, that doesn't mean we have 250 families. Taking into account the people who never came home after the EMP went off, and residences abandoned after the storm, I'm sure the number of occupied houses is a bit less. However, as many of you know, we've also picked up new people, such as refugees and extended friends and family. So it's hard to say how many people are in our jurisdiction without doing a formal census. Having a head count would be important for long-term planning and growth, especially in relation to food production, skill management, and life experiences. But it wasn't an immediate need, especially since people were still coming and going. Along those lines, we also got some news from the north. A new subdivision is linking up with us, and it runs from the north end of our community to a road about a mile away. There's a lot to explain about that, so I'm going to save it for later in the meeting. I took a small bite of jerky, a product of one of our first food production efforts, to save the meats in our freezers before they spoiled. It wasn't bagged quality, like you might get from the gas station, but it tasted like high cuisine in the apocalypse. Real quick, let's go over some of the threats facing us out there. I could tell my neighbors were getting antsy standing on the hard concrete floor. Maybe I'd get the teens to go around to all the houses tomorrow and collect folding chairs. They would need tasks, no matter how mundane, to keep them busy and out of mischief. Before I could get to the first one, Carmen raised her hand. I pointed at her. If you say anything about my shirt, I'm going to drive you to the shoreline and then keep going. No, your shirt's fine. Do you hear someone whining? She listened outside, not in our meeting space. I walked outside the garage to listen as well. Luke strained to hear. I think it's Mr. Puppers. He probably climbed back in the Unimog and now he can't get out. He went with us again? I asked, shocked. We'd already had one unfortunate experience with the dog, who'd accidentally gone with us the day before, so I couldn't believe it would happen again. Is this Mr. Puppers? Charlie, the farmhand woman, asked. The golden retriever had been somewhere in the garage while I'd been talking, but now he was at the garage threshold with the rest of us. His ears perked up, and I knew immediately there was an actual person behind those sounds. Yeah, Luke answered. The unnamed little dog hovered around the larger one like a moon. It is coming from the truck. I zeroed in. We walked the short way to the end of the driveway where the Mog was parked. I stood by the tailgate and confirmed there was someone in the outer bed of the truck with the solar panels. Luke had his pistol drawn but held it at his side, pointed down. Ready, but not in a hostile way. I dropped the gate. My stomach tension nudged a bit higher. Oh my God! Carmen gushed. It was one of the girls from the wing. She wore ripped jean shorts and a crocheted halter top, same as we'd seen her before. But now the top was splattered with blood, and a lot of it had pooled on her face as if someone had doused her with it. Get her inside, I ordered. Someone get Agnes. For the next several minutes, my team worked with impressive speed as they got the girl inside and on my couch. We got the medical kit and had it ready for when the retired nurse arrived from Penny's house. I'd wanted her at the meeting as our health representative, but her own medical condition made it necessary for her to rest a lot, so I figured she could sit this one out. Once we wiped the blood from her face, we immediately knew what had happened. The gunman who shot at us as we were driving away had taken some pot shots at the Unimog as it had gone by. A shot went into the side, penetrated the metal of the bed, then struck one or more of the panels. The shrapnel must have sprayed over her face, giving her a couple dozen little cuts on the left side. As Agnes examined her under one of our better lanterns, the girl noticed me observing the procedure from close by.
"Please don't send me back," she pleaded.
I stepped closer. "You're injured, and that's what you're worried about?"
"I can't take it anymore back there. I can't."
In half a second, the waterworks sprung a leak, and she openly wept.
"My boyfriend is nuts."
"Did you jump in the truck as we drove away?" I asked.
"I heard those two ladies talk about how nice you were to him,"
she said before letting out a lone sob.
"My boyfriend hasn't said a single nice thing about me the past 6 days, except that I have nice boobs and a mid-butt." "Oh, honey,"
Carmen commiserated from close by. I had some experience dealing with squirrely people. Bonnie came to mind. In fact, she was another young woman running from a bad boyfriend. As I thought it through, I wondered if the apocalypse wasn't only an ending, but also a beginning for many people. A time to take stock of who was in your foxhole, how they aligned with your life goals, and whether that person had any chance of making it to the end. It wasn't all that different from everyday life, but the stakes were far higher, and the downsides far more immediate. It was the great reset of the dating world. Still, I couldn't trust her, no matter the stated motivations. "You worry about getting some rest tonight, and then we'll talk about it in the morning."
"No, tell me now, please.
She was interrupted by someone running into the kitchen. "Frank!" Luke cried out. "Talk to me," I said, heading to meet him. "The front gate is on the radio," he said in a rush. "They want you to come up there right now. They said it's an emergency." After we'd come back from the expedition, I'd switched the pair of handheld radios, so one was on the desk of the watch office, and the other was in the hands of the people manning the front gate. It put one radio on opposite ends of our immediate subdivision. I had the CB radio taken from the Cherokee. I also now realized I had a second CB. It was in Red's truck. Now wasn't the time. I'd given my discussion notes to Luke with the list of threats, so he could continue the meeting without me. Time was precious, and the leaders needed to get back to their streets, so I didn't want them sitting around my garage gas-bagging while waiting for me to come out. Turning to Carmen, I was going to invite her along, but she waved me off.
"You go. I'll stay with her, Frank. She could use a friend."
The girl looked to Carmen, then to me, then back to Carmen, perhaps gauging whether she would need to cry some more. I hated that I thought ill of the injured figure sprawled out on my couch, but she represented a huge threat to the safety of everyone on Clownfish. If Alvaro and his people had intended to jump us, they wouldn't be pleased to find out we not only escaped, but we did it with one of their ladies. Homer was a ball of crazy, liable to roll in our direction looking to knock someone on their ass for dissing him. That person being me. Even if Alvaro was an innocent guy caught in the crossfire, same as us, he seemed like the type of person to go out looking for a missing girl, even if he expressed distaste for Homer. I mean Greg. Her presence almost guaranteed I'd have to face the father of that dead kid again. "Luke, finish the meeting, please. I'll either be back in a few minutes, or I'll radio with what's happening." "Affirmative," he answered. I waved Penny to go with me to my transport. The little go-kart sat in my front yard, next to the cistern, since it was the fastest, yet low-profile way to travel between my house and the front gate. I knew her daughter was in good hands, being babysat by some of the teen girls, and she wasn't part of the leadership squad, so wasn't technically required at the meeting.
"It's a good thing you found this,"
she said as we peeled out in the grass and blasted toward the first roadblock.
"It sure is fast."
Mr. Puppers gave chase for a few houses, but he peeled off at LeVar's place, probably realizing he'd passed his own safe home. At the blockade, Tyler saw us right away, and he, Rainey, and both twins hurriedly pushed my orange supercar out of the way. I no longer experienced much attachment to it, mostly a result of the color orange leaving a sour taste in my mouth. That sheriff would probably go out of his way to grab it from me.
"Tyler, no screwing around, okay?"
I was being called out for a reason, so I wanted everyone to be ready.
"Spread the word. Game faces."
He saluted me. I pushed the pedal as far as it would go to the metal frame, and we bolted through the roadblock and into the open road at the south end of Clownfish. There was debris here or there, but it was mostly little stuff I could safely ignore. We whipped around the turn at the end of Clownfish, heading for the front gate. There were no lights, but the stars and moon were out, and I was able to see surprisingly well. Better than taking a car or truck. The forest is always watching. I pointed to our left and the tank-smashed section of forest that we were working hard to trim back. It sucked I even had to mention the bad guys to her, but we hadn't been able to clear it enough to put scouts over there, so there was always a possibility of someone sneaking close. A flash of light caught my notice. It burst low in the sky, but it was miles away, like lightning in a distant storm. Whatever it was, I now had a sense of why I was heading toward danger. We passed Barracuda, and I thought of what some of those people were doing. Nothing. The books had been right about one thing. Some people refused to join the rest of us in the survival game. A lot of my neighbors had apparently lived their lives like they'd been fitted with giant diapers. They mindlessly punched clocks, floated through family functions, spent the night on their smartphones. When the power went down and their Pampers filled up, they waited for someone to come along and empty them. Some of my neighbors on Barracuda were still waiting for their diaper checks, as they hadn't come out to join our efforts. Even gaining Amanda's support didn't bring them out. Another flash of light.
"What's going on?"
Penny asked as we sailed past Albacore and braked toward the front gate.
"Still can't tell."
We arrived to find people standing on the cars and looking west. After taking stock of my options, I walked Penny to the front of the black minivan and held out my hand.
"After you."
We climbed to the roof, where a couple of guards stood watch.
"What's the score, fellas?"
I asked. It struck me how they were standing on the roof of the van, at almost exactly the same place Corey and Brendan had been on top of the old Chevy, to start our day.
"Oh, hey, it's Uncle Frank,"
one guy said to the other. They looked as if they'd been caught cheating in math class.
"It's fine. Just tell me why I was called down here."
Dante and Tara came out of the darkness.
"Frank, thanks for coming. It's the ship. Look at the ship."
I first checked around us.
"Dante, is this area secure?"
He glanced up.
"Yeah, I'm watching the roadblock with Tara from down here. I let those guys climb up there to watch down the road so we know what's going on. Zen's guys are standing on their cars too."
Sure enough, across the road, I saw the silhouettes of men and women upright on top of the vehicles. Whatever it was gaining an audience.
"Is it someone coming to rescue us?"
I joked, to cut through the palpable tension smothering the intersection.
"Doubtful," one of the young men answered. "Some guy over there said the ship is lowering more crates to the ground."
"He saw them come down?" I asked. The tightness in my gut went up into my chest and neck. My jaw clenched. My eyes strained to absorb every pinpoint of light at the end of Poseidon.
"I think so,"
he answered, not looking at me but at the ship. A deep rumble blew in on the breeze, but I couldn't give it a direction. It seemed to come from everywhere. One of the guys raised a pair of binoculars to his eyes.
"Hey, can I use that?"
I asked. He handed it over.
"What was that noise?"
Penny whispered. I willed myself to have better hearing. For once, I regretted listening to Jimmy with the dial cranked up to 11 all those years. I strained to see anything in the dark, using the binos.
"It's a helicopter, dude,"
one of the young men said to his friend. More people ran from the houses on Albacore, as word spread that trouble had arrived. A giant metallic crash echoed from near the ship, a sound that called back hearing trash trucks slam dumpsters to the ground. A disturbance that regularly woke me up way too early on Wednesdays back in Illinois. I couldn't see anything with the binoculars, so I gave them back.
"Sounds like they're tossing shipping containers, not lowering them down,"
I chuckled, desperate to keep some humor in the escalating situation. The ship was backlit by another flash of light. From 2 miles away, it was impossible to make out any details, but I was positive it wasn't a lightning storm. Stars dotted the sky all the way to the horizon behind the ship.
"Maybe I should go down there."
An explosion touched off in front of the dawn star.
"Damn!"
I exclaimed. A plume of yellow and orange billowed up almost to the height of the ship, before fizzling out. A second one erupted close to the first, but I saw less of it from my vantage point, as it was blocked by homes.
"Someone is fighting a war,"
I said to no one. A third thump of explosion came rolling down Poseidon, though I hadn't seen its flash. One of the 2 young guys passed me on the truck.
"I'm out of here."
"That's not a bad idea," I started to say. A spark of light erupted from the top of the ship.
"There,"
Penny pointed. A thin rope of orange rose from the deck. It started with a bend in its path, but then it straightened out and kept going higher above the freighter. My heart skipped a few beats. I tugged at her shirt.
"We've got to get down, now."
I hopped from the roof to the hood.
"Everyone get some cover,"
I bellowed.
"What is it?"
the lone kid asked. Penny slid down the windshield.
"Danger,"
I simplified for him. More people came off the roofs.
"Get down,"
I repeated, jumping to the ground. Penny hopped in my arms. The apocalyptic grip on my inside was now an epic stranglehold. There was a sense of foreboding permeating every molecule of the roadblock. I guided Penny behind the silver Lexus. Though I didn't explain it to her, I wanted to have 2 cars between us and that rising beam of light. People were still moving when the intersection lit up, as if a giant aerial burst firework had exploded above the ship. And that's about what it was. A ball of light straight out of a movie production was burning hundreds of feet above where the tendril of fire had originated. Wreckage in the air tumbled out of the explosion, heading our way. It took me another half-second to identify it.
"Plane crash!"
I yelled.
"Duck!"
By the time I'd finished the warning, a ball of light shot over our heads, not even 50 feet off the ground. It zipped east, toward Clownfish, and impacted an instant later. The tremor bounced us on the pavement and broke windows in the nearby homes. A ball of flame rolled into the woods from the point of impact, lighting up the houses between me and there like a roaring campfire. It had happened in an instant, but my brain processed it over the course of many seconds, as if it couldn't keep up with that amount of information. Plane crash. On clownfish. On my friends. On my girlfriend. Behind us, more lights flashed, and needles of fire rose into the night sky. Another of those giant falling dumpster noises resonated. Were more of those men going to pour out of shipping containers, like in those old newsreels of soldiers dumped on a beach on hostile shores? Was my neighborhood about to be invaded from the sea by a freight hauler of all things? Was the EMP the start of an actual war? Now the knot in my stomach was at max torque. I jumped in the go-kart. "Penny, hop in. We've got to get home." 25. My thoughts spun faster than the 4 little tires rolling us toward the impact site. I'd left Tyler and the girls at the roadblock only a few minutes ago, and every yard closer I got, the sheets of flames on the ground lined up with their last known location. I couldn't even breathe as I thought about what that would mean. I caught sight of Ben running full bore down Poseidon. When he saw me, he screamed in a way I'd never seen the old guy come close to doing. "Save them!" he pleaded. He hunched over a little, the words draining his oxygen momentarily. Then he tried to run some more. His head was bandaged, and I would have told him to go back, but not this time. Penny gasped when we crossed the last canal between Barracuda and our street. "Oh, dear Lord," she wailed. It was bad. The entire roadblock and all 4 construction homes looked as if a giant scythe had come through to cut down wheat in a field. The roof was off the first home on the left side. The cars of the roadblock were smashed and tossed into the yard across the street. And the house across the street looked as if a wrecking ball had gone through the middle. "Do you see them?" I asked, still way too far to make any determination, especially with all the smoke and fire billowing in circles. "Hurry!" Penny demanded. We both knew I was already pushing the cart as fast as it would go. Halfway there, a puzzle piece dropped into place. The engine of a plane glowed red with heat and flames a couple 100 yards into the woods. Numerous trees between it and the street were lopped off or burning upward. It had come in off the first construction home, bounced off the cars, then tumbled through the second house before it came to rest far out in the woods. The house where Carmen and I had demonstrated slicing a room was now engulfed in a jet fuel inferno. "No, no, no," I said as a mantra. "Please be all right." 4 of the kids I'd come to love like they were my own children were obviously missing. If they'd been exactly where I left them, they would be gone, since my orange, factory-fresh Chevrolet Corvette wasn't even on the surface. One of the sport wheels peeked out from a car-sized crater. I became lightheaded. It might have been the jet fuel, gasoline, or the thought of death that did it to me. Penny reached over and gripped my arm, almost unwilling to look ahead. But we did. I had to get in there and see what survived. I pulled over into the grass next to the house on our left. I used the cinder block wall to shield us from the flames inside the home and coming from the cars. "Let's go," I croaked. I led her around the back of the house, as it was less smoky, and the heat was bearable. But it didn't bring me the relief I'd hoped for. The 2-story home was next in line, and every tile on the roof had been shucked off, leaving only a bare black undercoating. The far side of the 2nd story was gone, sure as if a karate master had cracked through a board. "No!" I wailed, still not able to comprehend all the wreckage. "Tyler! Rainey!" Penny cried out the names of the other 2,
Alex? Zoe!
To our right, I almost didn't want to look. That was where the kids should have been, behind the roadblock. My heart leapt to my throat when I saw nothing there.
They aren't in the street.
Penny looked where I was already pointing.
Where are they?
She pressed. I heard voices for the first time. Come on, I said, resolve building, hope trickling in. You have to be alive, I willed. We ran around the backside of the 2-story, always staying away from the heat, still building inside the homes on fire. I came around the corner and saw the best sight of my life.
Tyler!
I burst out. Penny and I were on him in seconds. Strangely, he crouched next to Mr. Puppers, though I saw the flames in his teary eyes as he gazed toward the ruins.
It's all my fault,
he sobbed. I came up next to him and put my arm over his back. The little tan dog was there too, but he lay in the grass close to the Golden, panting heavily. Take a deep breath, bud, I said to the boy. Help is on the way. Behind me, I heard the arrival of many people from our block, his parents included. However, while I had him, I needed to know what was going on. Where are the girls? He clutched his chest.
That's what I'm saying. They are dead because of me.
Why? Where are they? I asked, getting impatient. He pointed to the 2-story home closest to us.
They went in there to get high enough to see the ship, Uncle Frank. But I stayed at my post, like you told me. I stayed right by your Corvette.
It didn't make any sense.
They're in that house?
I asked, standing and ready to take action.
Yeah, but...
he tried to say. I ignored the calls of those coming up from behind. I braced myself for what I had to do, and I resolved in my soul that if the girls were in there and were somehow alive, I would do anything to get them out. My feet seemed to float over the grass as I headed for the front door of the burning house. Penny screamed at me, maybe Carmen too, but they both knew I had to do this alone. The front door was already open, blown out of its frame by the blast. Inside, it was like being in a carnival house. Over to my left, a perfectly normal home, though devoid of any decorations since it was still under construction. Over on the other side, I could look up at the sky through the hole in the next floor and the roof above. Sweat rolled out of every pore, since it was hot enough to roast marshmallows. I pulled up my trusty Hawaiian shirt, hoping to keep the fumes at bay. Every fiber of my body wanted to turn around and run. Just go, Frank, I said to spur myself to action. The entryway led to a short hallway, and flames met me from the kitchen, the door to the garage, and all over the roof. If I wasn't mistaken, there were drips of fuel falling from above, too. This is your fault, I worried. Those kids should never have been there. They should have been at home, safe. I worked through the dilemma, if only to think about anything but that fire. Could I have put the kids on duty somewhere safer? Was any place safe, now that threats could come from any direction, including above? Most importantly, would the teens ever survive life if we kept them cloistered in a bubble with no threats? Wasn't our new life built around taking reasonable risks? I was taking a big one at that moment. I ran around a corner, dancing at the edge of the hot kitchen. There, ahead of me, was what I'd come in to find: the stairs to the second floor. In that moment, I took solace there were no flames shooting out, but as I came around to the landing, I saw the shadows dancing on the walls up to the top, as if the flames were stalking me from above. There was also... My God, I professed at the amazing sight. 3 girls were in a pile about halfway down the steps. There was a left-turn landing about 5 feet up, and the 3 of them had fallen there, or taken refuge, or... I couldn't see them moving. "Come on," I said, taking the steps 2 at a time. "Zoe! Rainey!" I yelled, shaking them. There wasn't time to evaluate for injuries. The creaking house and growling whoosh of flames suggested there wouldn't even be stairs in a short time. "Holy shit," I said, catching sight of fire on one of the girls. A small fire crawled around on the backside of Zoe's head, like a bunch of curious kittens. Her long ponytail was now a nub. "Jeez," I panted, as I patted at those flames. None of the girls moved. It was then I noticed a huge divot in the sheetrock of the stairwell, where they'd impacted the wall. It painted enough of a picture for me. The explosion had blown them backward, down the steps to the first landing, where they were now at rest. My fingers shook as I tested Alex's neck, the closest one, for a pulse. "Oh, thank you, God," I gushed. All 3 were alive. I only had to get them out. Since Alex was the closest, I pulled her by the arm to see if I could rouse her enough to stand, but she was completely unresponsive. I fought to keep my breathing steady. Fumes were pouring in from upstairs and from behind me. Whatever I was going to do, it had to be quick. How do you get 3 young ladies out of a burning house? Could I somehow get them all at once? Or one at a time? Or maybe 2 at a time? And I have to mention, Alex and Zoe were built like tanks, softball player physiques, with lots of muscle. Not exactly someone I could throw over my shoulder to run them out. I reached over for Rainey, since she was the next closest. Using all my strength, I grabbed them under their armpits and dragged them roughly down the steps. "Sorry," I said. Looking at Zoe, still on the steps by herself, I didn't know how to get her. "Zoe!" I yelled. "Wake up!" Heat lapped at my backside. That meant the girls were in it too. I took a step back and ran into a solid object that wasn't there before. "Shit!" I burst out. It wasn't falling debris or jet fuel. "Tyler?" I said with absolute shock. He ignored me, ran up the steps, and grabbed his girlfriend. "Tyler!" I said again. He whipped his head over to me, as serious as my own ongoing heart attack. "I got this, Uncle Frank. Go!" The young man grabbed Zoe the same way I held the other 2, and he dragged her toward me. "Follow me!" I shouted, both dumbfounded and relieved at his crazy bravery. I headed out the way I'd come in, but the fire had swept into the hallway and the front area. "Shit! Go back!" I demanded. We had a traffic jam at the edge of the kitchen. "Which way?" he asked. "There." I pointed beyond the stairwell, which was a passage to the bedrooms. We reversed positions, and Tyler led me into the back area of the home, then to a back window. There wasn't any furniture, so it seemed hollow and alien being in there. Knowing a fire was chasing us didn't help. We had to lay the girls down on the fresh, soon-to-be-burned carpet. "Zoe!" he coaxed the other teen. I went for the back window. The builders hadn't even taken the film off the interior, so I had to tear through it before opening the lock. "Get ready to go," I cautioned. The fire roared from down the hallway. I opened the window. "Help!" I called out, using whatever was left of my lungs. We were about 6 feet off the ground, looking behind the house and over to the canal, then Barracuda. Too high to drop them out the window, unless we had no other choice. Far away, over the area where the Dawn Star was located, more flashes of light continued. Was there still a battle going on out there? Were more planes coming down on us soon? Would we lose more homes?
Frank, Luke stammered. My kids! They're safe, I called back. I've got 2, and your son has the other.
He ran up to the window, wiping at his eyes, evidently relieved beyond words.
I can help,
he said as he stood at the ready. I returned my attention to the room, coughing up a lung. Flames crept along the hallway, getting closer to the door. Flames brought smoke.
Go,
I said hoarsely. I helped Tyler heft his lady friend onto the window.
What's happening?
She stirred awake.
Oh, shit. Zoe!
He threw himself around her.
I'm fine. Where the heck am I?
She complained, before feeling the back of her head.
And where is my ponytail?
There's no time, I said in my business tone. Jump out this window, so we can get your sister out with you.
Alex?
Zoe looked around Tyler, seeing the unconscious forms of the girls on the carpet. That's all it took. Zoe fell into Luke's waiting arms. Then she made like she was going to help him, but LeVar showed up and gently moved her aside. It was much easier with 2 lifters on top and 2 on bottom. I made sure Tyler got down. Then I slid through the window. A hot breeze followed me out. We all ran to the empty lot where I'd found Tyler the first time. His parents dressed him down like nobody's business for chasing me into the burning house, even as they tended to Zoe, Alex, and Rainey with bottled water and wet towels. Soon everyone was coughing and awake. I fell to the ground with them, wheezing as I tried to catch my breath. Carmen fell upon me in a giant hug.
Oh, Frank, I'm so glad everyone is safe. Yes, thanks, Frank. Really.
Melanie touched my knee in a kind way. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry I put them in danger.
No way, Uncle Frank. We put ourselves in danger,
Zoe shot back.
You are the one who saved our lives with your advice.
What advice? She coughed for a few moments, also clearing her lungs.
You taught us to always be careful going into new places. Check it out. See if there's going to be trouble. When I went up those steps, I halted at the top when I saw a flash of light, because I remembered what you said when we had those guys shooting at us. Don't run in front of a window and make yourself into a target.
I chuckled. It always amazed me when teens remembered my advice.
Anyway, that's when I saw that giant fireball heading for us. I had barely enough time to turn around, grab my sister and Rainey, and push them down the stairs.
Rainey was now awake.
Yeah, I think I was the one who hit the wall. My face is broken.
She laughed a little, though it seemed painful. Tyler crawled next to her and unloaded a tearful hug. Then the twins got in on it.
Who wants another stair toss?
Zoe sniffled. The 4 of them cracked up. I shook my head. I don't know how you guys do it. I almost lost my lunch when I saw you guys in that stairwell, and you're already laughing about it. Booms resonated in the distance. The battle was ongoing. So that explains the girls, I said, realizing there was a missing piece. How did you get clear of the roadblock so fast? Tyler pulled out of the hug, somehow knowing I was talking about him. He pointed to Mr. Puppers, our golden retriever watchdog. That dog was barking up a storm. It was only me on the roadblock, since the girls went into the construction house, and I knew it was wrong to leave my post. He almost sounded embarrassed, which was a first.
But Mr. P was barking his head off, and I knew he was talking to me, so I went over to see what the hell had his barker broken. The second I crouched down to talk to him, a fireball screamed behind me, and I was thrown to the ground. "Did Mr. Puppers know it was coming?" Carmen asked. "If so, that's a good boy."
The Golden's ears perked up at hearing he was a good boy. "Well, the dog gets a commendation, but it looks like you left your post. Is that correct?" I spoke to him as if I was mad at having to fill out a bunch of paperwork over the incident.
"I did,"
he answered, still doing a respectable job of acting out regret. "Hold out your hand," I said.
"What?"
"Please, hold it out." I held mine to show him what I was looking for. When he finally did, I slapped him gently. "That's the punishment for leaving your post." I held being serious for a few moments. Then we all cracked up. "But I should also give you a real belting for running into that burning house." "Like you?" he asked. "Yeah, like me. You shouldn't do everything I do." "You do what needs to be done, Uncle Frank. That's why I always do what you do." "Why do I feel like that's going to bite me in the ass someday?" I said, mostly to myself. A short while later, I finally got to my feet to observe the devastation. It had taken that long to fight off the dizziness from the fumes. The 2-story partially built home was a total loss. It collapsed upon itself mere minutes after we'd gotten the girls to safety, and everyone agreed it was due to the amount of jet fuel in there. The one across the street from it was mostly intact, but the first 2 homes each had pieces missing, and smaller, though seemingly determined, fires burning. To my shock, a truck came around the far end of Clownfish, honking its horn. "What now?" I asked. Some of us ran around the homes so we could meet the new arrival. It was the International Harvester Travelall. Will jumped out as soon as he was close, eyes jumping around the multiple fires like any fire captain might. "We can save that one." He pointed to the ranch home on the end. The guy ran around to the back of the truck, opened the cargo hold, and pulled out a bucket. "We filled these earlier today by your suggestion. Word traveled fast through the roadblocks that you needed some help." "We do," I allowed. Several men had been traveling in the truck, so there was soon a bucket brigade hauling the 15 or 20 containers that had been crushing the rear springs on the old vehicle. No one asked for my help, a fact I only noticed when the sand was almost unloaded. "Hey, can I help?" I said, not sounding too good. The adrenaline had kept me going, but once it wore off, it pulled me down like lead boots. "We got this," Will insisted. I watched for a little while as the fire chief and his buddies used a combination of sand, axes, and pickaxes to fight the fire in the home. To my amazement, they were able to save most of it, save for the huge hole in the front room, roof, and backside. He also had those guys clear some of the surviving vehicles out of the fire zone, as a way to avoid explosive fuel tanks. Many of my friends joined me there. Carmen wrapped an arm around my waist. Penny stood next to her. The 4 teens had managed to hobble over, all holding each other for support. Dozens more people milled about on the far side of the flames, or watched the action from their backyards on Barracuda. Tyler spoke in a deep, game show announcer voice. "A plane crashes in the quiet neighborhood of Clownfish Cove. What does Uncle Frank do next?" I craned my neck, laughing. "Tyler, what did I tell you about narrating?" Tyler snickered. It struck me this teen had been moments away from death maybe 2 or 3 times in the last hour, and here he was cracking jokes and having fun. If we'd been on Torval Street, Maybe the kid would have folded up in a ball and given up. Yet on my street, he was being a typical kid, no matter what. His laughter was contagious. His parents joined in. More neighbors added to the chorus. Soon, it probably wasn't clear why we were all laughing. The two dogs ran figure eights around everyone's legs. Maybe it was the giddiness that comes with survival, but it sure beat the alternative. I waited until I could be heard. "Oh, hell. Go ahead and narrate my life. I want to see what I'm going to do next, too." This concludes Neighborhood Watch 5 by E. Isherwood. Narrated by Kyle Tate. Copyright 2023 by E. Isherwood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with E. Isherwood and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.